Welcome back to the live stream. You know what time it is? I was about to say live show because it's been, 2 days since I did this. But welcome back to the live stream. You know what time it is? It is your boy Genesis. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right. What is going on, y'all? Look, it's been quite some time. Your boy has been doing what adults do, taking care of my little baby and being a man. You know what time it is. Anyway, with that being said, let's get straight to business. And I've been doing some resting as well. And of course, I saw Squid Game. Okay. Saw Squid Game part two or season two or whatever two. But it was I. It wasn't like but it was I. Anyway, a lot has been going on in the country for sure, but we're going to run through a lot today and we're going to let everybody know what time it is. You know what time it is. All right, let's get straight to business. If you're here, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Hopefully, I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I hope so. But yeah, let's get right straight to it. And what is going on with the border? Okay, we already know the border is in shambles. We know, everybody knows that. Okay, everybody knows the border is in shambles. But what exactly is going on? Check out Tom Holman. Let's get it.
Joins me now. Tom, great to see you again. Appreciate you coming on. Let's talk about the border wall, first of all. We'll get to our foreign neighbors in a moment. But the idea that the Biden administration was selling off for pennies on the dollar border wall parts that we, the taxpayers, already paid for, and then presumably they'd be sold back to the Trump administration later on. In other words, taxpayers are paying more than double for this. It's infuriating people. Have we at least stopped that process?
Yes, we have, and the courts have ordered them to stop. And you know, it's disgusting that they're going to take that border wall, which like you just said, we paid top dollar for, and selling it for pennies on the dollar. Now we got to rebuy it. It's ridiculous. However, a little bit of good news. One of the companies actually reached out to me, willing to give us that border wall products back at what they paid for it, the pennies on the dollar, giving us back for the same price. So I think Ken Paxton, the AG in Texas, took immediate action. I know I've been working with Lindsey Graham, taking immediate action. So right now, I think we got them stopped. But it's insulting. They wait 4 years just before we take control to sell a main piece of our plan to secure that border.
Nasty piece of work. I'm glad it stopped. Let's talk about what's happening with our neighbors, because Donald Trump certainly got the attention of both our northern and southern neighbors, both of whom have now been talking, reacting to what Trump's been saying. How's that working out? And in particular, with regard to the old Remain in Mexico policy that Trump used very effectively in his first term to close the border.
Look, the Mexican government's already taken some actions to stop some of the caravans coming up. I think it's very promising. The discussions with Canada and Mexico, they've already taken steps. And like Canada, I mean, within 2 days of the Trudeau meeting, the foreign minister got a hold of me talking about what they can do to, make the northern border more secure. So I think President Trump's actions are doing exactly what he intended to do. Bring our neighbors to the table to talk about securing our border and saving lives, both on their border and our border. So I think President Trump is a genius for reaching out to these countries, even before he takes office, to address border security.
Well, that's
it's already
the point.
having an effect.
I have never seen, you've got a lot of experience in the federal government. I've never seen a case where foreign policy has been arranged before a person has actually been inaugurated as president. Have you?
Yeah. Look, we're not waiting. I've already been to the border several times. I've already met with Governor Abbott what we can do for Texas. I met with National Sheriff's Association when they can do it for us. I've talked to the Foreign Minister of Canada. And I've been out to Arizona talking to the sheriffs out there. So we're not waiting for January 20th. We're going to try to secure the border as quick as we can, and we're already started to work on those plans.
Now, you may have gotten the attention of our foreign neighbors, north and south, but you still haven't gotten the full attention of a lot of the cities, the sanctuary cities and states in the United States. And we just had a recent example of it with the Brooklyn DA not dealing with a detaining order from ICE for this horrific crime that took place last Sunday, where a woman was burnt to death allegedly by an illegal alien who's now the suspect in the case. ICE put a detainer on him, and it wasn't accepted by the Brooklyn DA. What's going on with that?
You know, I had a meeting with Mayor Adams a few weeks ago. Mayor Adams
Yeah.
says he wants to come to the table and work with us on public safety threats, and he's committed to doing that and getting us back into Rikers Island through executive action. He's also willing to help us find over 300,000 missing children, that many are in New York City. But, you know, he was very, you know, honest with me, saying he's got a city council he needs to deal with, and he's going to do what he can through executive order. But I'm hoping he's a man of his word. He's going and push for the actions that we discussed that day. Any elected official, even this district attorney, anybody in that city, you should want to remove public safety threats from your communities. That's your number one responsibility, is protect your communities. We want to help you do that. If you don't want to help us get out of the way, we'll come and do it for you. But we're going to do it. We're going to run this operation in New York City and every sanctuary city across the country. We're coming.
Well, we've seen the worst of the worst. I mean, people who were accused of child rape up in Boston, because that's a sanctuary city. They wouldn't, the cops there couldn't cooperate with you. ICE had to go in and do it on their own. Thank God they got a couple of them, but who knows how many of them are still roaming around. Finally, I just want to deal with this question of unaccompanied children. Over 300,000 of them who just disappeared from HHS's rolls of unaccompanied children. Where they are, we don't know. We do know that there are these smuggling rings that essentially put them into slave labor. Horrific.
First of all, you gotta acknowledge Tom Homan, because Tom Homan has been hands-on for sure. But what I don't understand is the Biden administration selling the border wall or the border wall materials. It's like, what are you doing? Okay. What are you doing? Let's know. Okay. We just want to know. What are you doing selling the border wall materials? Okay. That's not even allowed. That's just bad news for Biden administration, because if they have to go buy the border wall materials from another company entirely, it's like, why did you have to sell the border wall materials in the first place when you know it's meant for the security of the border, to build a secured border? And you know there's no country without a border. Why would you do that in the first place? And that's just sad news for the Biden administration. Okay. A lot has gone on in this Biden administration. However, it's like this takes the cake. Okay. This takes the cake. And for the legendary, the 45th, now the 47th, Donald J. Trump, for him to be smart enough to reach out to Justin Trudeau, the president of Mexico, and of course Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, is just what a commander in chief will do. This is what commanders in chief do. Like, if you're smart, if you're intelligent, if you're strong, if you're a strong figure or a strong character, this is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do. This ain't no games. This is facts. And nobody has ever seen a play like this. This is a power play from the 45th, now the 47th president elect. You got to give this man his credit, man. A lot of people don't give Trump his credit, okay? People don't give Trump his credit. I don't know why, but this guy deserves the credit. Yeah, I'm trying to show y'all my bracelet, okay? But this guy y'all don't give Trump his credit. But you're going to have to understand that you're going to have to give this man his credit, man. Give him his credit. How many presidents have you seen that actually takes his country seriously and wants to protect his country this much? I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I do not know. But I know for a fact that this man has proven himself to be a legendary, an icon, a man that never quits. And it inspires me to know that if you can keep going, never quit, you can build momentum and create prosperity for yourself and your family. Man, shout out to 47th, man.
Slave labor in the case of some sexual uses for these children. I mean, is there any way? Is that one of your top priorities? And how do you find out where these kids have gone?
Well, absolutely. President Trump has three priorities. One, secure the border. Second, run this deportation operation. And the same day, day one, start looking for over 300,000 missing children. And in my 3.5 decades doing this job, I'm telling you right now, some of these children are sex trafficking. Some are in forced labor. We already found some in forced labor. We got to save these children. But it's going to be a hard task because you and I both have a footprint, right? We have a digital footprint. We own homes, we own cars, we pay bills, we got utilities bills and so forth. We got a digital footprint. Children don't. So we got to rely on the digital footprint of unvetted sponsors that weren't fingerprinted in many cases, sponsors that weren't verified, the identification they were using was accurate. So it's going to be a tough haul, but we're going to ask American people to step up and help us.
Yes.
Parents across this country, they have an innate ability to recognize when something's not right with a child. So we're going to send some messages out to American people to help us find these children, whether they're in the workplace or whether if something just ain't right when you see a child with an adult. Let us know what you see. If that one phone call out of 1,000 saves a child, it's well worth it. So we're going to do everything we can to find these children. That is a major priority of the Trump administration, find and save these children.
It should be a priority of every American. Again, if you see something that's suspicious, you got to let people know.
And you have to, man. You have to, because when you see a child going through some type of BS, it is your responsibility as an adult, sensible adult, even if you're not related to that child. You should be able to say, you know what, man, this is total BS, bro. Like, come on. This has to be called out, okay? And it's just sad that we live in a time as this where people do sort of BS to children, and that's not what you should do. Okay, this is something that, if you think about it, it is deeply disturbing, and you just got to say a prayer for the world. Okay, you just got to say a prayer for the world. And these things have been going on for years, for generations, for sure. It's not, it's not like there's nothing new under the sun. But you would think that the more we grow older, or the more the generation advances, things should start getting better. But things like this just get worse and worse because we now have the internet. But another good thing about the internet is you can see these things that as it's happening, you can, broadcast it to the world. And that's something I love about the internet. So shout out to the internet, man. And shout out to Tom Homan. I really believe Tom Homan is gonna do a great job. I believe that for a fact. I believe that for a fact. I believe that. And of course, everybody's trying to put Elon Musk against the legendary Donald Trump. But Trump is smart. Okay, Trump is smart. That's something I know for a fact. Trump is smart. Elon happens to be the wealthiest man financially on earth. And look, it is a plus for Trump to have Elon in his camp. Okay? It is a plus, and that's it.
In his clash with the far right over immigration.
And of course, CNN ain't going to give up. CNN is not going to give up. They're always going to try to put them against each other. Okay? This is something that everybody knows. Nobody's arguing this facts. Okay? Nobody's arguing this facts. But put it in the chat, guys. Put it in the chat. Do you think Elon Musk and Donald J. Trump, who happens to be the 47th president of the United States, do you think these guys are going to have some sort of clash? Like Clash of the Titans, okay? Do you think there's going to be some sort of Clash of the Titans in the next year or two? Let me know in the chat. Put it in the chat. Me, my opinion, I would say maybe not, because, a president is a president, okay? The richest man in the world is the richest man in the world. And this is what I predict, okay? In the next 4 years, Elon Musk is probably going to be the first man to reach $1 trillion. This is what I predict, okay? It may be wrong, it may not, but even if he doesn't get to $1 trillion, he's damn near going to get it. Like, damn near almost going to reach $1 trillion, because Tesla is going to the moon for sure. Everybody knows that. This ain't no new news, okay? Everybody knows that. But this man is almost going to get to $1 trillion. So let me know in the chat. Do you think this guy's gonna have some sort of clash with the OG Trump? Let's know.
Elon Musk is now going after the hardliners, the very heart of the MAGA base, labeling them just a few hours ago as, quote, contemptible fools who must be removed from the Republican Party root and stem. Musk now finds himself pitted against the likes of Steve Bannon, however, Trump's former White House aide, who came out against Musk's push for H-1B visas, which allow highly skilled foreign workers into the U.S. and has long been the lifeblood of Silicon Valley.
H-1B visas, that's not what it's about. It's about taking American jobs and bringing over essentially what become indentured servants at lower wages. This thing's a scam by the oligarchs in Silicon Valley to basically take jobs from American citizens, give them to what become indentured servants from foreign countries, and then pay them less. Simple. To let them into through the golden door.
Now, Bannon's comments align him with people like the far-right activist Laura Loomer, who has been bashing Musk for days now on this and is even accusing him of censoring her on his own platform. She is the anti-immigrant Trump ally who is now claiming
Of course,
that her
here we
blue
go.
checkmark was removed, her subscriptions were deactivated, her character limits for tweets and posts on X were limited for what she says is, quote, raising concerns and speaking the truth about the technocratic takeover of our country and the White House. Now, that was after she posted racist messages like this, saying our country was built by white Europeans, actually, not third world invaders from India. More on what she is saying about why she lost those privileges on X in a moment with Donny O'Sullivan. But all of this began after Trump named Shriram Krishnan, a tech entrepreneur and investor who was born in India, as his senior policy advisor on artificial intelligence. He's not an immigration advisor for Trump, but this started this entire backlash. And it's culminated today with Elon Musk not backing off of his stance, despite the backlash that he is facing from the MAGA right. Instead, he's writing tonight, anyone of any race, creed, or nationality who came to America and worked like hell to contribute to this country will forever have my respect. Noticeably silent in all of this infighting in his party, the president-elect himself. My political sources tonight are the former Deputy Assistant to President Biden, Jamal Simmons, Editor-in-Chief of The Dispatch, Jonah Goldberg, and CNN senior correspondent Donny O'Sullivan. And it's great to have you all here. Jonah, I'm sure you've been watching, just like I have, as all of this has been playing out, only getting worse today with really just seeing these people at each other's throats on lines. What does it say to you that Trump himself, who is the king of weighing in on things online, has not done so?
Because he doesn't have a good answer to this problem, right? He's got a very tight, small coalition as presidents go, and there's just not a lot of give in it. I mean, it's symbolized by the fact he's going to have what, a 2-seat, maybe with this new defection, a 3-seat majority in the House. If you have 3 or 4 or 5 Congresspeople who agree with Laura Loomer and Steve Bannon, then you can't get any legislation done that Elon Musk wants. And so he's stuck in this hard place where he hasn't quite yet figured out how to get peace amongst the various Trumpy tribes back together. And I don't think this is going to be the schism that tears apart MAGA, but it is the first sign of what is probably going to be a good number of schisms and fault lines that divide people who have irreconcilable positions. Yeah, it is remarkable to see this because some people who have studied Elon Musk for a long time were saying that when this friendship was blossoming, that inevitably there are major differences between Trump's base and them on this issue. And Donny, just on how all of this started was with Trump's pick for an AI advisory role that's going to be sitting not in the West Wing, but in the building next door. And this has caused such a huge issue where Laura Loomer, we'll get into that in a moment, but was accused of posting his address online and sharing documents like that, which is why some people said was the real reason she was taken away from those things on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, a big part of the reason that this advisor in question is being targeted is because he's not white. He's Indian. You can just go on to X and see the vitriol around this conversation. I mean, they try and say it's about visas and everything else, but really you do not need to scratch the surface too far just to see the level of racism and hate and just really ugly stuff that's happening on that platform. And that is in part, right, because a lot of the white supremacists and racists and others who had been suspended by Twitter for spreading hate under the previous ownership were all brought back onto the platform under Elon Musk.
I don't know why. I just don't understand why every single time something like this comes up, especially immigration, the next thing is racism. It's like, no, okay, no. If you have a country, you want to make sure the citizens of the country are what? Secured, safe. You don't just want to bring everybody in. You want to make sure people are coming in through a legal way, okay? It has to come, like if you're coming to the United States, your first act of coming into the United States should not be illegally. Like, you mean coming into the United States, the first thing you did was coming in here illegally? What in the world is going on here? You have to come through the proper channels, okay? It's not racism. It's just coming through the proper channels, okay? Come through the proper channels. All right. Go through Homeland Security and make sure you're properly vetted. It's just common sense, okay? Because I wasn't born in the United States as well, but I came through the proper channel, became a United States citizen. It took me 5 years to become a United States citizen. I had to study, learn the Constitution, learn everything that I had to learn, read, studied, then passed the USCIS exams. So you have to do the same. You just can't come in here and expect. And the worst part is most illegals come in here and do a bunch of BS. Like you take a look at New York, take a look at Chicago. Like too many BS going on caused by illegal immigration. That's just unfair to the great people of the United States. This is all I'm gonna say, okay? Because everybody knows I love the United States. Okay. It is just what it is. I love the United States. Some people say, well, United States ain't all that. But it is all that to me because I have my family here. Okay. So I would always cherish the United States because my beautiful daughter was born here. So I love this country. It's just sad that people don't really, like, even people that were born here, they'll tell you, you know what? My goal is to stack up and leave the United States. And I'm like, okay.
And so what you're having now is you have people who are also incentivized by the structure put in place in Musk to have these kind of viral posts where they pick on somebody essentially and try to get them to go viral.
And chief among them is Laura Loomer, who, for people who don't, she's not a household name. For people who don't know her, she has pushed conspiracies about 9/11, even though Trump took her to the 9/11 memorial with him. She was on his campaign plane. We saw her getting off of it with him earlier during the 2024 race, not that long ago. She is claiming Musk is censoring her. I heard from people who are opposed to her earlier today saying that's not what's happening here. What did happen with her account?
So yeah, Loomer has about 1.5 million followers on X. She's a big voice in the MAGA world, right? As much as I think maybe a lot of establishment Republicans, even people who are close to Trump, would like to say that she doesn't have influence. She does certainly in this space. What happened over the past 24 hours is she has a verified blue badge account, which I think to a lot of people just say, so what? It's a blue badge. But what that allows her to do on the platform under Musk is it allows two things. One, it allows her to get revenue from the ads that are shown next to her posts. So that's a way that Musk has set up the platform to try and monetize it, to try and encourage people to post more on the platform. And also she has paid subscribers on the platform. We don't know how much money she was making, but oftentimes that can go into the many, many thousands every month. So that has been taken away from her. We haven't heard from X, we haven't heard from Musk specifically, but Musk did call her out a few times during the week, essentially calling her a troll.
Yeah, I think he outright called her
He did,
at one point. Undeniably, she is. I think that everyone, if you like her or dislike her, can agree on that. Jamal, we're going to ask a House Republican in a moment about his view on this and where this stands, as Jonah was referencing, whether anything can get done in Congress. We had Jared Polis, the Democratic governor of Colorado, on the program last night. He was agreeing with Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. And I heard from people after saying, that's not going to help Elon as he's making his case here with Democrats agreeing with him.
Yeah, the problem on the Republican side right now, the MAGA Republicans, they've got three strains. The one strain is sort of the economically anxious, the people who kind of could go either way. They just want lower grocery prices, more affordable housing. They thought Trump might be the guy. You've got these ideologues like Laura Loomer who are sort of culturally anxious, right? They don't want an America that's going to become browner. They're trying to preserve kind of a white Christian heterosexual culture that they believe is the core American culture and ought to be the one that exists. There's the African slaves. She ignores the Chinese immigrants who did the railroad. She ignores the people from Mexican heritage in the Southwest who worked, and then Native Americans who were here first. She ignores everyone else who was in the country. So the problem is, they've got to figure out how to Trump has got to figure out how to hold these people together. I just don't know if it's possible, because at the end of the day, the only way the country grows is if we do have more immigrants who come into the country who help populate and move the country forward, and that we
Absolutely. But you have to add legal, okay? Not just immigrant. It has to be through a legal process, okay? Trump has said this during his campaign. If you've been watching me stream for like since July, I started streaming in July. If you've been watching me since July, you would see that I was streaming every single rallies, roundtable conversation, uh, campaign trails of the 45th, now the 47th president-elect Donald J. Trump. He said, illegal immigration is what he is after. If you came in here through the legal process, I mean, what is that? Like, why are people, this is what they call fake news, okay? Oh, because you are an immigrant, but you are a United States citizen right now, but still, he's gonna deport you. Nope. Because you came here through the proper channels. And you are now a, what? Naturalized citizen. Like I am. I'm a United States citizen through naturalization. But it's like, I've heard, and I've only been here for what, like 7 years, 8 years, 7 to 8 years now. I've seen people that have been here for 25 years, 30 years, and they're now saying that, well, I've been here for 25 years, I've been here for 30 years, and Trump is going to deport me. What have you been doing for 25 years? I would like to know. What have you been doing for 25, 30 years that you didn't get your papers, that you didn't get your United States citizenship? Or you didn't even get a green card? I don't get it. Why would you be in another country and not get the proper documentation for that country? And now you're scared. We saw a lawyer's hearing like probably 2 weeks ago. And this guy said he's a lawyer, he's been here for like 20 years now, or 25 years, and he's married. He has a 9-month-old boy or something like that. And he's not a citizen. He's been here since he was 7 years old. Now he's married, he has babies. He's been here for over 20 years. 20 years, guy, over 20 years. And you've been working, paying taxes, but you didn't figure out how to become a United States citizen. Like, the United States wants you to become a citizen. This is just facts, okay? People don't know this facts, but the United States, they want you to become a United States citizen, okay? If you go through USCIS, there's so many ways to become a United States citizen. Like, people just don't know. If you go through USCIS, you would see there's so many ways, legal ways, okay? Right legal ways to become a United States citizen. And it's like, people are like, I've been here for 40 years. Bro, what have you been doing for 40 years, bro? Man, you need to go back home.
make it more diverse, where we recruit and retain people from different backgrounds into these tech industries so that we can have an economy that can compete with everybody in the world.
Yeah, well, and Jonah, on that front, we heard from Loomer earlier today saying, still pushing her position. Obviously, as I read just a moment ago, Elon Musk is very much still advocating for his, despite the immense backlash he's been facing. But listen to what Loomer said about what she plans to do with her position on this earlier.
I'm going to escalate it all the way up to President Trump. I'm going to take it to advisors, and I'm going to take it to people I know who have been appointed to cabinet positions. And I'm going to ask them, is this the type of America that we're going to be living in? Are these the campaign promises that were made to MAGA and the American people?
I mean, she does have.
And look, when people say to MAGA, MAGA means make America great again. It's not to MAGA base and American people. No, every American actually wants to make America great again. I don't think there's a MAGA people and then there is American people. I think there is like one type of people, which is the American people. Every American person that is, well, that has common sense should want to make sure America is great again. Okay, it shouldn't be the MAGA people and then the American people. So what? There are two different types of people. No, every American wants to have a great country. They want to have prosperity in their country. They want to be able to pay off their credit card debt. They want to be able to have affordable groceries, affordable gas prices, affordable interest rates, affordable mortgage rates. Okay, they want to be able to take trips, summer trips, Christmas trips and stuff like that. That's what they want. So every American is a make America great again American. And this is just facts, okay? And this is just a tactic to cause division, in my opinion, okay? They want to try to divide people. And even some Republicans do this. It's like, well, we are the MAGA fan base. No, you're just causing division. It's the same thing with the Democrats. When the Democrats say, you know, we we are what do they call themselves? Progressives or whatever. It's like you guys are just causing division. And shout out to the media, they just make it even bigger.
Have a direct line to Trump, obviously. We've seen that. Trump has said he doesn't control her, but Elon Musk is someone who's basically living at Mar-a-Lago. And I think that is a real question of whether or not, as you were saying, maybe it's not the full rift, but it's the start of one potentially in this scenario.
For sure. I think it's one rift among a bunch that will probably come down the pike as we move forward. But look, I mean, it would take a heart of stone not to laugh at this situation that they've gotten themselves into. Trump, is this classic, what do I have to do to put you in this condo today kind of salesman. And he makes promises to the Musk faction. He makes promises to the Laura Loomer faction and a bunch of other factions in between that cannot be reconciled with each other. And look, I'm much closer to Elon Musk on the policy issue here than I am, even remotely with Laura Loomer about any of this stuff. But one of the ironies of all this is that all of these people across the spectrum, they rode this populist tide in, claiming that establishment Republicans and conservative establishment and the old Reaganite crowd, the old National Review crowd, they don't know anything and all the answers are super easy and we know exactly what to do. And then it turns out they come in and it turns out this stuff is really complicated. H-1B program is complicated for how you reform it, how do you expand it, what do you do about chain migration? And the serious people were all pushed aside in favor of all of these populist yahoos from Steve Bannon on down. And now they're the dog that caught the car and they don't know how to do any of this policy because they haven't done any of the legwork on it.
Somebody said in the chat, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm streaming on Twitch too as well. So you guys go follow me on Twitch, Genesis Madhouse Live. Okay, Genesis Madhouse Live. If you want to watch me on Twitch. But anyway, somebody said here on the chat, they said that America is already great. I think America is the greatest nation in the world, okay, when it comes to military, when it comes to opportunities, when it comes to just freedom, okay? This is just the facts. You can argue back and forth, okay? You can say, well, you haven't been to Australia. You haven't been to Japan. You haven't been to Switzerland. I get it, okay? But those countries don't have the type of freedom, don't have the type of capitalist society. Anybody can make it in the United States, okay? Anybody can come into the United States, and if you put your head down, you work your butt off, and you focus, and you eat a lot of SHIT, you eat a lot of shit, and bro, you could be anything you want to be, okay? Sisters, you could be anything you want to be, as long as you put in the work. This is America. This is the American dream. Of course, some people say you have to be asleep to see the dream or to understand the American dream. But in my opinion, it's like most people don't even try. They just want to like run their mouth and run down America for what it is. But I believe America is the greatest country. Now, can it be a better place? Like, can it look like Dubai? If America can look like Dubai, like if you go to New York, I schooled in New York, okay? The streets ain't clean. Like if you go to like Bronx, Queens, the city, Kirkland, like it is not clean, okay? It's just some parts that you can say, man, this is dope. But like every part is not as clean as it should be. It's not as clean as it should be. We should look like Dubai. We should be as clean, pristine environment like Dubai. Okay, we can keep our capitalist society because that has worked um, for centuries. Okay, it's made America has the most billionaires. America has the most millionaires. America has like 60% of the greatest companies ever to exist on planet Earth. Okay, so America is like the greatest. You can argue, everybody can argue back and forth, but why do you think Apple is from the United States? Why do you think Tesla is from the United States? Why do you think SpaceX is from the United States? Why do you think Amazon is from the United States? Why do you think Walmart, McDonald's, this big, like every big great company that you can ever think of is made in America. Almost like 65% of them is made in America. So you got to respect America. America just gives you that opportunity to explore, to be free. It is called capitalism, okay? Anybody can argue, but this is the facts. But do we look like Dubai, though? We don't look like Dubai, bro. We do not look like Dubai. You can argue back and forth. We are the greatest country, undoubtedly. Okay, we are. This is facts. But we can as well. We can look like Dubai. We can look like Dubai, guys. If we can't look like Dubai, it's over. Like it's over. This is what I consider make America great again. If America can have clean streets like Dubai and have low crime rates like I think Japan has low crime rates or Norway. Like if we can have this kind of low crime rates and be as clean, pristine streets like Dubai, and then it's over. It's over, man.
Tonight, as President-elect Donald Trump is preparing for a widespread immigration crackdown when he takes office.
And that's true. Like somebody in the chat just says here, somebody in the chat said, New York is a shithole. Look, New York has by far the dirtiest, this is the facts, okay? The dirtiest streets I've ever seen. They have the greatest infestation of rats. New York has started giving they have started giving birth control to the rats in New York. Sometimes I'm on the subway, okay? I'm on the subway and I see rats in the subway. This is New York, the Big Apple, the United States. In fact, of the world, if you go anywhere in the world, okay, anywhere in the world, you go to China, go to Japan, go to Australia, go to Africa, go anywhere you want to go, okay. Anybody that talks about the United States talks about New York and they talk about California. So if you think you're gonna talk about New York and then you do come to New York and then you see rats on the subway, it's like, come on, man. This ain't good. This ain't good, guys. This ain't good. How can we have rats on the subway? Nah, man. That's why I said we are the greatest country. However, it's like we need to clean up. We need to clean up, okay? We need to clean up the streets. We need to clean up the environment and make it as pristine as Dubai.
25 days from now, we're seeing a crack between some of his top advisors and his MAGA base. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are both facing major blowback from their own supporters for not only backing, but encouraging offering more visas to highly skilled foreign workers. Over the Christmas holiday, Musk posted this online saying, think of this like a pro sports team. If you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit top talent wherever they may be. He later added, I'm referring to bringing in, via legal immigration, the top 0.1% of engineering talent as being essential for America to keep winning. He's talking about H-1B visas, which allow employers to hire highly skilled foreign workers. Musk, who himself is from South Africa, said that he once had this kind of visa, and he's arguing that Silicon Valley is facing a shortage of excellent engineering talent, as he put it. But the annual cap on those kinds of visas right now is at 65,000, with another 20,000 for those who get a master's or a doctorate in the U.S. Musk is being backed up by his partner in Trump's government efficiency initiative, Vivek Ramaswamy. He says it's a cultural issue that there aren't more competitive engineers in the U.S. Here's what he said online. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zach and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel and Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. But that argument is not going over well with Trump's MAGA base, certainly not online. Some of them saying, we did not ask them to engineer an immigration policy. Tech wants indentured servants, not high-skilled workers. You don't even know what MAGA immigration policy is. Now, Trump himself, who I should note restricted H-1B visas in his first term, has said on the campaign trail this time around that he did want to make it easier for educated foreigners to work in the U.S.
What I want to do and what I will do is you graduate from a college, I think you should get automatically as part of your diploma a green card to be able to stay in this country. And that includes junior colleges too. Anybody graduates from a college, you go in there for 2 years or 4 years. If you graduate or you get a doctorate degree from a college, you should be able to stay in this country.
My political sources tonight are former New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, CNN political commentator and Republican strategist Shermichael Singleton, and also CNN economics and political commentator Catherine Rampell. And Catherine, you have covered this issue for a long time. Can you just lay out what we're looking at here in this divide between what Elon Musk says he thinks would be the best for the United States and why we are seeing something that we have not seen, frankly, almost at all lately, which is a lot of people in the MAGA universe outright disagreeing with him, arguing with him, and breaking with him online?
So Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy in this particular case, I think are exactly right. America's ability to attract talent from around the world is basically our economic superpower. The fact that in particular, we've been able to attract high-skilled immigrants quite reliably in this country over the past century or so is why we have this enduring leadership in science, tech, and business. So just as an example, of all Fortune 500 companies, about half of them were founded by immigrants or the children of immigrants. And of the Nobel laureates, American Nobel laureates who have received prizes for the hard sciences this century, about 40% of them are immigrants who came to this country. So again, this is our superpower, and I'm very glad that Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy recognize it. I very much hope that they are able to influence Donald Trump on this particular issue, but I'm doubtful about it because just as you mentioned, in his first term, Trump was actually quite hostile to legal immigrants, in particular, by the way, high-skilled legal immigrants. He made it really hard for them to come here, not just those who wanted work authorization, international students who cross-subsidized American students, by the way. He basically harassed them and made it very difficult for them to keep their legal documents in order. That's because as much as Trump has said, he only objects to illegal immigration, he's very much in favor of legal immigration. His policies don't bear that out, and that's partly because Stephen Miller.
But I get it. A lot of Americans that were born in the United States, some of them would say, you know what? Immigration should be paused for now, okay? Probably for a year or two. A lot of people have said that. I've heard a lot of people say it in the chat. I've seen a lot of people put it in the chat say, you know what? Let's pause immigration for now. But the fact is, Elon Musk was born in Pretoria, South Africa. And this man is an asset to the United States. Without Elon Musk, who is going to get the astronauts that are stuck in space? If just imagine that Elon Musk he decided to stay in Canada or somewhere else. Or maybe he moved to China or whatever. He's an American now, but was born in South Africa. He's an immigrant as well, but he happens to be one of the brightest innovators of our time. So we could talk about immigration should be paused for a year or two, but you would be surprised that people who actually come in here through the proper legal channels, they come in here to be an asset to the United States. And this is just pure fact. I'm not saying because I'm an immigrant, I'm trying to support immigration. Of course I support immigration because I'm an immigrant. Okay. I'm an immigrant like Elon Musk and the rest of the great people who've been here through the legal channel, and they've put themselves to work, put their head down, work their butt off, and contribute to the United States economy. This is what I support. I don't support anybody who comes in here illegally and do some BS. Okay, like the people in New York that we've seen on the news, and in Chicago. But if you put your head down, you come from another country, you try to be a responsible person, you try to add to the economy, you try to be an asset to the United States, you should be allowed to come in here. Okay? If you're trying to add to the economy, if you're trying to do good things for the United States in the United States, why should you be denied? Because at the end of the day, I know people are going to say, well, they're going to take our jobs. People that were born here, immigrants are going to take our jobs. Well, you're going to have to study, bro. It's a competition, okay? You're going to have to prove that you are able to keep your job. Because if you don't do the job and an immigrant comes in and does the job better than you, you should be like, there is no way that immigrant is going to take my job. I'm going to work hard. Because this is what people say, this immigrant is going to take my job. Well, you need to work harder, bro. Like, you need to work harder. I'm sorry.
Is the one who was the architect of Donald Trump's immigration policies last time around, and will probably do so again this time around, and is unlikely to adopt the sort of Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy view of things.
Yeah, Stephen Miller's getting a huge job in the West Wing. He's been around Trump for the 4 years he was out of office. And sure, Michael, as the Republican here, I wonder what your view on this is, because this is happening within the Republican Party. I mean, these are two top advisors to Trump, the MAGA world, who are kind of framing this as the true believers, who say, we asked for stricter immigration policies. That didn't mean coming with a carve out for high skilled workers that they say are taking American jobs here.
Yeah, look, I think with all due respect to Mr. Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, they should focus on saving federal dollars for the taxpayers and not immigration policy. I understand some of the points that Catherine made, and I agree to an extent. But I think the U.S. should focus more on domestic skill development. Studies also show that H-1B1 exacerbates employers hiring individuals from outside of the country when they could potentially hire minorities, for an example, which we know there's a shortage in the STEM fields. There are a significant number of Americans who I think would love opportunities if they had the proper training and skills to operate in those jobs fairly well. So why not start and focus there? I'm not of the support or mindset, Caitlin, that we should let in more than the 60,000+ that were already let into the country. Do we have some deficits? I certainly understand that point, again, to what Catherine was sort of alluding to. But I think by focusing on increasing domestic skill development, you can decrease the furtherance of those deficits by virtue of saying, you know what, we're going to spend more of our time, more of our dollars educating our own citizens to compete for these jobs versus saying, let's increase to 100,000 or maybe even more for employers to bring in individuals from India.
The opportunity is already here in America. That's why these Indians, Nigerians, South Africans, Japanese, or whoever, Canadians, Australians, this is why they're coming into the United States, because they know the opportunity is here. So he just said that the government should spend more money trying to educate Americans. Well, the opportunity is already here. That's why those guys want to come in here to study and fight and compete for the job. If you go to Silicon Valley, it's mostly Indians. And this is just like facts. Even if you go to the hospital, most specialists, like if you go see a specialist, okay, like one of my family member, okay, a dear person to my heart, she was diagnosed with lupus. Her lupus doctor was a Chinese person. Her kidney doctor was from Ghana or Kenya. So it's like, because these people work hard, they're willing to put in the hours, they're willing to do as much as they can, study, study, study. They hardly get tired. They never say no. Like they want to learn, they want to serve. It's like, it's basically like they want to serve the United States. So what? Are we gonna not hire the best people for the job because you are a legal immigrant? You should not be hired. Oh no, we want to give it to someone who was born here. The person who was born here maybe not qualified for the job, sir. We want someone who is qualified. If you had to change a kidney, would you worry if this person was American or not? You just want to know if this person is capable of replacing your kidney. Who cares where they're from? You just want to know, are you capable? Okay. This is the same thing as DEI, in my opinion. Okay. Diversity, equity, and inclusiveness, or whatever, inclusion. It's about capabilities. Are you capable of doing the job? Don't matter. But you have to come in here through the proper channels, through the legal way. Okay, you can't be in here illegally, then you're gonna have to go. But if you come in here through the proper channel, you study, you put your head down, you work hard, and you fight and you compete for a job, you deserve it.
Which is a predominant country where many of them come from. I don't agree with that at all. And I think folks in the MAGA world have every right to be angry with Vivek and Elon Musk.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting point because I saw that argument being made, but also I saw Mark Cuban, Mr. Mayor, responding to that saying, well, and I think we have what he had posted, quoting to Elon Musk and Vivek, saying, well, everyone, argue college is overrated. If you're arguing we need to have more homegrown engineers, don't we need more kids who are going to college? I mean, I think he's being a bit sarcastic there, but that is kind of the dual arguments that you see sometimes from this political orbit.
Look, I see a couple of things going on here. First of all, I have to say I agree with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. I think they're pointing out the reality that we're living. You could say, and I hear Shermichael's point, I disagree with it though, because I think it misses the fact that we want to get to the place where we can maximize the use of our own talent in this country. Let's bring in the best and brightest from all around the world. Let's really make our economy stronger. Let's become even more tech dominant. That's the way, in fact, to elevate the whole country and to create more opportunity for Americans of all kinds in the tech field. So I don't know why on earth we wouldn't want to grab all the talent out there, especially because if we don't, our competitors will. I think it's also fascinating that we're seeing this kind of open conflict. I think it's going to be the first of many. And of course, that speaks to the question of Elon Musk's role. I think really soon we're going to see more divergence between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. It's natural, given each of them having the power they have. I think that's going to be a very, very important storyline in 2025, that these two people who appear to be allies but really have very different interests start to diverge issue by issue. We saw it also during the recent budget fight. I think we're going to see it on issues like artificial intelligence and climate, where Musk has been in a different place than Trump. That's
going back and forth, okay? People are going back and forth in the chat. I get it, okay? I get it. Mixed feelings. However, Elon Musk, that everybody likes, okay? You want to drive Tesla. You like SpaceX, okay? You like to see the rockets go into space, okay? You want to save the environment. You believe in climate change, right? Don't you? Some of you do. This man is doing a lot to save the earth, okay? He started this whole idea. Well, he revolutionized it to where people are now driving cars that you don't need gas. Tesla happens to be the most environmental friendly car in the United States as of today. Maybe next year, maybe no. But for now, Tesla is. And this man was born in Pretoria, South Africa. So what are you saying? Elon Musk is the typical example of someone who came in here through the proper channels and he wanted to be of service to the United States. Are you going to say no Elon Musk because you don't like him? Or because you don't want immigration? Or what? Because you don't want immigrants to come into the United States? This man is an immigrant. Most people even forget that Elon Musk is not even from the United States. He wasn't born in the United States, y'all. As a matter of fact, he was a Canadian first before he became a United States citizen. And this man made PayPal. Okay, he was part of the group that made PayPal, that created PayPal, that we all use today. Okay, everybody uses PayPal, don't you? This man was part of the group that made PayPal. Okay, the astronauts are stuck in space. Guess who NASA sent? Or who NASA is contracting to go save the astronauts in space? Elon Musk, SpaceX. Okay. Now he started Neuralink. Neuralink is going to be helping people that are blind, people that are like paralyzed to see, help them type, help them communicate. Isn't that what a good person does to help humanity? Like, isn't that what we want? That if you're that wealthy, your goal is to help mankind. I think Elon Musk is helping. He deserves to be the richest man. And if for people who don't know, like Elon Musk is the wealthiest financially, okay, is the wealthiest person in the world. Jeff Bezos and Jeff Bezos and what's his name? Bill Gates combined, both of them are not worth what Elon Musk is worth as of today. He's changed everything. Okay? And he is and was not born in America. He was born in Pretoria, South Africa. So think about that for a second.
It's going to have ramifications for how successful Trump can be in general. And then finally, I mean, look, for the MAGA world to be turning on their own this quickly. This is also an interesting question. They almost look like Democrats here. It's like, so I say this lovingly as a Democrat, like we have an ability to eat our own very quickly sometimes. Well, this is fascinating. Here are these heroes just a few minutes ago, and they say one thing that a lot of the MAGA world disagrees with, and suddenly they're being villainized. That's not good for that coalition.
Yeah, I think that's interesting in terms of what the West Wing will look like, too. I mean, Elon Musk is not coming in, Catherine, but in an official capacity, but he's in the room. He's always at Mar-a-Lago. Trump jokes about how he's always often there. He has dinner with him regularly. Between that and the tech moguls who have been parading down to Mar-a-Lago to also have dinner with him, I wonder what that looks like with this divide that is so clear between Stephen Miller and what he has been advocating for and what we know he did in the first term, and what this looks like with a new big advisor in Trump's ear like Elon Musk.
Trump seems to listen to the last person he heard from. So if that is Elon Musk, it might be Elon Musk. If it's Stephen Miller, and as you point out, Stephen Miller will have a very powerful job in the next administration, it's probably going to be him. Frankly, I don't think Trump pays all that much attention to the nitty-gritty policies that are taking effect under his watch, which is probably why he doesn't even realize that last time around, he did a lot more to reduce legal immigration than illegal immigration because Stephen Miller was running the show. So I think that whatever Trump says he wants to do, the actual people who are executing the policy at the end of the day will be making the decisions.
So I said in the comment that so we should forget that he is not American. He is American. What I wanted to say was, so we should forget that he wasn't born in the United States, because a lot of people are like, well, his father, he was born into wealth. Elon Musk was born into wealth. Okay. He was born into wealth, so we should forget that he wasn't born in the United States. Even if he was born into wealth, he still wasn't born in the United States. Okay, relax. He just happened to be a smart person who works hard. You've seen his interviews. He said he works 18 hours a day. Like, what else There's only 6 hours left. What do? Sleep, eat, shower, clean up, like 18 hours a day. Back in them days when he was working with PayPal, creating PayPal, sleep too. Like, come on, y'all. If you put in the work, you deserve to get everything that you get in the United States. That's what I believe.
All right. Well, for more on this drama, we are joined by Republican Congressman from Arizona and member of the House Judiciary and Oversight Committees, Andy Biggs. Representative Biggs, great to see you this morning. Who could believe that we would be going through this again just a little over a year after Kevin McCarthy was ousted? But here we go. What's so interesting to me is that Mike Johnson is known as a likable guy. Everybody seems to like him. He's known as thoughtful, smart. He's a lawyer. He gets along with both sides. But as Madeline just mentioned, he did not get that debt ceiling deal that President-elect Trump wanted. So what happens to him here? Is he able? He needs 218 votes. Does he have those votes? Can he get them?
It's pretty darn close right now, Anita. You've got one member, and actually two members, who said they're not going to vote for him. One has said under any circumstance he's not voting for Mr. Johnson. And so for Mike to become Speaker again, he's going to have everybody else. And there's a lot of discontent, particularly with what happened last week in the spending fight. But beyond that, the fact that we did that kind of spending fight 3 months ago, and then 3 months before that, and it just continues to go on and on. And maybe things were not done as openly and transparently. We were promised no omnibus bill. Last week's first bill sure looked like an omni. We were promised no last-minute deal on the eve of Christmas. That's what happened. I mean, there's a lot of things that people have disapprobation with Mr. Johnson about, and so he's going to have to assuage a lot of those concerns if he's going to become Speaker again.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, he's going to have to do some assuaging. I want to take a listen to Congressman Andy Harris. He is chair of the Freedom Caucus, and what he has to say about this impending vote on Friday. Let's listen.
We're working with the Speaker's office to, change the way things are done to make sure that we can advance President Trump's agenda for the American people, and we'll see if those commitments can be made. If they can't, then next Friday could be a long day.
Wow. A long day. So Madeline and Griff were talking about what could really seal this deal is President-elect Trump coming out and giving him his firm stamp of approval. I mean, remember, the Speaker vote is January 3rd. Just 3 days later is the certification of the presidential election. I can't imagine President-elect Trump wants anything to go wrong that day. I mean, that day needs to go pretty smoothly, right?
Yeah, January 6th is the X day for us. We've got to make sure that goes about as smoothly and perfectly as it can as we rev up and get ready to go. The question, I think, and what Andy Harris was talking about is Mr. Johnson, the Speaker, has got to get together and determine whether he's the guy who can really deliver the agenda. And there's some important things on the agenda. I mean, you've got the reconciliation bill you want to have up there as close to President Trump's swearing in, which is the 20th of January, as possible, Anita. And so the question is Mike Johnson capable of doing it? I mean, there's a lot of people who feel that he's not. But I'm getting back to your original point. I do think that the way President Trump comes in or doesn't come in, or whether he stays silent, all those are signals to the members of the conference.
Mm-hmm. And quick answer here. Are you a yes vote for Johnson?
I have not committed publicly one way or the other, and I'm not committed privately either, too, Anita. I just kind of kept it to myself and hoping that we get this thing ironed out before January 3rd.
Okay, well, we'll be watching that. And while I've got you here, I want to ask you about another topic. There's a lot of talk now about the H-1B visa. This is a visa that sort of clears the way for highly skilled foreign workers to come into the country.
That's the key word. Y'all forget about the key word, okay? It's just like when Trump says he's going to deport a lot of people. People forget about the key word, illegal, okay? Illegal immigrants. Same thing here. You're forgetting the key word, highly skilled people for H-1B visas, okay? They're saying highly skilled. Nobody's talking about the highly skilled parts, okay? Highly skilled. That's the key word. Same thing with the illegal and legal immigration. Y'all always forget about the proper term and the proper keyword. Okay, the keyword here is highly skilled. All right.
Elon Musk is calling for more people to have access to the H-1B visa or change the process, make it easier for them to come in. Let's listen to a tweet that he had about this. So Elon Musk says the number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated in the USA is far too low. Think of this like a pro sports team. If you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit top talent wherever they may be. That enables the whole team to win. Your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, an H-1B visa isn't limited to STEM graduates. People are going to come out in computer engineering, those types of things. It's really broader category than that. And so I was looking at a couple of studies yesterday. H-1B visa recipients who are in the U.S., they tend to get paid less than U.S. citizens. They work longer hours. They're tied to one company. They can't leave. All those benefit the ownership. And so I understand why people who own companies want the H-1B visas. But the other aspect of it is when you do skills test and assessment, another report I was looking at said, well, you know, USA STEM graduates, of which there's a surplus right now for jobs, and they can't get those jobs because they're competing with H-1B visas, they do better. And the last point to make here is this isn't just...
You see, I didn't say it. This man right here is, I think it's a congressman. He just told y'all H-1B visas people, those candidates, they do better, okay? Because they know their lives depend on it. So they read, they study, they burn the late night candles. Look, they go for hours studying, okay? No food, studying. Having a bad day, they studying, okay? Because there's no option. They're trying to be an asset wherever they find themselves. So you got to give them props, man.
Nobody's trying to say no more H-1B visas. What Elon and others are trying to do is they're trying to expand the number of H-1B visas and not necessarily even limit it to categories. And we have to really look at that possibly at some point. But right now, let's get a hold of our border and the millions of people who've come into this country illegally and try to resolve that first.
Yeah, well, that is the thought of a number of people in Congress who say, you know, America first, right? Representative Andy Biggs, so good to see you today, and thanks for all.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. You got to give respect to, you know, the people that deserve it, man. But let me know in the chat. What do you think about Tom Homan, the border? What do you think about Elon Musk and Trump? Because the media is going to put them against each other for sure. What else? And Vivek Ramaswamy, his parents are immigrants. He's like the first generation here. So, like, people forget. I think there's one more for this.
I should start by saying Elon Musk is right about the nature of the problem, that there is a problem with high-tech skills in the United States. His solution is to immigrate more of these people, and that has got him on the outs with a lot of people on the right in Trump's coalition who say Trump, he ran on this idea of cracking down on immigration and also building up American workers, not foreign workers.
Right, and I think that this issue, like so many that I expect we're going to see in the next few years, really illustrates the gap between these two blocks in the Trump coalition. I would put tech bros and Wall Streeters in one corner and the MAGA folks in the other corner, and there is going to be this juxtaposition. Now, I think that you can actually have it both ways. I mean, there is a way to crack down on illegal immigration, secure the border, those things a lot of people are for, and also make it easier for high-skilled immigrants to get into this country. Because the fact of the matter is, and I think folks on both sides would say, there are a lot of labor shortages that are actually the biggest problem to growth, productivity, and really the future of the country. And that is going to require more immigration. It's always been America's at benefit, at value add, particularly compared to Europe or a lot of other places in the country. It's why we have had historically higher growth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, Congressman. I mean, why, I can never figure out, why is it that when on the right, some of these anti-immigrant folks talk about this, they're not also talking about what it actually is going to take to bring American workers to these jobs, whether it's raising their skill levels, et cetera, because I guess they don't want the government to be involved in that, but don't you think it has to be at this scale?
Look, this, I think, is one of the biggest issues that we have to tackle in this Congress. Yes, we need to secure the border. We need to stop the massive influx of illegal immigration. But the fact is, we have a population decline in this country, and we have a workforce shortage. We have a shortage of doctors, nurses, engineers, home health aides, ag workers, construction workers, hospitality workers. We need to not only have an immigration system that works, that has a legal process that people who want to come here and enrich our community, our culture, our economy can do so. But we need an education system that is ensuring that we are building the workforce that we need. It's not just about having a pipeline to college. We need a pipeline to the jobs that need to be filled, which means our K through 12 system needs to be reevaluated. We need vocational schools. We need to get kids started at an early age on the path to STEM. So that we actually are creating engineers and the workforce of tomorrow, especially from a technological standpoint, from a biotech standpoint. We are the greatest force in the world, and our economy is the most powerful. And we have the most innovative and entrepreneurial people. But the fact is that we do have a shortage in the workforce, and we need to deal with this.
So, okay, what you just said is the thing that got Vivek Ramaswamy in some trouble, okay? So here's his post. He says, the reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy, wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture, a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers.
That is another bomb, okay? That right there, a culture. Listen, man, this is why I fuck with Vivek. A culture that celebrates the prom queen. Oh yeah, oh hell, the prom queen. Okay. Over the math Olympiad champ. This is it right here. This is the problem right there. Because people celebrate everything else but the genius. They celebrate the sports guy. They celebrate the person who can sing, entertainers or whatever. But then if you're smart, if you're a genius when it comes to engineering, nobody's talking about you. Okay? You're not seen. The cute girl in high school is seen. You that read, study, nobody cares about you. Okay? They care about the guy who is 6 feet 7 inches tall who can hoop. As long as you can hoop, you got the attention. And it's just culture. Okay? But first generation engineers, their parents are telling them, go to school, study, read, be the best. That is the culture in this house. It's a difference. Okay?
Sounds a little embittered, maybe. Is it American culture that's the problem?
Somebody got stuffed in a locker. I'm not going to say who. Look, I think there's a way to solve this and talk about this that doesn't denigrate all of American culture. I mean, I'm now understanding more and more how he got 100 votes in Iowa or whatever it was he got during the Iowa caucus. The reality is, and Elon, by the way, clarified or further explained his position later and was talking about saying, I want to bring in the top 0.1% of engineering talent from around the world. It's like bringing in a Jokic or a Wembyana to help your whole team if you want to make a comparison to the NBA. So I think we...
This is a typical American. He just used the NBA as a comparison to what to what Vivek was talking about. Like, his only comparison had to be sports. His only comparison, that's a typical American born, because this is the only way to interact, to talk to see a similarity, to make an American who because if you were born here, this is what you know. It's a cultural disaster, in my opinion, because if you're trying to make the next generation of intellectual beings, you have to make sure that they see academics, they see science as important thing, not sports. I mean, sport is important. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying, like, we need to start making sure that our kids see science as the future. I just told you, if you go to the hospitals now, if you see specialists, there are Indians. Like, you can never tell me, if you've been to the hospital, you have more Indians being your doctors. They're not even speaking English like that. Like, they have an American intern with them in the room. I'm saying this because I was in the hospital all through last year, this year. I just told you about my family member who was diagnosed with lupus. Every doctor that came into her room was Indian. They had an American intern, American-born intern, but like the major doctor who like prescribed, gave the final call were Indians, Chinese, and African. They're not even speaking rightly. Like, you can't even understand what they're saying because they're like, I was born in Nigeria, okay? I moved here 8 years ago. You can hear my accent, but my accent isn't even really that deep. If you talk to people who walk in these hospitals, their accent is so deep that you have to like listen carefully to understand what they're saying to you. But they are skilled, highly skilled, that the hospital needs them to perform the kidney operation, to perform the liver or whatever, to perform the heart surgery, to the brain surgery, the colonoscopy or whatever. Okay? This is what is going on. I'm telling y'all. This is facts.
We can bring in the absolute top talent from around the world, and at the same time, not insult the rest of the United States of America and our culture and the way we do things here, and also lift up the American students who have the talent and who have the interest and put them in the right educational opportunities. I think what he did today was to overtalk it. A lot of MAGA people are not happy. A lot of Republicans are not happy, and this is why Donald Trump's in the Oval Office, and he's
saying
a
something
volunteer.
that a lot of people apparently believe, that it's about like the jocks being celebrated, the football stars being celebrated, and not the nerds.
It also challenges.
Nobody cares about the nerds.
The idea that many
Nobody cares about the nerds, y'all. The nerds do not get the girls, okay? I mean, tell me the nerd that has the baddest girl in high school. Nope, you don't. But a sports guy, 6'6", he definitely gets the girl. But you with the recommended eyeglasses, okay? You got a prescription glasses, you ain't getting no girl, I tell you that much. You smart, okay? You probably write the assignments or the notes or whatever for the girls, but you don't get the girls, okay? The top boys in school, usually the nut jobs, okay?
families have when they come to the United States, that if they just get the right grades and they follow this meritocracy path, everything's going to work out and they'll be great. And the reality is that innovation, creativity, emotional intelligence are a huge part of success and innovation in the United States. American innovation is what sets us apart from the Communist Party of China. But this idea that immigrants often come with also has a baked in racism to it. It's this idea that, well, we as immigrants are the right kind. We're educated. We're not like those other minorities in America. And that distinction
What are
is
you
made
saying?
very clear within minority communities. So, for example, you have, most people would not know that the richest and most educated immigrant population is Nigerian Americans. People would think it's Indian Americans.
Oh, you heard that? Nigerian Americans. I almost showed my six packs, okay? If you don't know, okay, if y'all don't know, my folks, okay, my folks are well, y'all are my folks as well. But I'm saying, like I said, I was born in Nigeria, all right? And you just heard her. She's saying, check the stats, y'all. Nigerian American, who I am, okay? I happen to be Nigerian American. We are the most, I'm gonna let her say it. Listen careful.
Communities. So, for example, you have, most people would not know that the richest and most educated immigrant population is Nigerian Americans. People would think it's Indian Americans, yet Nigeria was put on the Muslim ban list, right? There is this idea.
Dang, who put us on Muslim ban list? Who did that? Who did that? Oh no. Who did that? Who did that, y'all? Who put Nigerian American on the ban list? Because I am a Nigerian American, y'all. Telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all, man. We smart.
Of who the minority is, breeds that kind of challenge that we have with Korean grocers in Black neighborhoods.
I think you're getting at something else important here, which is that we need all different kinds of learning and we need all different kinds of cultures. I mean, you made a great point about vocational schools. It's not just about math or the jocks, which is social skills, frankly, which matter. Actually, it's interesting that most CEOs come out of state schools and aren't necessarily the straight A students. You need to change education in this country. You need to value different kinds of skills. I actually think the idea of a meritocracy built just on, who gets the best SAT scores. And, I'm the child of immigrants, don't get me wrong. I grew up in rural Indiana, though. I was also a cheerleader. You can do both, So, I think that you do need a system to be revamped in a way that we haven't done since the post-World War II period in this country.
Okay, I have to get you in on this because I think Rana's talking about something very important, which is there's a movement to sort of say, let's give everybody a points for their grades and their SAT scores and their IQs, and then let's put them in college based on that. And if you did that, you would not actually get to the most successful people, the people who have the best potential. So that seems to honestly undermine this idea of a pure meritocracy, which is what Vivek Ramaswamy is talking about here.
Yeah, so there's a bit of a paradox here because the point about IQ and SATs and entrance exams is not necessarily that they are that they measure the inherent worth or the full 3D capacity of a human being, because as you say, there's all these other important skills in life, and we all know this, right? It's that they are objective. Right. And what we saw, for instance, they're more objective than the alternatives, right? There's no such thing as perfect objectivity on these tests, right? But when you look at what happened at Harvard with affirmative action, they were judging on all these soft skills as well, and their conclusion was that Asian American applicants had worse personalities, right? So the test is never going to do that. The test, it's never going to tell you unfairly that you got this math problem wrong, because if you got it wrong, you got it wrong. And there's something very attractive about that, especially to people from immigrant communities coming to a new country saying, they may not like my vibe, they may not like my culture, but they can't argue with my skill.
You cannot argue with the skill, okay? The skill. You can never argue with the skill. You can say, you have an accent. I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the way you smell. I don't like whatever. But you can never argue with the skill. Highly trained, highly skilled, and never giving up, okay? The mentality to never give up. You can never beat that.
concerns of a massive trade war between the U.S. and two of its largest trade partners after President-elect Donald Trump said on his...
And this trade war with Canada, Mexico, I don't see it as a trade war anyway, because at the end of the day, okay, Mexico would come to kiss the ring at the end of the day, okay? Justin Trudeau is kissing the ring currently. And he may be the 51st governor of the United States, okay? Because Canada may be the 51st state. It's almost going to happen. Who knows?
First day in office, he will, quote, charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders. Trump went on to say the tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and all illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country. Well, the fallout pretty much immediate. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum responding to those threats in a letter to Donald Trump, writing, quote, neither threats nor tariffs will solve the issue of migration or drug consumption. As for the markets, U.S. stock markets remain largely unfazed by that announcement from the president-elect. But we are hearing some real concern from the CEO of a trade group that represents dozens of major retailers, including Walmart, Nike, and DSW, saying, quote, such measures would place an unnecessary burden on American families when budgets are already stretched thin. CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich has a look at how this could impact your bottom line.
A trade war is brewing.
We're going to tariff the hell out of them.
The casualty, the American consumer.
We're going to see higher prices.
On his first day in office, President-elect Trump says he's putting a 25% tariff on all imports from Mexico and Canada. China will get hit with an additional 10% tax on top of existing tariffs. The reason, Trump says, incentive for these countries to stop the flow of migrants and illegal drugs coming into the U.S.
I suspect we'll encounter some new headwinds that our industry will have to navigate.
Mexico, Canada, and China are the United States' key trading partners. The U.S. imports the majority of cars and car parts from Mexico, so the price of your car could go up. America's top import from Canada is oil. The tariffs could send gas prices up 25 to 75 cents in some regions. And the U.S. imports a lot of electronics from China, in addition to sneakers, toys, sports equipment, and furniture. For example, China makes a sneaker. A U.S. company buys it, pays the import tariff, and then makes a choice: eat the cost or pass it to you. Before the higher tariffs announced Monday night, Americans could expect to spend $2,600 more each year on...
Except, of course, CNN. CNN would never tell you, would they? Tariff is not a one-way trip, okay? Just the same way the United States is putting a tariff on China, China is putting a tariff on the United States. It's both ways, okay? And this is just, in my opinion, this is something that I think the OG, the 47th, is doing to make a deal, okay? I don't know if you've read his book, The Art of the Deal, by Donald Trump. This is what he does, okay? He finds a soft spot. He tries to attack you from that spot because he knows you're going to cave, okay? And people may say, well, China ain't going to cave. Mexico ain't going to cave. Canada definitely ain't going to cave. I can promise you something. They will cave because at the end of the day, the world, all of this country, especially Mexico, just go kiss the ring, y'all, because there is no way. Almost 75% of Mexico's exports goes into the United States. So it's like they need the United States. Mexico needs the United States. Same thing with Canada. Okay, the only person may be China. Okay, but at the end of the day, they're still going to have to make a deal. And all this guy is asking, all Trump is asking is secure your border. Don't let people come in here from your side, okay? And give us a fair trade deal. Easy. That's all he's asking. Easy stuff. But it is what it is. And save the children. All right?
Under Trump's original tariff proposal, inflation is expected to rise by 1%. U.S. retailers like Steve Madden are already moving production out of China to beat the tariffs and keep prices low for U.S. consumers. Small businesses don't have that same option.
There isn't really an easy solution beyond passing that cost onto consumers. Small businesses are very much uniquely challenged. I don't have the option of calling up Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan to do a bond offering to build a factory.
And then there are retaliatory tariffs, which could also impact U.S. businesses who export to other countries. Mexico's president hinted at that very notion Tuesday. One tariff will be followed by another in response, and so on, until we put common businesses at risk.
Man, you gonna kiss the ring.
There are supporters of President-elect Trump's tariff proposals, mainly in his inner circle. One such person is Elon Musk, who calls tariffs highly effective. Billionaire Bill Ackman says that tariffs are a good weapon to achieve political and economic outcomes, as well as negotiate foreign policy. And President-elect Trump's pick for the Treasury Department, Scott Bessent, has said he believes that tariffs can be very effective if they are targeted. He doesn't believe, though, blanket or excessive tariffs are good for the economy, Erica. We'll see if that message makes it back to President-elect Trump.
Indeed, we will, Vanessa. Appreciate it. Thank you. Also joining me this hour, Esteban Moctezuma Barragan, who is the Mexican ambassador to the United States. Mr. Ambassador, we appreciate you taking the time to join us this afternoon. As Vanessa just laid out, President Sheinbaum had warned that this could really result in a tit-for-tat tariff.
I see in the chat that people are saying that Trump wants to end education in general. No, he says he wants to close the Department of Education. And people like Vivek Ramaswamy, they support it. You know why? Because he also said he wants to sign into law school choice. Okay? Because right now, if you say you live in the ghetto, all right? We're just going to say it the way it is, all right? You ain't got money, okay? Like most of us, okay, it is what it is. Like you ain't got a lot, okay? And you live in an okay area, okay? You don't live in the great zip code in your, I guess, your city or your neighborhood or whatever. If you live in a bad area, the schools in that zip code would be whack. And you know that, okay? You know that if you live in a bad zip code, okay, which is the ghetto, aka, the schools in that zip code would be whack, not up to par. Now, this man is saying, I want to give you an opportunity for school choice. Are you going to say no to school choice? I don't want to say no to school choice. Okay, every person needs to get the opportunity to send their lovely children that they work hard for every single time to a school of their choice, not to be conformed to the zip code that they live in, because that's what is happening right now. If you live in a zip code, you have to go to the schools around the zip code. But with school choice, you could move out of your zip code and go to a school that you think is good for your children. Isn't that a good deal? I think that's a good deal, okay? Because if that means that the Department of Education needs to close down or needs to shut down, I mean, shut it down, okay? They already failed 3 audits, okay? In case y'all didn't know, the Department of Education already failed 3 audits. And these are the people that are supposed to be in charge of our children's well-being when it comes to learning. No. Okay? No. All right? No. If you have to shut it down to give opportunities to these children to attend schools outside of their zip code, so be it. All right? Give the money to the parents. All right? Let them do what they have to do. All right. I support school choice, and that's me.
War that could potentially undermine the economy. I know you have warned against even a 10% tariff back in February. Is Mexico prepared for potentially these tit-for-tat tariffs?
Thank you very much, Erica, for having me. And, I think that we have to see our relationship as it is. It's a win-win relationship because we have been in the free trade agreement for 30 years. And what has happened is that both economies really grew up because we are exchanging each other and producing together. We are so intertwined in our economies that it's not just that we buy and sell, it's that we are producing together. Right now, we buy about 16% of everything the US sells. And if you take into account, let's say, Japan, Germany, Great Britain, South Korea together, they buy less from the US than Mexico. So Mexico is part of the solution, not part of the problem.
So what then, too, given the relationship that currently exists, what happens in your view to the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, if Donald Trump moves to impose these tariffs?
Well, what we learned from his message was that he wanted us to act much more deeply and widely in several issues like migration, fentanyl trafficking, and security. And that was not a surprise for us because that was part of his campaign message. But what I think is going to be a very, very good news for all these negotiations is that Mexico is already doing a lot in terms of reducing the flow of migrants from
Of course.
the southern.
What do you expect a Mexican representative to say? Is he going to say, you know what? I think Trump is right. He should tariff us because we're not securing our own part of the border? No. He's going to say exactly what he's saying right here. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing in Mexico, okay? Trump is just doing too much. We're doing our part. Of course, that's what you're going to say. NATO said the same thing, okay? NATO said the same thing. They weren't paying their fair share. Like, we wouldn't even know if, without Trump bringing it to Americans, like, in real time, most Americans wouldn't even know that NATO weren't paying, like, the countries in NATO were not paying their fair share. Like, we wouldn't even know because nobody told us. Trump was the first person to say, you know what, y'all ain't paying your fair share, and we're not gonna have it because I have people to protect. I have Americans. I have American families that are going through life. Okay, if you're not paying your fair share, it falls on us. So pay your fair share, or we're gonna leave. And people say this guy's a bad guy. He doesn't want to have allies. No, he's looking out for you. Damn.
Border of Mexico to the northern border, which is the border with the US. Let me just tell you that about half of the flow that enters Mexico in its southern border, it's dealt with different measures that Mexico has implemented. We have asylum. Last year, we just gave 140,000 asylum permits to people that asked for asylum in Mexico, and they wanted to come all the way up to the U.S., but when they stood some time in Mexico, they say, "I want to stay here," and they asked us for asylum. Mm-hmm. Then we also have working permits, mainly in the south of Mexico. We have been contributing a lot with CBP-1, so the migrants that are waiting for this permission wait in the south of Mexico. So half of the flow doesn't reach the northern border. Mm-hmm. And this is a huge contribution of Mexico. If you ask me about, yeah.
What I was going to say is, it sounds like as you're laying that out, right? And we heard from President Sheinbaum today, who said, look, dealing with migration and drug consumption, this is not the way to do it. What you're laying out there, though, sounds like, based on what we're hearing from the president-elect, that he doesn't see that as enough. So do you believe then that these tariffs are really just a negotiating point when it comes to migration, when it comes to the flow of drugs, or do you believe that they're a real threat?
Well, I don't want to judge that. We want to take very seriously every message that we receive from President Trump or the government of the U.S. But sitting in a table, sitting in a dialogue, and having a deep conversation about facts and how much Mexico is really making these challenges and facing these challenges with a very important commitment. That's what I think that the new government will see, that our effort, our coordination with the U.S. is very important. Just to give you an idea, we deployed about 35,000 National Guard agents in order to deal with migratory issues, while the Border Patrol has about 19,500. So we have made also a huge investment in dealing with this issue, and I believe that that would be recognized in the negotiating table.
Ambassador Moctezuma, really appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I told you, we want to continue this win-win relationship and not a lose-lose.
Joining me now to discuss.
Bro, please. Talking about win-win relationship, no? And that's how you know someone who is trying to say, please, save us. Listen.
Joining me now to discuss, we have our panel today, all smart women. My favorite. Aaron Freed, I want to start with you. We just heard the Mexican ambassador. He was laying out a number of things that he feels Mexico is already doing when it comes to stemming the flow of immigration. Donald Trump does like to use tariffs to get other countries to the table. Is tying tariffs to border security going to be as effective, given we also heard from the president of Mexico saying, look, this is something that requires shared understanding and cooperation, not a tariff?
That's the hope Donald Trump is aiming for, is a shared understanding and cooperation on being able to secure the southern border. These were two of his top political promises during the campaign season, both securing the borders of the United States and implementing tariffs. He's bringing the two together, and we've seen with Mexico in May of 2019 where Trump threatened to impose tariffs unless they were coming to the table to talk about securing the southern border, and they did. And in June of 2019, he removed that threat of tariffs, and we saw the numbers begin to drop about people coming across the southern border. Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do. He said he would secure the southern border of the United States, and he said he would use tariffs as well. And all of a sudden, we're all so shocked that Donald Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do.
I don't know if everybody's shocked, I will say, but there's certainly a lot of discussion about it.
There's certainly a lot of vapors and heartburn about it when we all knew that this was going to be a very real reality.
Karen, there you go. Karen is not shocked. But in terms of, and so when we look at tariffs, not shopping, right? Because it has happened in the past, right? The threat has happened in the past as a form of negotiation, as Aaron noted. In terms of tariffs, President Biden kept tariffs on China from Trump's first term, even added some of his own. Is it smart, Karen, to let this negotiation tactic play out at this point?
Well, it's dangerous. I mean, particularly at a time when, inflation has come down quite a bit, but there's still farther to go. And what I thought was interesting about the way the president-elect made this announcement is he tied it more towards the fentanyl crisis than the way he talked about it during the election, where he tied it to, he said, well, with tariffs, that's how we're going to bring jobs back and we're going to lower costs. And so he sort of shifted his message a little bit. And obviously, if you want to stem the flow of fentanyl, there's a lot of other things that would need to be done and a lot of cooperation that would need to be done with Mexico and other countries. And there's already an agreement against the precursor chemicals coming from China. So this feels like a setup. We've seen Trump do this before, where perhaps there'll be some small compromise that comes early next year and he'll just declare that's a win. It doesn't feel yet like this is the full-throated economic policy, but we'll see. And I'm going to hold him to his word that he wants to lower costs.
Catherine, when we look at the impact here, Vanessa laid out a little bit of what could happen. What's your take on the big picture? Which industries in the U.S. could be hit the hardest?
Basically, everything consumers buy is going to have some impact. So we import a
Fear
lot of
mongering.
produce, for example, from Mexico. Huge amount of produce. That's part of the reason why we're able to get year-round raspberries and so many of those delicious avocados that Americans love to eat. We get a lot of our food from Mexico.
Oh, I
In
do have
fact,
avocado.
for avocados specifically, 90% of them come from Mexico. Of the fresh tomatoes that Americans buy, 2/3 of them come from Mexico. So, yes, as it pertains to Donald Trump's promise that he would lower grocery prices, this is somewhat at odds with that. Not only grocery prices, gasoline. So, the entire petroleum industry is very integrated across North America. We both import and export crude and refined products to, particularly to Canada, also to Mexico. Remember, in fact, that Donald Trump often laments the end of the Keystone Pipeline, which would have imported more oil from Canada to the United States. If we raise tariffs on all Canadian goods, including crude oil, that's going to raise the price of gasoline, something like 25 to 75 cents per gallon across the Midwest, which relies heavily on gasoline, excuse me, on oil products coming from Canada. So those are just a couple of examples, but a lot of the housing industry relies on Canadian lumber, Canadian cement. Certainly U.S. jobs are at risk here too, even before we get into the possible retaliation from these other countries, because, for example, the U.S. auto industry, again, is integrated across these three countries that we're talking about. Lots of auto parts and cars themselves go back and forth across borders with Mexico and with Canada. So all of those U.S. jobs are going to be at risk, in addition to the higher prices for consumers. So yes, if he carries out this threat, it would be disastrous.
Well, if he wanted to get Trudeau's attention, he did. I mean, they had a long conversation, but it's going to be very difficult, as I read the Trump's tweet, for Trudeau or Mexico or China to convince the US president that they've done what he wants them to do.
Absolutely.
Isn't this the commander-in-chief that you voted for? A commander-in-chief that actually commands respect. Commander-in-chief that is not, a weakling that slips on the world stage, falls on the staircase to the stage or aeroplane. Like, isn't this what you want? You want someone who is strong. That's what you want. You want someone who can negotiate, someone who can put the fear of God in other leaders' heart. That's what you want. You don't want no weak leader leading the greatest country on earth. Hell no. You don't want that. And that's why you have Ukraine, Russia. That's why you have the Palestinian people and Israel and Iranian people. That's why you had all of that BS going on. Because there was no strong force. There was no strong diplomat who can actually converse with other world leaders and say, you know what? I'm going to talk to you guys. What do you guys need? What do you guys want? How can we avert? How can we stop? How can we eliminate anything that is going to cause destruction? How can we prevent war? Biden said he's not even going to talk. Like, he never spoke with Putin. He said, we're not going to talk to dictators. You are the leader of the free world. Why wouldn't you talk to Putin? What are you doing? Yeah, we're glad he's going. Yeah, we're glad. Because if you are the leader of the free world, you should talk to everybody. I don't care if they say this person eats alligators for breakfast. You talk to him, okay? You are the leader of the free world. You go down there and you talk to him, or you invite him over. Like Trump went to Kim Jong-un. People were like, hey, why is he talking to Kim? Because that's what a commander-in-chief of the United States is supposed to do. You're supposed to talk to the people that people think they're like the devil. You talk to them. You converse with them because you're a diplomat. You try to find a solution before there's a problem. This is what you do. But guess what? Biden, all he did was send billions of munitions. And they just approved another billions to Ukraine. I know you guys saw that, right? Crazy.
And I think everyone's trying to parse negotiating strategies at this point. I mean, the Trudeau government's posture so far is to take this very seriously, even though, as you just pointed out, Richard, it would be incredibly disruptive for all those economies, not just Canada and Mexico, but obviously the United States as well, if a 25% tariff were to be put on all imports into the United States. But that's not the point, right? The point is, what is the negotiating tactic here? And as I said, Canada taking a completely different approach. And one that may remain controversial is whether or not, despite the fact that there's a little bit, about 2 years left on this current trade deal between Mexico, Canada, and the United States, do you just say, bye-bye, Mexico, Canada, the U.S., we're negotiating our own deal, and we'll see what kind of terms we can come to, and Canada and Mexico can negotiate their own afterwards. The one change here, Richard, which I really want to make clear from speaking both to business leaders in Canada, people in the government of Mr. Trudeau, but also to Trump aides after he won, that this is different. This is not bluster. Perhaps the 25% figure is, but no, they want to negotiate, and they are very serious about negotiating. And that might mean that targeted tariffs will remain in place. And the Trump administration wants to go forward with those.
Okay, Anna, let's ponder the Chinese thing. If you look at the top imports from China and the range of things that we are talking about, there's quite considerable tariffs. You've got all sorts of manufactured goods that come across, huge. Same with Mexico, same with Canada. Clearly, nobody wants there to be massive disruption with problems to economies.
Yeah, so let's tackle China. What's interesting here is actually 10% additional tariffs isn't actually as bad as President-elect Trump had threatened during the campaign. It was at one stage up to 60%. You also have to remember that there are...
And you could tell, like, this guy is the 47th president-elect. Okay? The 47th president-elect already acting like the president. People are going to Mar-a-Lago. Leaders. The Prime Minister of Canada, Justin, went to Mar-a-Lago to do what? To kiss the goddamn ring. You're going to have to kiss the ring. He went to Mar-a-Lago, to his private residence. If he respected Biden, he wouldn't have gone to Mar-a-Lago. This is facts. He would not have gone to Mar-a-Lago. But he knows the fear of God is coming down real fast. Real fast. On January 20, every leader on earth will feel the fear of God. Because this is not a joke. Okay? This ain't a joke. It's real life. You cannot keep doing total BS and expect things to slide. Nothing is going to slide, okay? Putin and Ukraine, they want Trump, okay? Shout out to Mr. Busky. He just said it in the chat. Putin and Zelensky, they want Trump because you think Ukraine wants to keep the war going? You think Ukraine actually wants to keep getting money and keep sacrificing people? No. No, they don't. They don't. That's why Zelensky also met with Trump, because he wants to end the war. He doesn't want the war. This is just facts. You think he wants to? He doesn't want the war. He doesn't. It's just the facts. But by the time the Biden administration keeps on funding the BS, he has no choice than to keep going. But now he doesn't have to keep going anymore because a new commander, actually, the commander-in-chief is back. Okay? Adults are back. Because adults don't fight over nothing. Okay? Adults don't, no. Adults, only the strong, this is what I've learned in life. Only the strong advocate for peace. Okay, anybody that you see that is advocating for war or some sort of chaos, they're weak people. Strong folks always advocate for peace because they know if it's time to actually declare chaos, it's over for who the chaos is declared upon. It's just facts.
Already tariffs imposed on Chinese imports at the moment, actually dating back to the first administration. Some of them were even increased under President Biden. For instance, electric vehicles from China have a 100% tariff on them, so you can't really increase that. More interesting, Richard, of course, is Mexico, perhaps the biggest trading partner, the neighbor here. And of course, this will impact, as trade wars do, not just Mexico, but obviously the US consumer with cars and so on.
Paula, is anybody worried, or, I mean, constitutionally, essentially Donald Trump has already starting to run US foreign trade policy before he's taken office. In essence, that conversation he had with Trudeau last night was a negotiation when he's not even president.
Exactly.
And very openly here, Richard, there are ministers of the government here in Canada that in the last few hours have said, we've got 2 months to negotiate. It's been as if President-elect Trump is actually already president. It's
called taking responsibility, okay? It's called taking responsibility. None of these leaders respect Biden. I'm sorry to the Democrats who voted for Biden, or even the Republicans who voted for Biden, or independents. They don't respect Biden. And it's sad to see and to come to the realization that they don't respect this dog. Okay, they don't. Trump was shot at. He got up and yelled, "Fight, fight, fight." What? What? Of course. That's the man you want to talk to. That's the man you want to negotiate with. That's the man you want to go talk to. You don't want to talk to nobody falling upstairs. You want to talk to the one that had an attempt on his life and he got up, jumped up, and said, "Fight, fight, fight." That's who you want to talk to, okay? That's who Putin wants to negotiate with, because he don't want to negotiate with no person falling off bikes, looking for his way off stage. Yeah. They ain't negotiating with Biden for sure. There's no way.
Beginning to negotiate the terms right now, and this is the way they're going forward with this. Perhaps this is because they've seen a Trump administration before. They feel more comfortable with going forward, and I'm saying that in terms of the cabinet picks here. I don't know exactly how this is going to turn out, but I do know that the Canadian government is ready to negotiate today, this afternoon, this evening, anytime that the president-elect wants to. With the president-elect and anyone that will speak to them. You can start with the Canadian ambassador with the U.S. ambassador to Canada that's already been appointed, and you can go right to the next Treasury Secretary as well. They will take all comers in terms of conversations. I agree with you, Richard, completely unprecedented.
Go on. Anna?
Well, Mexico's president having a very different approach here, saying that, frankly, Mexico could retaliate. We could see tariffs from both sides. It will impact jobs. It will impact inflation for both countries. Not backing down, a very different, quite dangerous strategy, I would say. And what's so interesting, I think, about these tariffs particularly, being announced weeks before Trump becomes president, this is negotiations. Will these tariffs really be imposed in January?
Okay, no one wants to take the risk, but to both of you, start with you, Anna, then to you, Paula, pick up off the back. The reality is, how will we're talking between now and January. You're talking about migrants crossing the border and the flow of fentanyl and illegal substances across borders. How will you even know if it has been successful in such a short period of time, essentially 8 to 10 weeks from now? So, Anna, what is the barometer by which the achievement of success will be?
I think you'll have to ask the new administration that, Richard. I think what would be helpful, I think, for the negotiations would at least to have an appreciation from China and Mexico that they will work on this area. But in terms of real proof and statistics as to whether they will reduce trafficking of drugs and immigration, well, that's a bit different.
Paula?
Money, commitments, things in writing. Donald Trump talks about executive orders on day one. They will want to see agreements, at least in principle, put into place with both Canada and Mexico on day one. And that includes actually putting more resources perhaps on the border, talking about innovative ways. Although I will say that some leaders in Canada have said, look, putting us together with Mexico is not fair. We are infinitesimal in terms of the issues with either migrants or fentanyl compared to Mexico.
Oh, that's right. Nothing like getting you all at each other's throats. We've got 4 years of this.
Fears of a new Trump trade.
Of course, you got 4 years of greatness. Bow to greatness. Bow down to greatness, okay? Relax and enjoy the great economy that is coming. The affordable gas prices that is coming. Just enjoy it, okay? The peace, okay? That is coming. Enjoy it, okay? Enjoy the affordability that is coming. Enjoy the prosperity that you're going to see and experience. Just enjoy it, okay? I know you don't like Trump, but enjoy it.
War are being felt here in the United States and around the world. And it all stems from the president-elect's declaration that he will impose new tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China on day one of his administration. CNN's Tom Foreman has been taking a closer look. So, Tom, explain to our viewers what these tariffs are and why they would have such a significant impact.
Tariffs, in very simple terms, are taxes. That's what you have to know. These are fees attached to the value of imported goods. The United States is the largest importer in the world, taking in more than $3 trillion worth of imports each year. And these are the top suppliers out here. Trump wants to slap an immediate 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico, and he also wants to push the tariffs, the existing tariffs on China, up by 10%. But he's also talked about an across-the-board massive tariff hike on all countries. He's argued this could pressure foreign countries to lower their prices, protect American firms, and pay for some of his proposed tax cuts. Alex?
So, Tom, take us through what kind of goods are being imported into the United States.
I'll put it in scientific terms, a lot. Electronics, computers, tablets, phones, cars, trucks, motorcycles, boats, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, camping gear, clothes, toys, appliances, furniture. Let me put it this way, wherever you are in this country, you're probably either touching or within arm's length of something that is imported or partially imported. That's just scratching the surface. Many items made in the U.S. rely on imported chemicals, plastics, and other raw materials or components, all of which would almost certainly be subject to Trump's most wide-ranging vision for these new tariffs or taxes. Alex?
So, bottom line, how much are these tariffs expected to impact the average American's wallet?
You know, we have to see exactly how they really play out. We don't know, but let's look at one possibility here. Let's say you're thinking about a nice big $1,000 television for the holidays or something like that, but get past when this would be enacted after Trump's in office. If you added the 60% that Trump is talking about here, that he's touted as one of his potential targets for tariffs on China, that's what he would reach, that TV could then cost $1,600 if all of it went there. Trump says he will somehow make China eat that cost. Or maybe the American dealer you buy it from will swallow some of it. But experts say almost always consumers pay the price. And they estimate Trump's tariffs could cost, get ready for this, the typical American middle-class family an additional $2,600 per year if it plays out that way. Again, we have to find out the details, Alex, but this could be a whopper for people out there who are looking for prices to go down.
No small amount. Tom Foreman, thank you so much for breaking that all down.
Not backing.
Like they're always gonna talk about the bad news about Trump's tariff, but they're not gonna talk about the good news if the deals actually fall through. Okay, they're not gonna say, you know what? But if these deals fall through, y'all may be getting a secured border, a nice fair trade deal. Okay, that is going to bring back a lot of jobs, a lot of money to the United States, a lot of investment into the United States. Nobody's going to talk about that, okay? Just talk about the money and the loss. But now nobody's going to talk about Biden's disaster, basically. The economy, people say the economy is booming. Actually, he just started booming when the 47th was announced as the president-elect. And you can argue back and forth. Take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin surged to over $100,000 as soon as the 47th was announced. It wasn't up to like 4 or 5 days. It went up drastically. Okay. But why? Because Trump is known to be someone who can actually handle the economy. A lot of people don't even like when people think about Trump, they just think about great economy. Nobody even that's not even a conversation. It's like when you're hungry, you go to McDonald's, you go to Chick-fil-A, you want fast food, okay? You go to Wendy's or whatever. For Trump, if you're thinking about someone who can make the economy go round, spin round in like that, you want Trump. It's easy.
Down, Mexico and China warning Trump to think twice about his pledge on new tariffs. Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, vowing to respond with tariffs of her own. The Chinese embassy saying, quote, no one will win a trade war. And Harry Enten is out front. So, Harry, what's so fascinating on this issue, some on the economics, they'll say, oh, well, everybody knows that tariffs are bad. So why do they not go up in arms about them? But you have found some surprising views as to how Americans view tariffs, even though they do know that they will increase prices.
Yeah, what we see right now is that the majority of Americans, in fact, favor new tariffs, favor as opposed to opposed. And this is such a difference from where we were 6 years ago when Trump was trying to impose new tariffs back then. Favoring was underwater by 9 points. More Americans opposed than favored new tariffs. We've seen a switcheroo over the last 6 years at this point.
And that's a dramatic shift,
yes.
Right? I mean, you're talking about, close to 15-point swing. So, when you look specifically to the extent that you can among people who do know that, everyone is told that tariffs will result in higher prices.
Yeah.
How do those people see tariffs?
This is like the amazing thing, right? There's the whole argument, oh, well, if people only knew that tariffs rate prices, they would be against tariffs. In fact, the majority of the American public in that same poll that showed that folks favored new tariffs actually argue and believe that they will increase prices. They will not drop them. Only 18% believe that they would lower prices, 23% say no effect. So the bottom line is the folks are tuned into what tariffs will actually do to prices. Even so, they believe that new tariffs are a good idea.
All right, and that's important, right? You can't say that people don't know. They know and they support it, so informed. All right, before we go, Harry, tell me something I don't know.
How am I supposed to tell you something that you don't know about tariffs? You know far more about tariffs than I do. But I went to Google, and this is so interesting. So I looked at how many people were searching on Google for tariffs. We have reached a 20-year high in November of 2024 compared to the 20-year average. Look at that rise, up nearly 1,200%. So the bottom line is you may think that tariffs are a bore if you're out there, but the American people think that tariffs are quite hot at this point.
Wow. I mean, that's hot. That's a huge increase.
And
it's not just off a small base. It's a 20-year high.
Correct.
Wow. All right.
Portugal's central bank governor says the US tariffs against Europe would only backfire. I was talking to Governor Mario Centeno at the CNN Portugal International Summit on Monday. Now, we were speaking before Donald Trump's announcements. The governor says the US would be the first to feel any effects of tariffs.
Before impacting Europe, it will impact the US. And as an economist, I don't believe in the set of policies that have been put forward. So I think the US will suffer. Maybe not immediately, but at some point they will suffer because those policies are not coherent for economic growth. Immigration policy, tariffs, the issue on the tax cuts, more debt in the US, someone has to finance that. And I don't know how a more closed economy will be able to deliver. But now let me get to Europe. Europe must listen to that, and that must play out in Europe as a wake-up call. we are always very comfortable sitting in the passenger seat. That's why we are so worried about decoupling. But decoupling doesn't exist if we manage a different economy. If we steer monetary policy and fiscal policy in Europe with...
Of course, he's going to say US will suffer if it slaps tariffs on Europe. Of course, that's what he's supposed to say. Okay? These people are supposed to say what they're saying. Okay? They're supposed to say whatever they're saying. But let the OG do what he does. Okay? He's been doing this for years, for decades. He's been doing business with all of these leaders, all of these countries for years. He knows what works. Okay? These guys are not like soft ballers. They are hardcore guys, hardcore men. They don't play around, okay? If they see any form of weakness, they're going to take it. And Trump knows that, okay? It says here, CNN Portugal. Of course, it's going to say if you tariff Europe. Because Portugal is in Europe, isn't it?
The numbers for the European economy in mind, there will be no decoupling. So I'm going to quote Elvis Presley on that. I did it last week at London School of Economics. If the US follows those policies, we can't go on together.
We are at an extremely difficult position when it comes to monetary policy. Rates have been cut, and if the expectations are, as we believe, there are many more cuts to come. But the difference now is between the ECB Gov Council and the FOMC, where they're likely to be a lot slower. Do you see a divergence now on monetary policy?
Well, the divergence will only occur if we take the same reality and deliver different decisions. And the truth is that the euro area and the US have not been playing out economically and financially equally. I tend to say that the euro area has been the greatest provider of stability in the world in the last 5 years. We are not used to that. That's a novelty. The euro area used to be always in the downside of the risks that we saw during the financial crisis, during the sovereign debt crisis. It was always an issue.
Look at this guy. He says EU has been the world's greatest provider of stability. Okay. I see. Of course. You cannot make this up, guys. I see.
Around the Eurozone, not this time. And that allows us to play a little bit more freely on our policies as well.
Well, hang on a second.
I mean,
really all that's saying is that you haven't been more trouble, basically.
Someone in the chat says Europe and US are in decline. Fake news.
In the previous crises, the Eurozone has added fuel to the fire. What you're saying is, in this crisis, you haven't.
Exactly.
Well, that's hardly an achievement.
It is a very good achievement, an outstanding one
here we go.
Well. And we sometimes don't notice it. Did you hear anything about fragmentation in the Eurozone in the last couple of years? You don't.
Were you surprised that as rates went up as fast as they did, that there wasn't a greater downturn in the economy?
The economy is not playing as strong as it would be if we did not have to hike 450 basis points in interest rates. That's our sacrifice ratio. I'm not saying that we are not in the side of the economy is not showing the impact of the financial repression that we have in Portugal, in Europe these days. We are really paying that in terms of growth, in terms of investment. Investment is very, very low in the Eurozone, very low. That's where we must focus our attention.
How long have you been a central bank governor and also working within Europe?
Well, if I had all that, more than 10 years.
How many of those 10 years have you been talking about banking union, capital markets union, fiscal consolidation, fiscal center?
Out of the 10, 15.
Exactly. So the problem with the Draghi report is it's told everybody what they already know, but there's no sense of crisis. There's no sense of the house is on fire for anybody to do anything about it.
Well, you are absolutely right, because even if the European economy is not growing, its labor market is very strong. These 11 million jobs were created on the back of almost zero growth of GDP. So it's a very difficult context. So I don't know what exactly will be the wake-up call. Maybe US policies can act as a wake-up call for Europe. I hope we don't need really a crisis. It's not on the baseline, so we don't have a crisis in our baseline. The economy is supposed to recover slowly, but to recover. But that doesn't mean, and I totally agree with you, that Europe is much faster reacting when there is a crisis, when there is none. But
what is he even talking about? Europe respond to crisis, then when there is not, fix your economy.
We are back apparently to the era of federal policy announced via social media. The president-elect on Truth Social, of course, promising to penalize both neighbors.
Can you imagine this guy right here? Like, he was banned from Facebook, Meta, and Twitter back then, Jack Dorsey, and Instagram. He was banned. He had to start his own social media. You tell me this guy doesn't know anything about business? This man is a genius. He got banned from Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and guess what he did? He started his own social media called Truth Social. And now he writes, types, communicates anything he wants. And guess what? You can, as an individual, this is in like a investment advice. Okay, this is an investment advice. But you as an individual, you can invest in Trump's technology company. Isn't this crazy? That a man who was once the president of the United States, now the 47th president-elect, started his own social media because he was banned from social media and put that on the stock market for people to invest in. OG status, y'all.
To the north and to the south with a 25% tariff on all products entering the U.S. starting on day one of his second term. Trump also vowing financial vengeance on China with a 10% tariff on top of all the other tariffs already in place against Beijing. CNN economics commentator Catherine Rampell joins us in the fifth seat. And Catherine, I want to start with your initial reaction to this 25%, because it's not unexpected, right? We've been hearing that tariffs would be coming with the Trump administration.
I mean, it is not unexpected in a sense. It may be unexpected to Americans who thought Trump was going to lower their prices. Because if you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring grocery prices down, I have some very bad news for you. A lot of our produce comes from Mexico. 2/3 of the tomatoes that Americans purchase are from Mexico. 90% of the avocados that they purchase are from Mexico, just to mention 2 examples. So that guac is definitely going to cost extra. If you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring down the cost of housing, a lot of our lumber, cement, other materials comes from Canada, which means that construction costs are going to go up. Not to mention all of the ways he's going to roil the U.S. auto industry, because a lot of autos cross borders in North America multiple times before they're ultimately finished and sold to consumers. Not to mention the fact that a lot of U.S. manufacturers purchase inputs, intermediate goods like metals and cement and other things from Canada. from Mexico, and not to mention even the retaliation that we should expect. All of which is going to be very bad for consumers, not to mention, again, many of the U.S. workers that Trump allegedly wants to help.
What about tequila?
Tequila, I would bet that that's going to suffer
I'm out.
too.
I'm out. Count me out.
But can I ask our Republicans at the table? I know there's a love-hate relationship with tariffs, with some people sort of saying, like, yes, they can be a cudgel against other countries when you want to have influence over their policy. And we should say in these Truth Social tweets, he was talking about immigration and the border and fentanyl. But that's a long economic laundry list.
You know, the last time Catherine and I were on, you were saying that if Trump deports illegal immigrants, our groceries are going to go up because who will pick our crops? Now you're saying if he does tariffs, you're saying, well, the groceries come from Mexico and Canada.
Yeah,
so
we do produce quite a bit of
you have now officially
all
have it
of
both
the
ways.
groceries.
But
These things are not mutually exclusive. The groceries that
you just
we
said you
consume
just
here.
said you just said all the produce is coming from Mexico. But before we were all together, you were saying no, it's all picked by illegals here in the U.S.
I said nothing of the sort.
I
Do
think
not
we
accuse me of that.
do actually have a sense of what this could affect in terms of goods. For instance, from Canada, oil is one of the things. Also, when it comes to China, technology, machinery, you've got that from Canada here. Vehicles is another one.
Look,
you know, the reason why I wanted to start the show with this is because, like, it's shopping time. I mean, we are literally heading into the season, and
it's shopping time. It's
avocados
traveling
aside,
time.
there's a lot of stuff that's going to come up.
Gas
And
prices are going to go up
Jim,
too.
you've said in the past that you did not like across-the-board tariffs. So when someone gets on and says 25%, check everyone, you feel what?
I would point out that Mexico did violate the Mexico-Canada trade agreement earlier this year when they enacted AMLO's judicial reforms. So technically, Trump could say this is in retaliation for that. What he did say is every time Trump rattles the saber, and he's been calling for tariffs on just about everything since the 1980s, he always gives the other country an out. He always says, this is what I want to see. I want to see fentanyl response from China. I want to see closing the borders. I want to see immigration. And we went through a lot of this in the first term. And Trump would always say, we're going to have the biggest, the most terrible tariffs you've ever seen. We're going to tariff the hell out of you. And inevitably, there'd be some sort of, everyone would panic. And then there'd be some sort of sense of, okay, can we get a fig leaf? Can we get some sort of policy change that Trump can point to and say, this is a win? USMCA was not dramatically different from NAFTA. But Trump acted like he had completely reinvented it and finally gotten Americans this much better deal. I'd be surprised if we actually enact these tariffs and prices go up everywhere. Then everybody in the administration is going to see, okay, how can we get out of this while looking like we've got some sort of victory?
Yeah.
Any move by these foreign governments is going to be seen as, okay, that's our out.
Chuck, let me bring you into this because obviously there are a lot of concerns.
Someone in the chat, shout out to Essie Mac. Okay, God bless you. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. For everybody just tuning in, double tap your screen twice and subscribe to the channel. And if you're watching on Twitch, God bless you as well. Okay, so look. Someone said in the chat, these next 4 years are going to be rough. Newsflash. Have you been watching the last 4 years? Where have you been for the past 4 years? Okay. It's been rough. We have been going through life. Life has been hitting everybody hard during these 4 years of the Biden administration, in case you didn't know. Okay. We had the highest gas prices. We had to send billions of munitions to Ukraine that we didn't have during the Trump administration. Israel saw the worst time in a long time in their country, and they happen to be the United States ally. So it's like things has been going wrong. You see the immigration situation in the United States been going wrong. So you're saying things are going to be hard for the next 4 years. It's been hard for the past 4 years. So what else do you have to lose? Adults are back in the White House, okay? And you're seeing already that this next 4 years is going to be better because this man is already trying to secure the border. He's bringing in capable hands like Tom Homan. He's talking to world leaders that Biden wouldn't even talk to. So what do you mean this next 4 years is going to be hard? No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be better because he's willing to have a conversation and he's willing to stand on business. He's one of the only people that is actually willing to stand on business. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be hard. I think it's going to be better.
constituencies that were very interested in the Trump administration, Trump 47 being a sort of shift to the economy and something that would benefit them. Who benefits here?
Look, it all depends who you are. If you're in the Trump administration, you're going to say, I've been telling you this from day one. I think there's nobody here, even Democrats, even this Democrat, who would say that we don't want to secure the border. And to Scott's point, he's been talking about it for a long time. There's 476, if I did my Googling right, billion dollars that come in from Mexico. And if you start putting a tariff on that, it costs people more money and the prices go up, I think there will be a pushback from lots of people across the country because they voted for cheaper gas and groceries.
I'll tell you who benefits from this. It's anybody that Trump tipped off at Mar-a-Lago yesterday that he was going to do this because the exchange rate between the Mexican peso and the U.S. dollar just rapidly changed. So yeah, there are some people who are going to pocket some money from this.
I understand Trump's hatred or disdain for Mexico. I don't understand.
Let's not forget the Canadians.
Well,
All right,
that's
there we
what
go.
I was
What did I do?
Exactly. That's what I'm
No, the
saying.
question is, what did they not do?
It's like Trump. Everybody is Trump's enemy at some point, and so Canada. You know why is
And listen to this. Listen to this. She wanted to play the race card over here. That's the thing about, look, my sisters and brothers, we got to get smart, okay? She was about to play the race card over there and say, I don't know why. I mean, we understand why Trump doesn't like Mexicans because she was about to say because they're brown like me. But listen, then the Canadian around the table said, what about Canadians? And then she was like, oh yeah, at some point, Trump hates everybody. Of course, because if you do not want the best for Americans, of course he's not going to like you. He is for America. He's pro-American. What is bad in the commander-in-chief saying, my country first, America first? Is the commander-in-chief supposed to say them first before us? I mean, what are we doing?
I understand Trump's hatred or disdain for Mexico. I don't understand.
Let's not forget the Canadians.
Well, that's
I'm
what I
sure
was
they're
about
saying. What did I do?
Exactly. That's what I'm
No, the
saying.
question is, what did they not do?
It's like Trump. Everybody is Trump's enemy at some point, and so Canada. You know why are they out of China, Mexico, and Canada? Those are the three countries. But also,
You blame
I just
Canada
think
for fentanyl coming in.
But I think the thing that'll be interesting is, look, we had an election. I'm going to say it over and over. Elections have consequences. It is going to be shopping season, but Donald Trump won't be the president when this first holiday season comes. But if he enacts tariffs by the time the next holiday season comes, which will be 2025, going into a midterm year of 2026, that administration will have questions to answer to the American people that he sold a bill of goods and now the bills are a lot
And
higher.
just, I want to add one thing. You said it's not this season, but you already have many American companies speaking to the
that's
media, right, saying,
Going
you know, whether it be
overseas.
Walmart, whether it be whoever. I know in our podcast we're talking to people in the fashion industry
Yes.
about like the materials they're buying ahead of time. So it will make a big difference, even if it means people rushing in this moment. I want to move to this issue of immigration, since you guys kind of have all touched on it here, which is that you have the sort of potential incoming administration talking about how they will wield policy. And one of the ways to do that is to threaten federal funding to sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, et cetera. We've seen this before, but do we think that this is going to be the approach that works, so to speak, if you want to implement something as big as mass deportation?
Well, he needs to threaten these local officials who are currently threatening, you know,
Exactly.
what you might characterize as an insurrection when they're saying, hey, we're going to resist the federal government's attempt.
I mean, we'll save insurrection for insurrections.
Listen,
Yeah.
you've got elected officials.
Denver Mayor Mike Johnston said that he was going to deploy the Denver police to stop federal immigration
What do you
officials
call
from
it?
enforcing that. Now, he backtracked from that, unsurprisingly, because he had said, I'm willing to go to jail over this. And I believe it was the Trump's appointee for Homeland Security or for immigration was like, yes, fine, that's fine. We agreed to your terms. We will put you in jail over that. The Trump administration desperately wants some Democratic official to deploy cops who should be out trying to get criminals to stop illegal immigrants from being rounded up and sent over back for deportment. They
What are
want
you
this
saying?
fight. They'd love to have this fight.
Jeff?
I was fixing to ask you which one of the administrations in Trump was it, Hulk Hogan or Macho Man Randy Savage, but we'll stay on this immigration stuff.
That's a deep
and not
cut, yeah.
compete the two. Got me there. So look, me and Scott have had this debate, and Scott will tell me that we're just going to deport bad people or these people. I think he says it's 1 point. Check me, Scott. 1.2 people that's got records that need to be deported or some kind
Almost 1.6.
1.6. All right. So we talked last time I was here about my business partner who is from El Salvador, whose TPS expires in March. If she doesn't self-deport, she is one of these criminals at that point. And she's been here for 26 years or 22 years. She came.
And why are you? This is what I started with. He's been here for 25 years, for 26 years. Bro, she's been here for 26 years and she didn't figure out how to get citizenship or change of status. You can never make this up, guys. How can you be in the United States for 26 years and not change status? What are we doing? Yeah, you look, you can never make this up.
Here when she was 6, and she works for me. She will make more money than a U.S.
She's been here since she was 6 years old, and he's so proud. This man is so proud saying all of that BS he's talking about. You couldn't help her. You couldn't go through USCIS websites and figure out, get an immigration lawyer and say, you know what? She's been here since she was 6 years old. How can we do a change of status to make her a United States citizen? He comes on CNN to show what? Oh, she's been here since she was 6. Trump is the bad guy. No, you guys that are not taking the law seriously are the people that needs to be blamed. You hired her and she's told you that she's been here since she was 6 years old. And you didn't say, have you tried USCIS or did you get an immigration lawyer who can do a change of status for you? No. Trump is the bad guy. He wants to deport people. What about taking accountability? Can you try accountability for a change? Thank you.
March. If she doesn't self-deport, she is one of these criminals at that point. And she's been here for 26 years or 22 years. She came here when she was 6, and she works for me. She will make more money than a U.S. congressman and pay more taxes than him this year. This is the problem I have. This is the problem where real people with real lives are going to be affected by this, and I think there's kickback to that.
I think that the deportation and immigration conversation goes hand in hand with the tariff conversation, because the stated reason for the tariffs is not just because he's mad. He wants to use it as a tool, as a cudgel against these countries that he doesn't think are stopping the flow of people and drugs across our border. That's the point of it. But he ran on essentially a couple of issues here that are tied to the same thing, which is that he believes illegal immigration has led to all sorts of cultural and governance problems for this country.
I think we're also kind of asking everyone, and people talk about this with Democrats a lot, unintended consequences is a real thing, right? So what are you walking into?
Consequences, if you look at whom Trump prioritized for deportation in his first term, it was not the criminals. In fact, he released more convicted and charged criminals into the United States than Biden did, because he was filling up his jails with asylum seekers and TPS recipients whose TPS had expired, and refugees and visa overstays. They can say all they want that they're planning to prioritize criminals, which I think is great. In fact, Obama did that. Obama, remember, was the deporter in chief.
Yeah,
but
deported
that
for
is
sure.
not what Trump did. He literally rescinded a Trump-era order that prioritized detaining and deporting criminals in favor of having no priorities, which means everyone, which means your business partner, which means an asylum seeker.
Ashley,
The thing that will be
which means
is that you're
Okay, here we
right.
go.
We debated over and over. I don't agree with Donald Trump's immigration policies.
You don't like
He also
him.
has never really explained how he's going to execute the deportations, which gives a lot of people fear, alarm, and concern. But when the deportations start to happen and people see children going home from school and a parent not being there anymore, we're all human. There's an emotional toll that takes place on our society, and that is why governing is hard. I don't agree with it, but when he starts to implement his policies, it will have real implications on people's lives, American citizens and people who are living here that are not documented. And we'll see with the American public. I suspect that very soon in the Trump administration, people will remember what those 4 years used to be like under Donald Trump, and some will regret their choice.
You can never make this up, guys. Like, you can never make this up. Never, ever can you make this up. That Americans are in support of illegal immigration. It's incredible. I think we've seen this before.
I don't really understand why he keeps going back to this well of more and more and more tariffs.
Let me explain why. Let's take China. Let's take an example that every American understands, TikTok. Everybody knows TikTok. American people made a decision in Congress to ban it on midnight, Jan 19th. The supreme leader of China said, no, we're going to use your court systems to litigate the American people so that doesn't happen. I can't do that in China. The supreme leader would never let me do that. I can't protect my IP there. Chinese have been screwing my 45 businesses for 35 years. I like the idea of going to war with China with tariffs to change behavior.
But it didn't change behavior. All it did was hurt
Because we've
American
had
companies.
weak leadership that doesn't know how to implement.
This is the same leadership. It was Trump who
it
launched
started
the
with
trade
Biden,
war with.
then it was Clinton saying, let's democratize China, let's show them democracy, and they'll play fair in the
But to
WTO.
Catherine's point,
It's
she's
time
saying,
to raise tariffs to China to 400%.
Hang on a second.
Trump already raised tariffs on China.
Not enough. Not
there
enough.
have been many studies
The
showing that U.S. companies and consumers
I
are the ones who bore the cost.
academic study. I'm doing
Okay,
real
okay.
business in China. I'm actually
that's right.
doing business there.
Yeah.
I'm actually working
American
there.
companies.
There's no academics in my
Where
companies.
do you think they buy their inputs from?
Let me explain something to you.
From China.
The Chinese
It
steal
hurts
my
American
IP. They
Please
make
sit
the
down.
same product with the molds that
And
I
let
pay
the
for there.
experts
They
speak.
ship them into this country under a different brand. I don't like it anymore, and I've been trying to solve this for
If you
30
tariff
years.
everything from China at
There's no
60%,
academic in my world. I'm
you're going to be
doing business
paying
in
more
America.
for the stuff you buy. You're going to be paying more for the stuff you buy. They knew even in the 1600s
wrong.
that you should
I'm
not
not
tariff
buying it.
inputs.
Kevin,
Let's just take a
No,
yoga
don't let
mat.
him finish.
American.
Put a 400% tariff on a yoga mat. We'll make it in Vietnam or make it in India or make it in America. We won't buy anything from China. And the
It will
Supreme
still
Leader
be
will
more
come,
expensive.
He'll come
It
to New
will
York.
be more expensive.
No.
Absolutely, it
We
would
won't
be.
buy it from there.
Wait,
What do you mean we
but
won't buy
also,
it from there?
Hold on 1 second, because I get the
Why
back
are you
and
raising
forth,
the price?
But Kevin, you're having a different. This is always what happens when we talk about Trump and the economy. People come
Nothing
on
to do
here.
with Trump.
Hang on,
I'm
hang
talking
on.
about
No,
China.
just hang on. People come on the show. And then they defend a different economic policy than the one that Trump is advocating. He says in the clip, what am I going to do, negotiate with China or Mexico? He doesn't want to negotiate. He says, you're not going to get anything from them. Okay, that's what he says. He does not want to negotiate. Also, the question I asked you is, where is the rest of the plan? Where is the rest of the economic plan?
Well, why don't you just look at his track record for the last...
I mean, when inexperienced people like this talk about where's the rest of the economic plan, just sit back and relax and watch the legends work. Okay, people who actually have done business for decades. This man has done business for decades, and he's been talking about China for decades. He's been talking about China for decades, y'all. This isn't new. This isn't like something that he just started talking about. He's been talking about China for decades. So it's like, this isn't new. That's why he has buildings with his name plastered on it. Trump. You think that's by mistake? No, it's not.
You know, the term that he had, no inflation, fantastic wage growth. I mean, look, he actually sat in the seat at the
You
White
forget
House.
2020.
You may not like what he did, or you may
President
not like
Trump
him,
was president in 2020.
but I don't remember 9% inflation when he was...
I remember 18% unemployment. I mean, I remember...
What happened when that was going on? Just
Oh,
out
a
of curiosity.
pandemic that he bungled.
Are you saying he created the virus?
No, but he absolutely made it worse.
How?
By lying
you're-
about the risk, by telling people not to get tested. Don't get tested.
You're saying he should have personally cured the virus as the
No,
president.
I'm saying he should have given his tests to Americans rather than to
She did not say that. I mean, but Scott, okay.
I'm sorry. This idea that somehow because Trump was the president, that the virus has political proclivities and decided to prolong itself has been crazy to me since it's been floated.
You don't think leadership mattered at
Due
all
to the
during
virus?
that?
No, I don't actually.
You don't?
I don't believe the virus
You don't think
listens
it
to
matters?
politicians.
You
No,
don't think
I
it
never have.
matters that Trump withheld various kinds of testing kits and PPE from states that were asking for it, and then he told them to go buy it themselves, and then
You think that was the masks? Is that what you're
Fake
saying?
news.
and then he outbid them for it, so they couldn't buy it. And then he sent it to Putin.
No, I was talking about
He
virus.
sent it to Putin. Who says who?
I mean, you
You?
are implicitly by pretending
But
it's
you're
your
fake
strategy.
news.
Republicans keep saying that this election is about the economy. Now, I guess it's maybe also about immigration, but it is about the economy when you ask voters. And again, like, I'm wondering, what else is Trump planning on doing, and can he articulate
Well,
it?
to me, I think it's a great question, and it needs to be fleshed out. I think we should probably play the clip, though, of Harris from the Chicago Economic Club or the.
No,
or do
she
we
wasn't
not
there.
have it because she didn't show up to talk. So here's what I think: he's going to extend the tax cuts. He's
Exactly.
going to rein in the federal government and the overburdensome regulatory state, which he can now do because of the Supreme Court. And he's going to take on these countries that screw American workers. That's the plan. And oh, by the
it
way,
is
he's
not the
going to
plan.
he's going to
It
he's
is
going to
not the
crack down
plan.
he's going to crack down on
It is the
immigration
plan.
to the benefit of American
He's
workers.
going to
That's what
deport. He's going to deport 20 million people. The people who pick your crops, the people who process your meat, the people who care for your grandmother, the people who serve all sorts of critical functions in
Okay.
this country. Yeah, he's going to deport a lot
here
of
we go.
people, and
Bunch
that's
of
going to
caps.
worsen the economy. In fact, there have been, I don't know, like a dozen different independent economic analyses from, again, independent economic analyses from Goldman Sachs, AEI, Brookings, Nomura, Peterson Institute, like all of them
I know your
find
argument. If you want to run on more illegal immigration as a Democrat, go ahead. I just don't think it's
He
going
want-
to work in the election.
He wants to deport 20 million. I'm not done with his. I know what his economic policy is because he has talked about it. He doesn't understand how any of it would work, but he has talked about it. He wants 10% global tariffs, which would worsen inflation. He wants to deport 20 million people, which would worsen inflation and reduce growth. He wants to politicize the Federal Reserve, which would worsen inflation. He wants to devalue the dollar, which would worsen inflation.
After all that,
all of these
half
things.
the American population wants.
Everything she just said is cap. Who wants to devalue the dollar? Someone who is talking to the BRICS nation and telling them they have to make dollar their trading currency, like the main currency they use for trading. Like, what are you talking about? They just lie.
That economy back. What do you say to that?
I say that we should be talking about
I say to them,
They're just too
he's
dumb to
very good. It's
understand.
all about messaging.
No, it's because we don't talk
Because a
about
lot of
it.
people don't understand, Kevin, what tariffs are. They see it as this great punishment to China that we're going to do. He says he's going to raise it up. He said today 2,000% tariffs on China. But here's the thing: it punishes the American importer. The Chinese are paid. Once you pay for those molds, the Chinese have put that money in their pocket, and then you are charged for the tariffs when you're
not
bringing
the
your
changes
molds
behavior.
in.
Let's
So,
talk about
and
great
then
American
hold on,
company.
and just one
John
other point
Deere
that he said.
Moving back to
They did.
America.
But one other
They
point,
did
one
not.
other point,
They did not
one
do
other
that.
point is he says that that's going to incentivize people to come back. That's pie in the sky. If I give 2,000% tariffs on China, it's going to force all these people to come back. No, I'm for American jobs.
Do you know what?
And
Do you know what?
that's,
Do you
and
know
that's
what
why I
jobs
support.
Americans
That's
work
why
in?
I support Kamala Harris, and I supported President.
know what jobs
Biden
Americans
because
work
they brought manufacturing back when President Trump didn't. The tariffs that he's talking about is not going to incentivize anybody else to go, oh my goodness, I'm not.
You guys don't forget, this guy talking right here is an actor, okay? He is an actor. He's not a factory worker. He's not a plumber. He's not an HVAC technician. He's not a truck driver. He's not a construction worker. He's not a welder. He's not none of that. He's not a steel worker, okay? He is an actor. He acts for a living. So maybe we shouldn't listen.
Not going to want to pay those tariffs, so I'm going to build this plant here in America.
I actually agree with
it's
you
not
on tariffs
because
with our European allies, but not with China, because unfortunately I live in the real world and not all of you are doing business. China,
Exactly.
They cheat, they steal, they don't play by the level
I don't
playing
think
field.
that
Right, but yet you're
Are
doing
you going
business
to
there.
invest in a
But
business
yet you're
that
doing
makes
business there.
nails? Are you going to invest in a business that makes all of the low value inputs that we buy
I'm a
from
lowly
China?
businessman
No, because
investing.
they don't have any value add.
Do you agree with the Biden tariffs on China?
No.
So
I've been very, very
so
critical.
since
And someone says, you are a YouTuber, okay? So you're the same. No, we're not the same. These guys are, most of them are paid, okay? Just like Oprah interviewing Kamala. She was paid to do that, okay? Even like the leaders in the brown skin community, They actually pay these people, the people that are supposed to be leading the brown skin community to greatness, like them MLK, them Malcolm X. The leaders that we have now in the brown community are already paid and bought. Okay? She paid Beyonce. She paid Megan Thee Stallion to go twerk in Atlanta. She paid Usher. She paid everybody. Everybody. Samuel L. Jackson was there. Like, anybody you can think of was there. They campaigned for Kamala. Even the Swifties, okay? The Swifties, okay? They campaigned for Kamala. What does Taylor Swift know about mortgage rates, interest rates, prices of groceries? What does Beyonce knows about what a gallon of milk costs? You think she knows? I don't think so.
Harris is running on that. How do you view the difference between their postures?
I think her tariffs, which are in fact a continuation of Biden tariffs, are dumb ideas. I think that we have lots of evidence showing that Americans pay those.
Oh, that's what I thought. Oh, I see. These are like old ones. Let's go to what's going on today. Okay.
I think it is revealed that there is some elasticity in the party on its ability to debate the immigration issue. Certainly, there are hardliners on immigration who have supported Donald Trump. He himself has been a hardliner, but he has also said repeatedly, publicly, that he wants immigration reform, that he wants to do something for the Dreamers. He has also talked about the need for people to come in to the country to do certain kinds of things. And then you have these other new supporters of Donald Trump who understand that if you're just recruiting like the top 0.1% of the best and most talented, say engineers from around the world, that's probably a good thing. I think where there's great alignment is on the need to eliminate the fraud in the program. And I think some of these visa programs are being used to bring people in for no other reason than to displace American workers and to do things more cheaply. So I think the common ground and the way forward is bring in the people who are the goats, of engineering from around the world. Bring those people here and then focus on American workers, American students for everything else. And that would be a good blend of how I think this is going to move forward.
That might be the case, but Laura Loomer is saying don't bring Indians into America. I mean, she's pretty clear about what she's doing.
I don't know if she's watched many Bollywood movies, but not only are they very good, but they're actually a lot more modest than Hollywood films. So that comment was a little bit off base, but I think
Bollywood.
What we're calling the tech right versus the MAGA right is really a long-standing split in the Republican Party between libertarians and conservatives. The Republican Party has been holding together those two groups for a long time, and they agree on about 70-80% of stuff. This is a thing they've always disagreed on. Libertarians value economic growth and efficiency and free markets above all else. Conservatives go halfway there, but at the end of the day, will side with protecting American workers from foreign competition. So, you have to give credit to Donald Trump for holding those two coalitions together throughout the entire campaign so that this fissure didn't actually come to light until after they won. And now you're seeing it come to light.
So where did the significant contingent of ethno-nationalists fall within the conservatism and libertarianism frame? I mean, to me, that doesn't necessarily fit within either of those two. And I think it is a significant thing within the MAGA coalition. But it also, this debate reveals something broader. You've got, I think, a very incoherent MAGA coalition for years now, where you've got business elites driving the policy discussion, setting the policy agenda, as working class people are oftentimes getting screwed. I mean, the top priority for this incoming administration is going to be tax cuts for the wealthy. And we now see this conversation about immigration not even taking shape the way that white working class people thought it would.
So if I may ask a question, Madison, so you think working class people have been screwed by the immigration policy of the last 4 years where people are coming into the country and displacing American workers?
No, so I don't agree with the framing of that, actually.
Well, I'm just asking because you said it. And I just wonder how they're being screwed.
No, I didn't. I said white working class people are being screwed by the Republican Party, whose top priority is tax cuts for billionaires and for billion-dollar
But
corporations.
you would agree that the flood of immigration has also
Opposing-
screwed working class people.
Opposing minimum wage increases, opposing universal child care, and efforts to expand health care.
But we're talking about immigration.
But
We're
hang
talking about
on,
immigration.
if I may, but Scott and Mondare, I mean, I actually think we're veering way off course here because the thing that Donald Trump apparently ran on predominantly is stopping the flow of illegal immigration into the country. When we talk about H-1B visas, we're talking about 85,000 a year of legal immigrants. Okay, legal immigrants. So there are plenty of Republicans right now who are waging an internal war within their party, not about illegal immigration, not about millions of illegal immigrants, but about fewer than 100,000 legal immigrants a year. I mean, I think that is what is catching people off guard who have, I guess, more recently joined the MAGA coalition.
Right, and I think President Trump has been very supportive of legal immigrants. I mean, his wife's a legal immigrant.
Exactly.
He's expressed this sentiment many, many times. You look at Elon Musk being a great example of someone who came here on an H-1B visa himself. And so I think this is very important that we continue to have the H-1B visas. We want to be competitive in the global economy. But the reality is, and President Trump has also talked about this on many occasions, we don't want to see people coming here being educated in our institutions, being that top 0.01% that Elon Musk or that Scott mentions earlier in engineering or in other fields, and being sent to work for Chinese companies or being sent to work for these other companies. And so we want to make sure that we can continue to have those people coming here, working here, and helping us grow, which helps American workers. But at the same time, we've seen a lot of issues with the H-1B visas. We've seen these workers exploited and American workers hurt in this process. And so I think there's a lot of things and a lot of questions that are coming up in this debate that are legitimate questions. And so I think on both sides, there is a lot of positive coming out of this. And I think it's something that needs to be hashed out, not just by Republicans, but by people across the country.
I think it's obviously, it's a good debate, but I do question this idea that when we're talking about the scale of this particular immigrant visa program, whether you're actually really talking about something that, you were talking about harm to American workers, that is happening on a scale that is far greater than the H-1B program. I think you have to acknowledge that.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, we like the percentage of people in the country right now that are foreign born is the highest it's been in over a century. That's not an H-1B visa problem. That's a southern border problem. So that's if not 99%, at least 90% of the immigration problem we're talking about. Trump, if you recall, actually, when Trump went on the All In podcast, which is the most popular podcast on the tech right.
By a lot of immigrants on that podcast.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, mostly immigrants on that podcast. Yeah. Successful tech entrepreneur immigrants. They asked him, right at the beginning of the podcast, this H-1B thing, are you for that? And Trump said, you know what, I think that is a good idea. I think we need to bring those people. But after that podcast, he had to walk those comments back. But he was able to manage that during the campaign. But now that they've won, this is a deep fissure within the party.
But Richie Torres wrote this. The far-right backlash against Indian immigrants confirms what we in the Democratic Party have long known, that the far-right is implacably hostile.
This is the deal. I just told you guys that I have a family member who was diagnosed with lupus last year. And every time she saw a specialist, the specialist was from Ghana, Nigeria, China, India. All the specialists are from all of these countries. It's like the H-1B visa is key and is paramount to the progress of the United States. And it's just facts. You may not like it because you're American born. However, it's like these people are not illegal immigrants. They actually came into the country legally. They came here to add substance. They came here to be an asset to the United States, okay? They're not here to cause problem like the illegal immigrants in New York setting people ablaze on the subway, or the illegal immigrants in Chicago doing all sort of BS, okay? These guys are here to work, to serve, to help, to propel the economy of the United States. I support H-1B visa. The legendary Elon Musk was born in Pretoria, South Africa. He's here. He's the wealthiest man on earth financially. He's saving the universe. he's making sure that the climate change isn't taking over by creating cars that's now using gas. He's saving the astronauts from space. NASA needs Elon Musk. Matter of fact, the United States needs Elon Musk. Yet, this is a man that wasn't born in the United States. Okay? So relax. H-1B visa is definitely needed because you're bringing the best of the best into the country. How do you think the United States has the greatest companies on earth? 60 to 65% of the greatest companies on earth were made and founded in the United States. Amazon, McDonald's, Walmart, SpaceX, Tesla, Microsoft. Every one of them, Facebook, Meta, every one of them are American companies. Okay, there are other companies that are made in other countries, but the greatest the greatest companies are American founded companies. America has the largest number of billionaires, largest numbers of millionaires. This is the greatest country in the world. So you need great minds. And I'm not going to cap immigrants who are actually specialists at their field or in their field. They need to be given the opportunity to come in here and showcase their talent and prove themselves and use their skills to become useful in the United States. It's just what it is.
To all forms of non-European immigrants, regardless of legal status. It's not about status, it's about race. The far right prefers purity over prosperity.
That's totally false. And I think on any of these visa programs, what any Republican ought to be looking for here is, are they being abused? You mentioned the number of people coming in on H-1Bs. I'm pretty sure not all of them were coming here under the auspices of the program as we would want it, meaning are we using it in other visa programs to get the absolute best and brightest engineers? That's the occupation that keeps being thrown out. So to me, the way forward for Trump is very simple. I want to eliminate the fraud in any of our visa programming. I want to absolutely control the southern border because I think Coleman is right. That's where the major problem is. We can walk and chew gum at the same time here. If we're recruiting top talent from around the world and eliminating all of the illegal immigration at the southern border, my suspicion is everybody would be quite happy with this after the next couple of years.
Not everybody. I think that's the point, Scott. I think you're continuing to ignore that there are plenty of people who are saying pretty clearly they don't want immigrants to come to this country, whether they are legal or not. They're just, I'm not making that up.
Well, we're going to have, look, I hate to disappoint you. We're going to have some legal immigration. Trump has said we're going to have some legal immigration, and he's the commander-in-chief, and that's what we're going to do.
That's what I'm saying. Like, legal immigration must happen. Like, you cannot just not do legal immigration. I mean, what do you... Come on, man. Come on, y'all. All right, let's talk about money. Let's talk about money, everybody, because everybody needs money, okay? Because you got to pay the bills. Let's talk about money a little bit. And we go to Putin. Check this out.
And with only a few days remaining in 2024, you might want to think about getting your financial house in order before the new year. From reviewing your monthly bank and credit card statements.
I'll be the first person to throw myself out there. I have credit card debt, okay? I got credit card debt. I know it's not good to have credit card debt, especially when you didn't use the credit card debt to buy asset that can bring back some income for you to pay off the credit card. If you use your credit card to pay off bills and stuff, it's just total BS. Except you have some way to pay off that credit card before the end of the month. I don't think you should be using your credit card anyway. But if you use your credit card for business, okay, great. But I got credit card debt, and this guy, Trump, says he's gonna cap credit card debt, credit card interest rate at 10%. I think it's smart. I think that's something I support. But if you got credit card debt, if you have credit card debt, put it in the chat. And what are your plans to pay off your credit card debt so you can take advantage of the economy that is coming? Because the economy coming right here for the next 2 years. The next 2 years is gonna be the bomb. Okay, if you don't have your credit, if your credit is in shambles, if your credit is in shambles, y'all, you cannot take advantage of this next 2 years. I'm not even talking about the 4 years now, because the next 2 years is gonna be booming. But if you cannot clean your credit and then take advantage of the opportunities around you, because if you have good credit, you could do business with the bank, with whatever. Okay, good credit is key. But this is not financial advice. This is just me telling y'all what time it is.
Figuring out the biggest tax return, we've got you covered on the financial tips to help you thrive in 25. Joining us now is nationally syndicated personal finance columnist at the Washington Post, Michelle Singletary. Michelle, it's great to have you here. Perfect time to do this.
Someone just said they took a loan out for a car. Look, anybody who still takes out loan for a car in 2024, 2025, that is a bad financial deal. Okay, I'm not even gonna cap. It's a bad financial deal. I used to take out loans for a car in 2021, 2022, and then I paid off the car loan, sold the car, and then I bought a very affordable Toyota. Okay, this is in like an endorsement deal or whatever. I bought a very affordable Toyota car that is gonna last me for as long as I drive. And if I decide to buy another car, I'm gonna buy a very affordable car, cash. Okay, cash. Don't be buying cars with credit, and then you are stuck. You got to pay monthly bills, and you have to pay high premium insurance because it's not your car. The bank is essentially the owner until you pay it off, or car dealership. Like, nobody should be buying a car with credit. Okay, you can buy a house with credit. You can buy a property with credit. You can start a business with credit, but don't be goddamn buying a car with credit. I mean, if you use your car for business, okay, great. But I wouldn't buy a car with credit in 2024, 2025. Hell no.
What is the first thing people should review when they're thinking about their finances headed into 2025?
Yeah, well, happy holidays to everyone. Listen, you need to go back and review your bank and credit card statements. And I know people are, especially now that the Christmas is over, people are like,
they're maybe afraid to do that. Yes, exactly.
You can't be afraid to do it. I look at it as when you're driving, there's a rear view mirror and you're going to look back, but you also need to look forward. But you still need to keep an eye on what happened or what's happening behind you.
That's why I said I am not a financial advisor. This isn't financial advice. Okay, I already said that. Somebody said if you have good credit, you would have good rates. Why do you want to subject yourself, your income, your life to paying monthly bills on something that you could just pay cash for? It's not going to bring you money. Like, that's why I said this is not a financial advice, okay? You should only take out loans for anything that is going to bring back money to your pocket and pay itself off. If you have to go to work and pay off that car loan, it is just, come on. That's why I say if you want to take advantage of, in the next 2 years, if you want to take advantage of the economy coming forward, you better make sure you don't have any type of crazy loans, okay? And some people have good jobs, some people, whatever. But I wouldn't take a loan to buy a car, except you have a business and you have business credit, because there's business credit and there's personal credit. But that, like I said, I'm not a financial advisor, but it is what it is. And somebody said in the chat, say, well, I can't wait for this to age. Just like y'all were watching the stream before the election, and you were like, when I said Trump was going to win the election, people were here, Kamala supporters, Democrats, they were in the chat, they were saying, well, I can't wait for this to age. I told y'all Trump was going to win. They said they were going to come back here. If I'm still streaming, they were going to come here and they were going to tell me, I told you so, that Kamala was going to win the election. No. That's the same way you're going to come back here in the next 2 years and I'll tell you, I told you the economy was going to be booming, just like I told you Trump was going to win the election. So sit back and relax and enjoy the great economy that you're going to experience very soon.
And lots of people don't want to face their financial truth. Like you'll say, oh, I don't really spend that much, and you actually do. So spend this next couple days before the new year just looking back to see how you spent and where you want to make some changes.
Yeah, it's a good time to maybe be a little honest with yourself there. I also learned that according to the Federal Trade Commission, identity theft numbers, they received over 141,000 reports of identity theft in 2024. And the most common type is credit card theft. And that does require you, to your point, really looking at your statement and knowing if you spent this or were at this place or not. They're counting on people probably not really checking.
That's exactly true. I get emails all the time from someone that says, you know what, I hadn't looked, and then all of a sudden I had all these charges. I put alerts on all of my cards. So the moment something hits my card, it dings me. Drives my husband crazy, actually, because he'll spend like $10. And I'm like, honey, did you spend $10? He's like, how did you know that? I just went
right
to the
store.
phone.
Uh-huh.
Right. So you want to put those alerts. And the other thing you want to do is really look and see if you've got strong passwords, if you have set up, a system so that if something happens, they'll either text you or email you so you know what's going on. A lot of you watching are reusing your passwords especially for your financial accounts. You want to be careful about that. Data breaches are so big now. And, a lot of our information is out there already, but let's try to do what you can to prevent your information from getting into the wrong hands by making sure that your accounts have strong passwords and that you have set up a system where they can contact you if something happens. And all of your financial accounts, they'll ding you, set this up, and you've not done that this year. So do this for the last couple of days of the year.
Yeah, really protect yourself and at least make it harder for these people to steal your information. I also want to ask you about retirement accounts. According to Fidelity, hardship withdrawals on these retirement accounts have been on the rise for the past 5 years. In 2023, 6.9% of people with a retirement plan withdrew money for a financial hardship. So how do you recommend people maybe proactively maintain that account and help themselves avoid dipping into it? Obviously, there are emergencies that happen in life.
Yeah, we've had a tough time these last couple years with inflation, and people feel they have no other choice, and I get that. But some people, you may not need to do that if you have a handle on the rest of your money. Setting up an emergency fund, setting up what I call a life happens fund, which is separate from the emergency fund. That's when life happens. Your dishwasher breaks, your dog does something it shouldn't do, chews up a cord that you need to replace.
We've all been there,
Those kinds of things. I know, and if you got kids, they're gonna break something. So you want to have a different account so that you don't.
I'm not even gonna cap, y'all. I'm not even gonna cap. Like, one of the number one thing that you need to do is, this isn't financial advice, okay? This is just something that I've done and worked for me. People talk about get your emergency fund up, get to-do list, whatever. But what you need to focus on is increasing your income. That is like the number one thing that you need to focus on. You could save, you could put money to the side, you could do an emergency fund or whatever. But if you do not increase your income, find a way to make more money. You can never beat this. Because if you make more money, you would pay off your debt, have enough in your savings, have more peace of mind. Because when you have more money coming in, you know for a fact that you don't have to worry about any sort of emergency. Okay, so try as much as you can to increase your income. Like, that's like the major thing that I'm gonna tell anybody for 2025. Figure out a way to make more money. If you have to start a side hustle, side business. Now, side hustles are not even side hustles. They're like side business, because side businesses make more money than the actual 9 to 5. So try to start a business. Try to start something on the side that is going to bring extra income. You need more income. This isn't financial advice. This is just something that I've implemented in my life. And I've seen that it changed a lot. Just figure out a way to make more money. Making more money is like 9 times out of 10 the solution.
don't touch. I think of emergency fund is that dire fund, like you lose your job or say you get sick and you've got to pull from that. And so one of the ways to do that is that look at how you're saving for your retirement and think of that as no touch protected money, because we know that you're going to need that money in retirement. So, I really try to encourage people not to touch that money when you change jobs. Don't cash out that money. And the other thing is take this year to look back to see how your retirement accounts have done. We always tell people don't look at it.
Yeah. This is the thing. Like a lot of people say, you know what? Forget about making more money. Look at what you spend. Look at what you're spending. Look how many times do you eat out? How many times do you go to Starbucks to buy coffee? How many times do you go to the movies? How many times do you drink out? Bro, just make more money, yo. Just make more money. I'm sorry. Okay. $6 coffee is not going to stop you from paying off your credit card. It's not going to stop you from having some money in the savings account. Okay. Even if you drink a $6 coffee for what? Say you drink $6 coffee. Let's say you drink $6 coffee 3 times a day, 3 times a week. So 6 times 3, 18 times 4, that's $72 a month. So you're telling me $72 a month on coffee is going to stop you from saving, from having some money in your account and paying off your debt? Nope. But if you're making more, if your attitude is I have to make more, I have to increase my income, I have to make sure I figure out a way 2x, 3x, 4x my income currently, you're gonna be Gucci. Stop spending too much attention on, oh, I gotta make sure I don't eat out, I don't drink coffee, oh, I don't trip myself. Spend more energy on how can I make more money? And your problem is like going to be solved. Spend more energy on making more money. This isn't financial advice, okay? This is just something that I've seen that worked for me. Spend more energy on making more money.
Every month or every day because it'll freak you out. And lots of people think, oh, I've lost money because they're looking at the most recent time that the stock market went down. But look at it over the year. I looked at the numbers. The S&P is up almost like 27%. The Dow Jones is up 14%. So don't just sort of react to the last market numbers that you saw. Look at how it's been for the last year. And if you're not happy with that contribution level, spend the next couple of days looking at that and take it up a little bit, even if it's just 1%, so that you can make sure that you're saving enough for the time when you don't want to work full time.
Yeah, and listen, that 1% over a period of time can really add up. That's the beauty of saving over time. Michelle Singletary, great.
And this is what they always tell you: save over time. Okay, 1%. You save it for 20 years. You're gonna have something in your savings account, bro. That works for people, okay? But you don't even know when you're gonna go to the other side, which means when God is gonna say, my son, my daughter, it is your time to come over here. You don't know, okay? So for me, this is what I've always done. I always think that there's no time, okay? Save. I'm not saying don't save your money. But I heard Elon Musk say, instead of saying, what can I achieve in 10 years, in 7 years, say to yourself, what can I achieve in 7 months, in 10 months? Stop thinking about the next 10 years, the next 20 years. I'm not saying don't think about it, but are you even going to be here in the next 10, 20 years? We don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be in the next 10, 20 years. I mean, nobody knows. We just hope to be here. But even next 7, 10 months, we don't know. But it's almost like, sure, you're going to be here. Okay. So think about the next 7 to 10 months. What can I do today to make sure that the next 6 months from now, I will be in a better financial condition than what I am now? And it's like people keep talking about 10 years from now. What about 6 months from now, 10 months from now? Work like that, walk like that. This is why I respect people like Elon Musk, because They tell you the facts. They tell you save your money 1% for 20 years. I'm not saying it's not fair. You could do that, but these people are making money in bundles, like in bulk, and you want to be man, you gotta figure out a way. You got to figure out a way. There's so many ways now with the internet. There's so many ways you can start a business. You can start e-commerce business and make like you could like if you grind, if you put your head down and focus, you could do a lot.
You on your taxes, right? You know, like
Totally,
if you're
yes.
saving in a tax preferred account, you can actually pay less taxes, so you don't have to give the government so much of your money. And just listen, I know the end of the year you don't want to do this, and you're looking forward to the New Year's Eve party, but I want you to spend the next couple of days looking at your finances, and particularly as it relates to protecting your accounts. Like I just did a huge series for the Post called "Scammed" about this Maryland woman who lost all of her retirement money, almost $600,000.
Oh my gosh.
And I don't want that to happen to you.
No, we do not need that happening. Great advice. Michelle Singletary, happy holidays to you.
You
are and have been.
There you have it. I was just talking about leasing a car, financing a car. This is just, I mean, this you can never make this up. I'm not some sort of financial advisor or guru or whatever, but you can read right here. It says, finance expert, leasing a car is a waste of money. Let's listen.
Been for decades a big deal in the world of personal financial advice. You've written 10 New York Times bestsellers. You've had a series of TV shows and specials for more than 20 years. Am I right that it's not so much that you have had some revolutionary idea, but it's rather the fervor of your message about personal financial responsibility and the practicality of your ideas about how to achieve it?
It's actually more than that, in my opinion. I don't look like your typical financial advisor. Never wore pinstripe suits, never wore a suit. Like my outfits have always been leather and cowboy boots and all of these things.
I'm not going to a financial advisor for their wardrobe.
No, but you're going to a financial advisor, especially if you're a woman that you can relate to. So they can relate to me because I speak, Susie speak, a language that they can relate to. I never make them feel bad if they don't understand something. And when they see me, they see hope. If Susie can do it starting at the age of 30, I can do it. Look at her, look at me. She didn't grow up with money. All the excuses that people give themselves, I take away by who I am.
Let's take a look at some of your greatest hits over the years. Anybody who's ever watched a PBS Pledge Week has seen your ultimate retirement guide. Here's a clip.
It should be mandatory that if you own a home, that you own it outright by the time you retire. If you do not, and you plan especially to stay there, you are making one of the biggest mistakes in my ultimate retirement playbook.
All right, let me ask a question, and don't make me feel stupid. You said you won't. Why, even if you're retired, wouldn't you want to keep some mortgage so you can get the, well, let me get it out, so you can get the tax deduction?
Here's what most people don't understand. The bank knows, the mortgage companies know that maybe you'll keep your house 7 years. So the greatest tax write-offs for that home mortgage is within the first 7 or 10 years. Do you know that if you have a 30-year mortgage, let's just say it was for $200,000, that in the first 20 years, you've only paid down $100,000 of principal? Why? Because all of that money went for interest. Because if you then sell the home, the mortgage company has gotten their interest up front as if you kept it for the entire 30 years. So in the last years of a mortgage, there is hardly any tax write-off at all. So wouldn't you rather, and the mortgage payment's the same. So wouldn't you rather pay off a mortgage where it's not giving you a tax write-off anymore and not have the mortgage payment?
I didn't know any of this. I'm serious. That's very useful information. You were on CNBC for more than a decade, and
Yes.
one of your most popular segments was something called Can I Afford It? Here you are.
Tom, what do you want to buy?
I want to clone my beautiful Great Dane.
I'm like $100,000? And how are you going to pay for this?
We would wipe out our savings.
You would you? You are so denied. It's not even funny. Don't you dare buy this bag. Are you kidding me? Denied one more time. You are approved. You have done such a great job for somebody 28, saving almost $100,000 already. If you look at everything, boyfriend, go and have a good time.
You know, you really need to come out of your shell.
I know,
It's really-
right?
You're such a shrinking flower. But one of your biggest messages is the difference between what you call a need and what you call a want.
Yes.
But that's not, I mean, the Gucci bag, I get it, but some things, aren't they a little bit fuzzy, whether it's a need or a want?
If you have all the money in the world, you have a lot of savings, you have no debt, you're ready for retirement, and you want to spend $100,000 to clone your dog, I approved him, by the way, right? Go ahead and do it. I remember when I didn't have a pot to pee in, and all I wanted to do was go out to eat or do this or whatever it is. Now I have all the money in the world, and who wants to go out to eat? I don't want to waste money like
So
that.
how would you define the difference between a need and a want?
All right, so a want, for instance, is going out to a restaurant. A need is buying food at a grocery store for you to eat. Want is putting gasoline in your car just so you can drive around. A need is putting gasoline in your car so you can go to work. A need is medicine for your sick kid or you. A want is you go into a store, you see something, you weren't even thinking about buying it. You want that? I don't think so.
But Susie, let me show you a headline recently from the Wall Street Journal. Take a look at this. Americans are still spending like there's no tomorrow. We are spending more on luxury goods and what are called experiences like travel and entertainment. Are we crazy?
Thank you, financial pandemic there. Because of the stimulus checks, because we didn't have to make student loan payments till now, we didn't have to make mortgage payments till now, we didn't have to pay for anything, we got to stay home, we didn't have to spend money to get to work, we got paid to stay home, then the pandemic goes away and we have more money in our savings account than ever before. Now we go out and spend it. Now we've spent it all, but we've got used to spending it, so now we have $1 trillion of credit card debt. And very shortly, you're going to see, in my opinion, people aren't going to be able to pay their payments on that credit card debt. Up will go bankruptcies and everything else. So people are spending because they think they...
Let's end this with some practical advice. What percentage of Americans would you say are financially illiterate?
Truthfully, probably 95%.
Oh.
What does financial illiteracy mean to you?
Means that maybe you're interested in retiring one day, and I tell you to do something, and you don't have a clue what I'm talking about. I tell somebody to do a Roth IRA, they don't have a clue what I'm talking about. I ask somebody what's in your retirement account, they go, well, it's in a traditional retirement. Don't have a clue. They don't have a will. They don't have a trust. They don't have a durable power of attorney for health care and an advance directive. They don't know what a 529 plan is. They don't understand.
Well, now you're just getting personally hurtful to me.
No,
as some of these things I realize, I don't know. Should financial literacy be taught in school?
Yes, yes, yes. It should be mandatory. That you can't graduate high school and not understand how student loans work. It should be mandatory that you understand what compounding interest means and how your youth contributes to millions of dollars in the long run.
How should you decide whether to buy or to lease a car?
You should never lease a car. Right? Leasing a car is the biggest waste of money out there. You only get to drive at 12,000 miles. You have to have a lease gap insurance. Why don't you do what I do? I bought a car, even if you have to finance it. Finance a car after it's paid for in full. Keep it. My car's going on 12 years old.
I lease a car.
So why? I know what you're going to tell
Don't
me.
even
Is it
finance
the
a car,
tax
y'all.
write-off, Susie?
No, I think that I want to not have to deal with an older car, and I can lease it for a few years. It's cheaper. I don't drive it very much. I don't go over the limit, and I can turn it in and get a brand new car in 3 years.
So you're renting a car. Do you own a home?
Yes,
Why don't you rent an apartment?
because.
Owning?
Well, no, see, that's different because real estate goes up, and the value of my home has increased a lot. But a car is a depreciating asset, as you just said.
Yes, but if you keep it the entire time and you look at the money that
What's the entire time?
and the life of it, if you take good care of it, like my car is going to be good for another 5 years. I just think it's better to buy.
Whole life or term insurance?
Term. Whole life is the biggest waste of money possible.
Good. I get term insurance.
And that's another thing when it comes to insurance. I mean, like I said, I'm not a financial advisor, but like people talk about whole life and term insurance. Like I've heard this my entire life. It's like whole life or term life. And every successful person that I've listened to, read their books, always says term life. It's like, but
So, and this is probably the most important question I'm going to ask you. You talk about people living paycheck to paycheck, and we're now in an inflationary period. How do you save?
Well, make sure your boss gets secure save. Right? You save by automatically having some amount of money taken from a check every single month and putting it somewhere like a savings account. You have a paycheck for $3,000, you're going to spend every penny. You have a paycheck for $2,500, but $500 has gone to savings, you'll make it on $2,500.
If you do save some money and you got it, where should you invest it?
Now, rather than investing, the first thing you have to do is make sure you're out of credit card debt.
Right.
Because at these interest rates, with the Fed raising interest rates so high, many of you are paying in your 20%. So you first get out of credit card debt.
Okay.
Next, any money market fund, any credit union, any savings account that's paying you now 4%, 5%, right? Whatever it may be, that's where you would be saving it right now.
he's right. She's definitely right about that one. Pay that much. What did you say?
Right? Whatever it may be.
We have brand new CNN polling this morning, and those numbers are looking rough for President Biden. Could be a troubling sign for Democrats and the president's hopes for re-election in 2024. Biden's approval rating sinking to 39%. Nearly 60% of voters think Biden's policies are making the economy worse, and close to 70% of Democrats want somebody else to run for president. His overall approval rating among
Oh, this is old news. Gone.
President-elect Trump has announced his pick to become U.S. ambassador to Panama. This as he spends more time in his Christmas Day post, focusing on his desire for the U.S. to.
Okay, guys, what do you guys think about the Panama Canal? Panama Canal situation that the French started building in the 1800s and the United States took charge in the 1900s, and they completed it, commissioned it, and Panama now does business with China when it comes to the Panama Canal. And Trump is saying, look, we're not having that BS, okay? We're not having that BS because 38,000 people passed away in the building of the Panama Canal. And people are like, well, it's for Panama. Well, the United States built it, though.
Take back control of the Panama Canal. In the same post, Trump suggests the people of Canada and Greenland would be better off if their countries became part of the United States, something that the citizens of those countries, we should note, are not asking for. CNN's Elena Treen is live in West Palm Beach, Florida, with more details. Elena, one of the claims Trump is making without presenting evidence is that Chinese soldiers are controlling the Panama Canal. I wonder, based on your conversations with Trump administration officials, is he serious about this? Is this a negotiating tactic?
I think that is the big question, and from my conversations so far, it's been unclear. I think what is clear is that Donald Trump is really trying to assert his dominance right now as really, a leading figure in the global stage, and trying to show these different world leaders that he wants to have, fair trade. He wants to make sure the U.S. isn't being taken advantage of, something he believes that the U.S. is being taken advantage of as it relates to the Panama Canal. He said explicitly that he believes U.S. vessels are not getting their fair shake out of the Panama Canal, going back to how it was U.S. made, even though Panama has controlled the canal for more than 25 years. All to say, it's really unclear why, as of now, he is so fixated on this. But it's very similar with the way that he's been responding to what we saw a couple weeks ago with his threat against Mexico and Canada to put a 25% tariff on all goods coming into the United States if they do not crack down on how they handle the border and crime and the flow of drugs into the United States. Kind of similar things we're seeing play out now, where he's trying to make it known that he means business when he is sworn in. When he becomes president, he is going to be acting in a very aggressive way. But again, it's not totally clear right now whether he's being totally serious about actually wanting the United States to take over control of Panama. And just to your point as well, Jim, about his comments as it relates to trying to buy Greenland, a Danish territory, or also trying to make Canada the 51st state of the United States. These are things that these countries are not asking for. I think it's clear. I mean, the Greenland's prime minister, who's in control of the Danish territory, has said Greenland is not for sale. Trudeau, of course, is not going to be playing ball on this idea of selling Canada to the United States. And it's still unclear exactly what Panama is expecting that Donald Trump wants out of these different threats. But again, he is trying to show that he is asserting his dominance over this. Now, I do want to read for you some of what we've heard from Panama's president, Jose Molino. He said this morning in response to these claims about Chinese soldiers operating the canal. This is what he said, quote, he said, "There are no Chinese in the canal. It is as simple as that. Neither Chinese nor any other power is in the canal." So again, trying to make clear that pushing back on Donald Trump's claims here. Now, I do also want to just briefly talk about what Donald Trump also posted yesterday, because again, he is very much fixated on the Panama Canal right now. He announced that he is naming his pick for the ambassador to Panama, Kevin Moreno Cabrera. He is someone who is currently the Miami-Dade commissioner. He's someone who has worked on the Trump campaign before. Back in 2020, he helped run Florida's director for Donald Trump's campaign. But he also has been someone who's very much in Donald Trump's corner, who has very clearly wanted to boost Donald Trump. I think it's clear that he's going to be aligned with Trump. He's very
Exactly. Some people in the chat are saying, look, not gonna lie, if Trump takes over the Panama Canal, it's cool. Why? Because the United States built the canal, and 38,000 people from the United States passed away building the canal. So it's like, everybody knows China is not on good terms or in good terms with the United States. So if Panama is doing business with China through the Panama Canal, and it's like, if there's some sort of information that there may be something fishy going on, that's national security, okay? That has to be checked and prevented. So I support Trump. Look, I support Trump when it comes to this Panama Canal situation. Now, for Canada being the 51st state and Justin Trudeau being the governor, the 51st governor, I don't know. Okay. For Greenland, I don't really know. But the Panama Canal, support it.
close to the campaign. I'm told he still speaks with many of Donald Trump's advisors. So he's kind of putting someone in Donald Trump's corner on this. But again, it's unclear what Cabrera is actually going to have on his plate as it relates to Panama, whether or not Donald Trump is totally serious about this, or if this is kind of him just throwing red meat to the base, with just weeks ago until Inauguration Day. To the base. Jim?
And we should note that there is a Senate-ratified treaty from the late 1970s that transferred ownership of the Panama Canal to Panama. Elena Treen, thanks so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And this is my thing, like, with this journalist. You are Americans, okay? Your support should be for America. It's like, oh, and there is a document that transferred the ownership title to Panama. Okay, so what should we do about the ownership title? Someone just told you there might be information that Panama may be doing, one or two with China via the Panama Canal. And you're like, well, we should note that in 1972, there was a transfer of. No. Okay. America first. If you are Americans, you should support America.
Erica.
Joining us now to discuss as well, someone who knows the country quite well. John Feely served as ambassador to Panama under Presidents Obama and Trump. It's good to have you with us. And it's important to remind everyone, as Jim just pointed out, there is a treaty. The canal is, in fact, under Panama's authority. When we look at this and what is being floated by the president-elect, I know you've noted this is actually a longstanding obsession of Donald Trump, something that he raised in a White House meeting with Panama's then president back in 2017 with nearly identical language. What was the reaction then?
The reaction was one that we had prepared then President Juan Carlos Varela for. I and another Trump advisor at the time had met with Varela the night before, and we basically told him, look, this is going to be unlike any meeting you've ever gone in. We had no idea that President Trump was going to raise the canal or canal fees. But what we gave him as general guidance was, don't raise any issue on the bilateral agenda. We can work that out at our level. But if he gets you in a corner and he's being very belligerent, try to change the subject. And so President Trump, in the broad bilateral, 20-odd people sitting there, raised the canal, the same issue, the same language. And President Varela very astutely listened for a few minutes. And then he said, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? How are you doing in Syria? And Donald Trump went off and handled that answer. And we didn't talk about the canal anymore.
That is quite a left turn to make, but clearly it was effective. You didn't talk about it anymore in that meeting, but how often did it come up during your time as ambassador?
Never. I have to be honest. That was the one and only time. Now, granted, I resigned from the Trump administration 6 months after that meeting, partly because of what I saw and heard in that meeting, and realized I couldn't.
Oh, God. They would never say they were fired. And this is why I like people like this. They would never say, I was fired. Okay. I was fired from the Trump administration. So when you hear someone say resigned, who resigns from a high-profile job working for the president? Listen, guys, listen. This is common sense. Who resigns from a high-profile job working for the president of the United States? This is America, guys. Nobody resigns from a job like that. Okay? Don't be coming up here talking about, I resign. No, you got fired, bro.
Represent him. But no, Donald Trump and the Trump administration never raised that issue again during Trump 1.0.
There's a lot of speculation about what may be behind this. Is it a negotiating tactic? Is some sort of an opening salvo to try to get lower fees, whatever it may be? Based on your experience in the Trump administration, where do you think the ultimate goal lies with this language?
Well, I think two things. Number one, let's get something very clear, Erica. The United States is not being charged exorbitant fees. The United States doesn't have a very large shipping industry. The five major conglomerates are Danish, Maersk, they're Greek, they're Chinese. The United States doesn't do much commercial shipping through the canal to be charged those fees. The products that come through the canal do go in large part to the east coast of the United States, and the United States liquid natural gas industry along the Gulf Coast absolutely depends on that canal. But the fees are an issue of climate change. The Panama Canal saw record low waterfall and had to limit passage. That's a supply and demand issue simply for a commercial waterway.
So you're talking about supply and demand. You're talking about all the facts there, which are important when it comes to discussing any story, but it's certainly where we are now. And yet the water continues to be muddied, even just as recently as yesterday with Donald Trump's post on social media, where he said in part, Merry Christmas to all, including the wonderful soldiers of China who are lovingly but illegally operating the Panama Canal. Panama's President Molino pushing back, noting once again there are no Chinese in the canal, saying it's as simple as that. There are concerns about China's rising power globally. This is something that has always sort of been under Donald Trump's skin. Could that maybe be guiding this decision making or attempt at pushing a conversation?
Be right back, guys.
You know, speculation is always difficult, and especially when it comes to Donald Trump. I think in the report we just heard, there may be some elements of truth in there. Trump likes to keep his adversaries and his friends on edge. He likes to be unpredictable. He considers himself a disruptive force. As president, I think, one, it bears saying, there's no way he's going to take the canal back by force, absent a second just cause, the 1989 invasion, where the United States grabbed Manuel Noriega and took him home for trial on drug trafficking charges. But I don't think that President Trump and his domestic political advisors believe that he's really got the constituency that would support another foreign war. I mean, for goodness sake, the man ran against the Biden foreign wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So I don't think he's going to do another invasion. And short of another invasion, and there are no Chinese in there, as President Molino correctly stated today. Again, facts are facts, and even Donald Trump has to accept, well, he doesn't have to accept them, but the rest of the world does and knows. I don't think he's really doing anything other than positioning himself, perhaps with the threat of economic warfare and tariffs, which he very well could do, to put Panama and truly everybody else around the world on edge, worried about what he can come in with.
President Molino pushing back very strongly, not just, of course, in response to yesterday's social media post, but ever since this has come up. Before I let you go, President-elect Trump announcing Kevin Moreno Cabrera is his pick for your old job, U.S. Ambassador to Panama. Do you have any relationship with him? How do you think he is in terms of a choice for that role?
I don't have any relationship with him. And because I'm a former career ambassador, we have an unwritten rule that we don't comment on nominations until the Senate of the United States has an opportunity to do so, and the very host country. Let's keep in mind that President Trump's named nominee has not received what's called agrément, the diplomatic approval of the Molino government, for him to even proceed forward with a Senate confirmation. So I really don't have much to add there.
Well, you did actually add a lot, because it's an important reminder for everyone in terms of how the process works. Ambassador John Feely, really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you.
Bunch of folks saying bunch of stuff. But, you know, this is why I love the United States. Everybody has an opinion. And if you do your research, maybe, you know, you can get a very valid opinion and people can chime in and you can have a conversation. Okay. What else? Real estate. Let's check this out.
U.S. mortgage rates climbing to the highest level in 5 months. The 30-year fixed rate now at 6.85% as of yesterday.
Do you guys remember when mortgage rates, okay? Do you guys remember when mortgage rates was 2.5, 2.8%? Man, shout out to the OG, yo. That's all I can say. Shout out to the OG, Donald J. Trump. That's it. Mortgage rate was like 2.8% in 2021, 2020, 2019. Like, people say 7% mortgage rate is low compared to what it used to be like in the 2000, in the 1990s and all. I get it. But if you can get 2.5, 2.8% mortgage rate, people who bought houses in 2020, 2021, they would never refinance.
Yesterday, this is a new report shows that home insurance and property tax payments make up more than half of monthly mortgage payments for 9% of American single-family homes. Let's bring in global real estate advisor Jenna Stauffer. Jenna, the big question with obviously the Fed moves this year, we have not seen any relief for mortgage rates. What are you hearing and seeing out there?
We haven't seen any relief for mortgage rates. And this is what is so frustrating for so many people that are aspiring to get into the housing market. There was the expectation for sure that rates were going to end the year a lot lower than where they are right now. There was also the expectation at one time that prices were going to be much lower than where they are right now. And with that being said, Cheryl, something that I'm seeing happening is people have lower expectations. They really don't expect a lot with the housing housing market right now in terms of big shifts. So that is one positive thing that I can say is happening in the housing market, is you're kind of seeing momentum shift right now, and you're seeing people say, you know what, I'm tired of staying on the sidelines. I'm tired of trying to wait for something to happen that might not happen. I want to make some moves.
So they are going to make a move, because I was looking at the data for existing home sales for 2024. We might have the worst year we've had since 1995, I think. It's pretty rough. It's been a tough year.
It is pretty rough. But again, when you look at the last 2 years, how sluggish it's been, how you've had so many fewer and fewer Americans be able to buy homes. You've had so many people be shut out. You've had this divide between the have and the have-nots. I think that the people that aren't held back by affordability constraints, they will be the ones that will hopefully start making some moves in 2024.
That's going to be interesting to see. So let's talk about prices. So home prices may drop by up to 15% in 3 Florida metropolitan cities. We know how popular Florida's been. This is a new report from real estate investment firm NORAD. Retirees are moving, by the way, in large numbers now to Myrtle Beach rather than Florida after home prices became too expensive in the Sunshine State. You're in Florida. I do want to ask about your expectations, not just for Florida, but this report now that we're seeing a lot of these retirees from the Northeast go to Myrtle Beach.
Well, we always talk about that it's young people, young families, they're being pushed out of the housing market due to affordability constraints. But really, it's these retirees, these people on fixed incomes that are also really struggling right now. And with Myrtle Beach being a top destination for them, I think it makes total sense. The cost of living there, it's lower. And if they want to still enjoy a good quality of life, this is a place that they can do that and also have that lower cost of living.
I saw a breakdown yesterday about Florida in particular, and that there's definitely a divide between some of the more affordable cities and where there's expectations that housing is going to remain strong, and there might be a pullback in popular places like Miami. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and some of these places like Miami specifically, look, prices just got so outrageous. We had enormous price gains. That is not sustainable in the long run. You have to have these prices, these wages, they have to meet more than they are right now.
Is the insurance issue really coming to fruition in Florida? Because I know that that's a lot of home buyers now are talking about the fact that when you've got either you can't get home insurance, the condo regulations I know are changing along the coast. What's happening with that right now?
Insurance is a challenge, absolutely, that Floridians face. We have really had to deal with tremendous increases in insurance. And unfortunately, what does it do? It shuts people out. It shuts your retirees out. That's why I believe Myrtle Beach, that's a popular destination for them. It shuts young families out. It also really shuts your working class out, because you're not just dealing with high insurance costs. You're dealing with higher taxes. You're dealing with the higher home prices, the elevated mortgage rates. This is a lethal combination. And again, this is why we've witnessed the fastest deterioration in housing affordability.
That's the thing, too. If you look at the breakdown of the mortgage payments, it really is unbelievable what's happening. I know that's happening in many places here in New York, because you've got property taxes and then you've got the insurance issue, which the property taxes, that's a local problem. There's nothing really the Trump administration can do about that right now. I want to ask you about this new lawsuit, because this could impact, in particular, some borrowers out there. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau just filed this lawsuit against Rocket Homes. Allegedly, they provided incentives to brokers and agents to steer buyers towards the parent company, Rocket Mortgage, Jenna. And I want you to kind of break down this, because this is, it seems to be, the lawsuit seems to have validity.
Well, this is really scary, number one. And number two, one of the first things I tell buyers before you can go out and shop for a home, you shop around for different lenders. Lenders can offer different programs. They can offer different rates. You can be saving hundreds, thousands of dollars on your payments just from shopping around and finding that right person. So to be steering someone to one company, who is this hurting? It is hurting, again, these aspiring home buyers. It's giving them another added expense that they absolutely do not need in this market.
Okay, before you go, $1 million question. I always ask this of you, but Are sellers getting more realistic about where the market is right now?
They are getting more realistic. I'm seeing it happening. Of course, there are still sellers out there that still believe that their home is worth exactly the same it was 2 years ago, and they might be in an area where you've seen that downward pressure on prices. But I think finally what's happened, and this all again goes back to the momentum that's really shifting in the housing market. You're seeing sellers, they want to move their house. Okay, they don't want it to just stay on the market. They're also afraid that it could stay on the market for too long. So we finally are starting to see sellers start to adjust.
Well, it's a whole new year next year. Jenna Stauffer, it's great to see you.
Great to see you.
Thank you for.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Yes, y'all. We have been having a good time for sure. The chat is going wild. Everybody's just, look, it's a good time. Okay, just have a good time. Whether you're left or right or independent or in the middle or whatever, just have a good time, man. You're not here to troll anybody. You're not here to, we are adults. Okay, we pay bills. We take care of people. We have people we are responsible for. So we're just having a good time. Okay, we're just having a good time. We're sharing ideas, conversing back and forth, and seeing what's going on in the country. Okay, it ain't come on.
Let's go to former State Department official Christian.
And did you guys see the Russia situation with the plane crash? Did you see that? Did you see it? It is, look, I'm telling you, this next 4 years would be interesting. You can't even, straight up interesting.
Whiten to break all of this down. So it's a risky to fly commercial in that part of the world, isn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, I am in Georgia. It is storming. I keep seeing updates on my phone about some storm. We already got a tornado updates 2 nights ago that there may be a tornado today, but it's storming it's storming crazy outside right now. And I'm getting, because we use Ring at the entrance door, and we get updates on Ring. And here it's saying that electricity went out some streets close to where I stay. So if my stream ends, it might be the storm. I don't know. Okay, I'm saying, hopefully it doesn't get here, because we were affected by Hurricane Helen. We didn't have power for 8-9 days. We didn't get internet for 22 days. For 22 days, there was no internet. But I was still streaming, though, because I got Jesus by my side.
It seems to be both Russia and Ukraine have experience, intentional and otherwise, in shooting down civilian airliners. And just a lot going on, a lot of unknown activities and questions. Some of the sort of Twitter detectives out there, ex-detectives, have spotted what looks like either bullet holes or shrapnels in the part of the fuselage in which people survived or were more likely to survive. But very unclear what's going on or what happened.
Yeah, so in his end-of-year news conference, the Russian President Vladimir Putin said that there would be no ceasefire in Ukraine, but the Russian foreign minister, however, expressed openness for a dialogue. Are the Russians now looking for an off-ramp, do you think, in 2025?
They've certainly been signaling for a long time they're willing to engage in what are pretty much unconditional negotiations, whereas Ukraine has had a bunch of, frankly, ludicrous preconditions even to talk, that Russia would have to give up all of the territory it has gained, including the Crimea, which just is never going to happen. So, Putin has said that they're willing, previously that there's a willingness to talk, and Lavrov, the foreign minister, has said that negotiations could take place as long as they're realistic and also long-term. So he doesn't just want a ceasefire that freezes the conflict. He wants something that actually involves a resolution and probably involves the removal of U.S. sanctions.
Right. Well, so is this the Trump effect, though, that the fact that they are willing to do this, knowing that President like Trump will go after the main source of money for Russia, and Iran, for that matter, their oil revenues?
it's possible to do that. It would be hard to sanction Russia more than is already taking place. President Trump has said that Keith Kellogg, the former national security advisor to Mike Pence, is going to be his Russia negotiator. But unfortunately, Kellogg doesn't actually have any experience negotiating. He has great experience in other areas. He was a combat soldier in Vietnam. He's a great analyst, probably belongs more at the White House, and you would need an experienced negotiator dealing with the Russians who are very frustrating. Maybe someone like Rick Grenell, who was an ambassador to Germany and acting director of national intelligence for Trump, someone who's really going to get in there. I think the Russians are willing to talk, and I think they are concerned about what Trump might do. But I don't know if there's a quick fix. These could be prolonged negotiations that really call for someone with a lot of stamina and understanding of what Russia really wants and what Ukraine might accept.
Well, let's bring this back to the markets. The markets need stability. Are we looking at, do you believe, the end of conflicts, many of them, maybe not all of them, in 2025, and could it really happen?
I wouldn't bank on that, no. We sort of have the assumption that Russia actually does want an end to this war quickly, but the flip side of that coin is they're winning slowly. They're gradually gaining more territory. They have a central banker. If she were a central banker anywhere other than Russia, she would have a Nobel Prize in economics. The way they've managed to keep their economy afloat despite U.S. and UK-led sanctions, which incidentally have raised the price of energy on Americans. We assume that they want a deal badly. They signal that, but I don't know. If you go back to Vietnam and the amount of time it took to negotiate over what in the end weren't huge changes from the beginning to the end, it took years. This is why my advice, if anyone's listening, is I wouldn't stake the success of a second Trump term on success in Ukraine. This may take a long time. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I think it'll go on for a while. And just as you talked about markets, I think energy markets will probably be stable. Trump and his Treasury Secretary incoming have talked about adding 3 million barrels per day in U.S. production over the course of administration. That should be helpful. It should bring down the price of energy and also increase U.S. export revenues.
So in the last 30 seconds, talk about President-elect Trump's strategy of using the economic might of the U.S. to enact his foreign policy.
Right, and we're already seeing that, and I think we're already seeing its benefits, especially with U.S., Canada, and Mexico. The Canadian Prime Minister, probably on his way out, but basically came and supplicated to Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and I think will hopefully start cleaning up their act with fentanyl exports coming out of Canada and some of their other unfair trade practices. Mexico, too. And then it's a question of whether Trump wants to focus on Europe or China, both of which have unfair trade arrangements with us. So I think you'll see tariffs, and I think you'll see threats, and I think you'll see renegotiated agreements. But at the end of the day, you're going to have a renaissance of manufacturing in the U.S., and the tax cuts that he will make permanent will create a supply side expansion in the U.S. that obviates or takes away any inflationary pressure. So long-term prospects, I think, are pretty good.
Well, we know in his first term, he created a number of one-on-one trade deals with various countries. So maybe he'll work on that in the second term there. So Christian White, I appreciate it. Thank you for your
Trade deals are big deals, okay? If you don't make the right trade deal, you're definitely going to get a BS economy. That's for sure. And what is going on with this Azerbaijan airline crash with Russia situation? What is going on, y'all? Yeah, let's listen to this, because this guy, damn. What is going on here, man?
Right there ultimately hits and bursts into flames. At least 38 out of 67 people on board died. 29 others, including 2 children, survived. There's also new video from inside the plane showing a somber moment before the crash. A man is heard praying in the cabin. CNN does not know.
Did you guys see this plane crash? This was something. This was something to me. This was something. And there was like a bullet hole, or there were bullet holes, something that looked like bullet holes on the plane. But it's like, if they're saying the plane crashed, so does that mean that someone was actually shooting at the plane? I mean, because I don't know.
If he survived. Questions are swirling around this terrible crash, including
why the plane diverted away from where it was supposed to land in southern Russia, crossed the Caspian Sea, and attempted to make an emergency landing in Kazakhstan. And what caused these holes you see right here found in the plane's fuselage? We'll ask a former NTSB senior investigator and the CEO of an aviation security firm in just a moment. But first, CNN's Nada Bashir takes a closer look at the details of what happened before and after the crash.
This is the moment an Azerbaijani plane attempted an emergency landing, bursting into flames upon impact.
This is why my mother's mother-in-law says she never wants to get in a plane. It's like, I'm like, let's take a trip so we can, have a good time. She's like, nope. No, baby. I'm not going on a trip. If I cannot drive, I'm not traveling. It's like, but some people have, some phobia or some fear of flying or heights or whatever. Like anything that makes me a little scared, or like something that I just feel like I might be scared of, even if I'm not scared of it, even if I just think that this may be something that I want to do, I go right straight to doing it. Like I used to think to myself, I would never skydive. I'm like, what? Like 2 weeks later, I booked the skydiving trip or whatever. And I went skydiving. I didn't even tell anybody, because when you go skydiving, you have to like sign a waiver form saying anything can happen to you. You could essentially die because it is a risky thing to do. So I'm signing the waiver saying, this could be my last day on Earth doing skydiving. And I'm thinking to myself, nobody knows I'm here. Like nobody knows that I'm here. And I'm signing this waiver. But that's how I am, okay? I am like that, okay? I am an Aquarius. I am like that. I like to do exactly the things that makes me scared, or the things that I think that I'm scared of, or the things that makes me like, what is that? I want to know what's that. That's me, okay? That's who I am. But people like, this is why, these types of experiences, this is why most people don't want to get on a plane.
Rescuers rushed to the scene, extinguishing the fire that engulfed the front of the plane and pulling out dazed survivors from the wreckage. Out of 67 people on board, including crew, at least 38 died. Remarkably, 29 people, including 2 children, survived and were taken to hospitals. Questions swirled on why the plane, which took off from the Azerbaijani capital Baku en route to Grozny in Russia, diverted to Kazakhstan. Flight Radar 24 shows the plane flying
country
across
names,
the Caspian
Jesus.
Sea and circling near the Kazakh city of Aktau before the crash, in a pattern an aviation expert says indicates loss of flight control systems. The crash came shortly after drone strikes hit southern Russia. And while investigators say they are exploring all scenarios, multiple Azerbaijani sources have told Reuters that the plane was hit by Russian air defenses. Video verified by Reuters reveals a rare glimpse into the last moments on board the flight. Oxygen masks down as the camera tilts to the window, showing damage to the wing. Then, in another geolocated social media video, the plane appears to nosedive. In the resulting explosion, the plane fuselage is broken into parts, with its rear half miraculously landing almost intact but upturned. Parts of the plane scattered across a wide radius, bodies seen covered in blue blankets. Russia and Azerbaijan evacuated their injured citizens, as families in Baku waited to see if their loved ones had survived. For Azerbaijan, it is a time of mourning.
A huge moment of mourning, Phil, and a huge moment of tragedy for the family members of those that were killed on board this Azerbaijan Airlines flight. But again, remarkable that there were even survivors following that crash. Now, of course, authorities will continue their work to examine what led to this crash, with NATO now echoing calls for a full investigation.
Nada Bashir, thanks so much. I want to bring in CNN Pentagon correspondent Oren Lieberman. Oren, U.S. officials said there are early indications that a Russian anti-aircraft system may have brought down the plane. Let's start kind of 30,000 feet. The anti-aircraft systems Russia is using in this area, what do we know about them?
Well, this could be any of a number of Russian anti-aircraft systems, from something like an advanced long-range S-300 or S-400. Russia has used those extensively in Ukraine. They've even had some of those deployed to Syria. Or it could be something much shorter range, much more localized. Even if the Azerbaijan Airlines flight was low, something launched from a shoulder-mounted or a shoulder-launched surface-to-air missile. So there's a number of different systems that could have been used in this case. Crucially, as long as you get something like that, a system like that, no matter what it is, anywhere close to an airline, it has the capability to do serious damage and lead to a crash. Now, the U.S. official that we spoke with pointed out that this is only an early indication. There is more information to come. The U.S. clearly looking into this, but worth noting, this is the first time the U.S. has weighed in on this, and there is a precedent for this. Think back 10 years ago, Malaysian Airlines Flight 17. It was a Russian anti-aircraft system used by Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine that took down that flight. Now, Russia has offered its own explanation, saying it was birds that may have struck the aircraft, but to state the obvious here, if it's a bird strike, birds hit the front of the aircraft, the engine, the leading edge of the wing maybe. They don't hit the side and the fuselage of the aircraft.
Yeah, we should note you're a pilot as well, so you've got some knowledge of what you're talking about in terms of when you hit birds. Also that Russia had a similar type of denial back in 2014 as well, didn't accept responsibility for it. What was happening in the air or around the air at that time that may explain a little bit of why a Russian anti-aircraft system could be involved here?
There was a Ukrainian drone attack in this region near Grozny in southern Russia there. So, according to defense experts, Russian air defenses were active. And in fact, the U.S. official we spoke with pointed out that this apparent downing of a commercial jet, a passenger jet with a Russian anti-aircraft system, only speaks to the unprofessionalism, the lack of training for Russian units who may well have been trying to defend against experienced Ukrainian drone attacks when it seems they may have fired on a commercial jet.
So contextually, it wouldn't be a surprise that there would be Russian anti-aircraft fire in this region.
Exactly.
At that moment. We'll have to keep following that up.
Absolutely.
Reporting. Warren, appreciate your time. Let's further discuss this with Andrew Nicholson. He's the CEO of Osprey Flight
This is just scary, guys.
Security firm. Andrew, appreciate your time. Your firm says the plane was likely shot down by a Russian military air defense system. U.S. officials say early indications are the same. Walk through kind of the evidence that allowed you to get to that conclusion.
Well, I think it's been mentioned already, Phil. I think the type of damage, the fragmentation pattern on the fuselage of the aircraft is a clear indicator that other explanations like a bird strike are just not a feasible possibility. But again, as was mentioned, the airspace environment at the time, with the Russian air defense activity going on to intercept the drone attack that was being conducted by the Ukrainians in that area, increases the risk of misidentification and shootdown, as we saw in MH17 and also Ukrainian International Airlines flight PS752 coming out of Tehran in early 2020. So all of those indicators will bring us to the conclusion that a shootdown by air defense activity is the most likely scenario in this case.
I wanted to pull back up, if we could, we have photos of the holes that are in the side of the plane. Orrin making the point that the explanation that this was birds doesn't make a lot of sense given it was in the side of the plane. But
right.
When you see holes like this, what does it tell you about what went wrong here? What else do you need?
Guys, that right there looks like bullets. Looks like bullets holes. Okay, we're not even gonna cap. Looks like bullet holes. But I mean, this is even like scary. Do people even go to
make a lot of sense given it was in the side of the plane?
Look at that. That's definitely 100% looks like bullet holes. Can never make that. You can't make it up, guys. Straight up facts. Okay. Can never make this up. Like, what is this? People just died. I would say, for what? And Russia is definitely going to say, you know what? I think Putin actually apologized. Let's keep going.
But when you see holes like this, what does it tell you about what went wrong here? What else do you feel like you need to learn at this point?
So I think the interesting thing is that clearly the initial detonation was not an immediately catastrophic explosion and kinetic impact on the aircraft. Now, obviously, the surface-to-air missile system itself is likely to have a proximity fuse, so it blows up in the vicinity of the aircraft, not actually impacting the aircraft itself. But the fact that the aircraft stayed flying, and not only stayed flying, but potentially for quite a long period of time, enough time to get across the Caspian Sea towards Kazakhstan, demonstrates that it wasn't an immediate catastrophic impact of that missile system. But I think clearly there was shrapnel damage. The videos show damage inside the aircraft as well as on the wing whilst the aircraft was still in flight. So the impact could well have been on the systems, the hydraulic systems in the aircraft itself, which eventually caused the catastrophic failure and the crash of the aircraft.
Are you surprised that the airspace was open? And for people who are wondering, this is a conflict zone. This is a war that's been raging for nearly 3 years at this point in time. Why are commercial planes flying there? In your kind of day-to-day, how are you counseling companies or counseling folks who fly in terms of what to be doing or not doing in this space?
Yeah, I felt surprised. Unfortunately, I'm not surprised. And this is the sad thing. I think that still there is not enough focus being put on the risk that exists in the airspace in this area. It is an active conflict zone, as you say. There are very highly capable conventional surface-to-air missile systems being launched regularly to counter attacks inbound in that airspace. And with civilian aircraft in that same airspace, the risk is quite dramatically increased. We would never say that people don't fly, but what we would say is operate with a proper risk assessment, make sure you understand the environment, and make sure you're taking every mitigation measure you possibly can to maximize the safety of your operations. One of those is to fly during hours of daytime. Most of the activity in this area and most conflicts happen during periods of dark or early morning. So if you can operate during the day, you are significantly decreasing the amount of risk that you face and mitigating that risk to your operation, your flights and your crew and your passengers.
New today, for the first time, we are hearing from a U.S. official about what may have caused the Azerbaijan Airlines crash in Kazakhstan, killing dozens on board Christmas Day. The official telling CNN early indications suggest a Russian anti-aircraft system was responsible. And
that's the thing. When people say those holes are not bullet holes. So, I mean, what caused those holes, though? Because those holes definitely look like bullet holes to me. I mean, Jesus.
Into this, but worth noting, this is the first time the U.S. has weighed in on this, and there is a precedent for this. Think back 10 years ago, Malaysian Airlines Flight 17. It was a Russian anti-aircraft system used by Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine that took down that flight. Russia has offered its own explanation, saying it was
from shrapnel or debris. CNN cannot confirm where it came from. Joining us now to discuss, CNN aviation analyst Miles O'Brien. Miles, good to have you here. So there's been plenty of finger pointing at Russia behind this and questions about whether it was in fact intentional or not. Should it have been Russia? We know there's also a fair amount of GPS jamming in the region that apparently is sort of standard practice, according to Matt Borey of Osprey Flight Solutions. He told me that a short time ago. How could that complicate things, Miles, when it comes to safety and security in the region?
Well, the GPS jamming is an ongoing problem, and this has affected civilian airliners over the course of the years in the context of the Ukraine war. In this case, it does not appear that the aircraft in question was in heavy instrument conditions, bad weather, although the ceiling was pretty low at Grozny, and that might have had some factor in the decision of the crew not to an emergency landing there. It's quite possible, though, if the crew realized it had been struck by a surface-to-air missile, that it wanted to land outside the borders of that country and thus fly across the Caspian Sea to Kazakhstan. That's a possibility as well. But there's no question from looking at the wreckage here, Erica, that this was an aircraft that was in close proximity to some sort of explosion in the tail section of the aircraft. The metals tells the story
is
there.
Too funny,
the rest of it, with the source of it and all that, will come in due course.
And Miles, as you mentioned, and this has sort of struck me, and I know we have a map that we can put up as we're discussing this next part here, but the fact that this plane then flew back over the Caspian Sea, just that from a simple logistics perspective, the fact that it could be hit and then make this sort of circuitous route and go back before crashing, I was struck that it could continue flying for so long. Despite the other issues as well, right? Does that alone offer any insight, perhaps, into the extent of the initial damage before this plane went down?
Yes, what happened in this case most likely, Erica, and we've had crashes like this in the past. Japan Airlines 123 back in the 80s comes to mind immediately, where damage in the tail section causes a hydraulic failure. This makes it very difficult to control the plane, to say the least. United 232.
You know what it takes to try to prevent your plane as a pilot from crashing? Like, I can't even think about it. Like, they're in the plane. Have you seen the movie Flight? Who has seen the movie Flight? Denzel Washington. Who has seen the movie Flight? In the chat, put it in the chat if you've seen the movie Flight by Denzel Washington. I think I'm hungry. But with that being said, look, there's so many ways. There are so many ways for you to die in this world. But man, I do not want to die from a plane crash. I could tell you that much. That's not a good way to go, bro. That's not a good way to go.
In Sioux City, Iowa, in the 1980s was another case like this. The loss of hydraulic pressure throughout its system makes it impossible for the crew to fly the aircraft using the control surfaces, the ailerons and the rudder, for example. It is possible to, in a fairly crude way, control general direction of an aircraft using the power, the differential thrust between the two engines, which it appears is what the crew was doing as it was led to that crash landing. The question of why they didn't try to put it on the ground sooner is an interesting question. Why would you fly that far across the Caspian Sea, about an hour of flight time from the time they declared an emergency to the crash? Were they concerned about landing in the territory region there of Chechnya? That's a possibility. Or, as you say, was the GPS problem, the jamming of their GPS systems, giving them less confidence about flying into Grozny, which did have a relatively low ceiling of about 600 feet. So those are two distinct possibilities. In either case, the fact that they had to fly on for an hour certainly exacerbated the problem. If there was a hydraulic leak, it's not going to get any better.
Yeah, absolutely. The investigation, right? So given the fact that the plane landed in Kazakhstan, in terms of who will be involved in the investigation, there's an initial commission that's been announced. How much information do you think we're actually going to get out of that investigation, given who is currently involved?
That's a difficult question. I mean, the Kazakhs will take the lead on this. That's the way the international treaties are set up. The Azerbaijanis, of course, will be involved as well. The manufacturer of the aircraft, which is made in Brazil, they will be a party to this as well. The question of whether all that will come to light is an open question right now. It's not going to be exactly the way things transpire in whether it's Europe or the United States, involving the NTSB and the FAA or ESA.
Is there a chance that any of those organizations get pulled in?
I doubt they will be invited, frankly, but there is expertise there, and if there's a real desire to find out what happened, certainly the amount of expertise the Europeans and the United States have to track the source of this down is quite evident. However, there may not be a huge mystery here. Certainly the black box recorders, the flight data recorder, cockpit voice recorder, will likely have been recovered. Looking at the metal, we can see what happened. There may not be a lot of huge mysteries here. It's just a question of whether the culpable party in this case, comes forward.
Yeah, it's such a good point. Miles, appreciate it as always. Thank you. Jim?
All right, I want to speak more about this now with Evelyn Farkas. She's a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia, also the Executive Director of the McKean Institute. Good to have you on. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you.
So in a perfect world, to Miles's point there, you would have international organizations and all the countries involved cooperating on a transparent investigation based on the facts. This is not a perfect world. Russia has a dismal track record when it comes to investigating crashes. When you think of ones where it was involved, like MH17, they still deny to this day, despite the evidence there, that was a Russian missile that took it down. So how do you judge where we are so far with Russian authorities saying this was a bird strike, whereas reporting out of Baku, as well as a U.S. assessment saying that this was Russian air defenses?
Right. I mean, Jim, I think, look, the political dynamics are as follows. This happened over Russian airspace. The Russians launched a war against Ukraine in 2014. You mentioned the civilian aircraft, the Malaysian MH17 aircraft that the Russians shot down over Ukrainian airspace, but it was their Russian fighters with Russian equipment in 2014. To this day, they denied that they did it. They have acted incredibly recklessly. They should have closed, in this instance, they should have closed the airspace because apparently there was some Ukrainian drone fighting and back and forth between the Russians and the Ukrainians over that airspace. So most of the outside experts who have seen pictures of the aircraft on the ground after it safely landed noted that there were puncture marks on the aircraft consistent with the use of a Russian air defense system. So it's basically the fact that Russia's at war with Ukraine and didn't close off the airspace here to civilian aircraft that caused people to die. They were lucky that all 60-something people didn't die on that aircraft. But Vladimir Putin is obviously not willing to take responsibility so far, so we'll have to see what happens in terms of an investigation.
What do you make of the second piece of this? Because you have an event which caused the pilots to declare an emergency. The theory now, at least a U.S. assessment, an early one, is that that initial event was a mistaken hit by Russian air defenses. Then you have this long looping journey over the Caspian Sea, an hour in the air after a crisis in the air to get to Kazakhstan. How do you explain that?
Yeah, that's interesting because you don't know whether it was that the pilots requested the permission to land in Grozny, which, remember, is the capital of Chechnya in the Russian Federation. It is under the control of Vladimir Putin. He has a strong man there. Everyone knows Ramzan Kadyrov. He is essentially in charge, calling the shots. But it may be that either the pilots or somebody intervened to say we don't want to land in the Russian Federation. Of course, that could have cost lives because people may have been hurt at that point. We don't really know, but there are always politics, unfortunately, involved when you're talking about the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. Let's remember the aircraft is an Azerbaijani aircraft. Relations between Azerbaijan and Russia are kind of touch and go. Right now, they may be better than otherwise, although the government in Azerbaijan is waiting to see what its relationship is with our government, the incoming Trump administration. So that's complicating things, I'm sure. Kazakhstan is a Central Asian country, used to be part of the Soviet Union. The Russian foreign minister not that long ago declared that Kazakhstan was not a real country. So they view Russia with a lot of nervousness and skepticism, and they're always trying to balance between or have the United States, China, and Russia be their kind of partners so that they don't come under control of Russia or China. So the politics are really complicated, Jim. The answer is something we may never really know fully.
Well, listen, it's worrisome when the Kremlin announces you're not a real country. That's exactly the language they used for Ukraine before invading it. They've said that about other countries that formerly were part of the Soviet Union.
Now, out front with us now is David Susi.
And everybody wants to say something when Trump says Panama Canal should be given back to the United States, or Greenland should be a part of the United States, or Canada should be the 51st state, and Justin Trudeau should be the 51st governor. I think that's what he should be doing, okay? Because other leaders who the world consider top dogs on earth, okay, they're taking over cities, taking over countries. I mean, look, this is how the world works, okay? This is how power works, all right? Even if Trump isn't going to make Canada the 51st state or Greenland or Panama Canal, he should at least act like that, okay? Because these people, Xi Jinping, Putin, Kim Jong-un, they do not respect anybody who doesn't command respect. If you don't command respect, if you don't put the fear of God in their heart, they're not going to, succumb to whatever you're trying to sell. So I like what Trump is doing.
former safety inspector at the FAA, retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. David Sanger, White House and national security correspondent at the New York Times. Gentlemen, thanks for coming in. David Susi, apologies, boys, I'm going to have to call you by your first and last names. David Susi, Russia says that the plane, initially it said, and you and I have talked about this, they said that the plane collided with a flock of birds, and that was suggested that that was the source of the crash. But then when you see the video that's really come out, those holes and perforations in the tail section of the plane, do you think at this point there is any chance it was birds that brought that plane down?
Nope.
No, we questioned that early on, Kate. Yeah, even yesterday we talked about the fact that the bird strike doesn't cause an aircraft to lose flight control typically, and this aircraft is going left and right and everywhere all over the sky. It was clearly out of control, and the pilot was doing all he could to just maintain some kind of semblance of control over that airplane. But I'm in my mind, I've completely ruled out anything to do with bird strikes, considering the evidence that we've seen so far.
Yeah. And Colonel Leighton, shortly before the plane crash, Oren was talking about this. There were Ukrainian drone strikes in southern Russia near where the Azerbaijan Airlines plane was set to land. If this was Russia, be it a mistake or intentional, why wasn't airspace shut down to avoid something like this?
Yeah, that's a great question, Kate. Normally what happens in a case like this is the airspace.
And that's another thing, like you guys saw the situation that happened in New Jersey. Well, probably still going on in New Jersey, New York, and in Georgia here. A lot of people have been saying they've been seeing drones in the sky. I don't know if you guys have been seeing drones in your hometown or wherever you're watching across the nation in the United States. But New Jersey, New York, they've had the sightings of drones in the sky. And it's like, what is going on? But I'm thinking this next 4 years, there would be some sort of conversation about how some UFO or aliens or whatever is with us or amongst us, because Pentagon came out to talk about this, and guess what they said? They said it's not, the foreign enemies, or it's not the Pentagon, it's not the United States military or whatever. So you're saying it's not the military, it's not foreign adversaries, and it's not drones. So are you saying it's UFO? I mean, this is what the Pentagon literally said.
Is shut down. There's a notice to airmen that goes out that says this area is restricted and you can't fly in it. Apparently that did not happen. And when you look at, obviously the crash scene, it's pretty clear that the pilots had to do some incredible flying in order to get to the point where they could crash land the way they did. But it's absolutely abnormal for this area not to be closed off to air traffic.
And David Sanger, Russia still denies any involvement from the last time something similar like this happened, a decade ago, MH17. They still deny their involvement in this. If it is confirmed that it was Russian anti-aircraft behind taking down another commercial airliner, what would the consequences be of that, do you think? David Sanger?
Have gone through.
Oh, we just lost the connection. We're going to continue to work on getting David Sanger back up. David Susi, what do you think of that, though? Because it was a decade ago that MH17 occurred. They still don't claim any responsibility of it. Do we have David Sanger back now? And David Sanger is back with us. David, if you didn't hear, I will recap really quickly. If this does,
I heard that.
Then take it and go, David Sanger.
Great. Sorry about that, Kate. So in the last case in 2014, there were no significant consequences. It took about 1.5 years for a joint investigative committee to come up with a conclusion that it was the Russians. The West put together some not terribly effective sanctions. And in the meantime, Germany signed the Nord Stream 2 agreement that put a new Russian gas pipeline through to Europe. So the conclusion that Putin had to come to was there isn't much of a penalty. At this point, we've put so many sanctions on Russia since the war began nearly 3 years ago that it's hard to imagine what more at this point the West would do. So other than the public condemnation, I wouldn't expect much of a penalty.
I'm confounded by the flight path of what happened here, David Susi. When you look at what happened, right, it takes off from Azerbaijan, approaches Grozny, where something happened, and then it diverts, eventually crashing in Kazakhstan. Why didn't the plane go down sooner? It being able to fly so long over a huge body of water after the incident, before crash landing, could that indicate something?
Well, to me, it just indicates that the missile was not a direct hit. And if you look at the damage to the aircraft that we have so far, and of course, all we can see at this point is the tail section, but if the impact was mostly in the tail section, it would have avoided the fuel cells, it would have avoided the engines, all of the critical parts of keeping the aircraft flying were avoided. And if that's the case, then that missile would have just struck in the tail. And that would indicate, too, that that's why we've lost the flight control, indicating that he's lost flight controls. That could have been from a hydraulic leak caused by the impact as well. So it makes sense to me that missile would have just hit in the rear section of the aircraft, and it would have been able to continue to fly. But regarding where it went, I think it's important to point out that the first alternate airport that they had was closed that day, and whether they had planned to use it or not, the second alternate was clear across the Caspian Sea on the other side.
It really is. It really. So I've been fascinated by that flight pattern ever since we saw it. We saw it play out. Yeah. Colonel Leighton, according to a flight tracker organization, the plane was, the way they say it is, the plane was exposed to GPS jamming and spoofing near Grozny, which is where it was scheduled to land, as we've discussed. Talk to me about GPS jamming. How is GPS jamming utilized in warfare? How big of a problem is this?
Yeah, it can be a huge problem, Kate. One of the things that happened in the second Iraq War is that the Russians helped the Iraqis, in this case Saddam Hussein, set up a GPS jamming system in Iraq, which we ended up neutralizing. Had we not neutralized that, it would have been very damaging to U.S. Air Force and U.S. naval aviation capabilities. So GPS jamming can impact commercial aviation as well as military aviation, and it can really throw aircraft off course if it's not accounted for and if it's not neutralized like we were able to do back then.
David Sanger, the politics of this seem all very complicated. How complicated are the politics here between Russia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and everything involved now?
It's pretty complicated because they are former Soviet states. Azerbaijan.
Yeah, check this out. Like, Putin was actually, or has actually apologized. He's saying, I mean, he didn't say he did it. He's just saying he is sorry for what happened. Listen to this. You can never make this up, guys. What is going on? Man, this next
we
story
continue
is
to follow
funny.
that breaking news on that deadly plane crash in Kazakhstan. Today, Russian President Vladimir Putin is apologizing for what he calls a tragic incident following the crash of that Azerbaijani airliner that killed 38 people on Christmas Day. But the Kremlin leader is also stopping short of admitting responsibility for the disaster. This comes as a U.S. official tells CNN that Russian air defenses may have mistaken the commercial jet that crashed on Wednesday with a Ukrainian drone. Today, Putin admitted that Russia's air defense systems were active when that flight attempted to land in Chechnya on Wednesday. Let's get to CNN's Nada Bashir, who is covering this for us. Nada, what's the latest here? What are you learning?
That's right. Well, this continues to be a key line of inquiry, whether or not the plane was targeted by Russian anti-aircraft systems operating in the area. Now, we've been hearing, of course, from Azerbaijani officials who confirmed yesterday that they believe that the plane had faced external physical and technical interference. So that was something that they were, and investigators were looking at. But of course, as you mentioned, we have today heard from the Russian President Vladimir Putin, who spoke with his Azerbaijani counterpart and also expressed apologies and condolences for the fact that the plane had crashed and impacted and was facing troubles as it entered Russian airspace. Of course, the plane was intended to travel to Grozny in the Russian region of Chechnya before it was diverted. It crashed in the Kazakh city of Aktau. And now, of course, as you mentioned, Putin stopped short of admitting any sort of responsibility for that, but did acknowledge that Russian air defense systems were operating
at the time. And of course, we've been hearing from US officials as well as weapons and aviation experts who have suggested that the holes and perforations that can be seen in the wreckage of the plane in the fuselage would suggest potentially shrapnel damage as a result of an explosion. So that will be something that investigators are looking at. Now, the Kazakh government has set up a commission essentially tasked with carrying out this investigation. They will be looking at all the evidence at hand. We know, of course, that 2 black boxes have been recovered, which will provide investigators with information regarding the flight data as well as potentially internal recordings from within the cockpit. And remarkably, of course, we do have first-hand accounts, video recordings from some of those passengers who survived. At least 29 people survived that crash out of 67 people on board. Some are still said to be in a serious but stable condition, but we've been hearing from some of those survivors, some of whom recorded those final moments, describing hearing a loud bang, that the plane had been behaving unusually in the moments ahead of the crash, that passengers were sent up and down in their seats. So truly terrifying final moments for those passengers and for those who survived. The Kazakh government now issuing compensation both for survivors and the family members of the victims of this crash. But again, still a lot of questions as to what exactly led to that crash. There have been no final conclusions just yet, and authorities say it could take around 2 weeks to fully assess the data recorded in those black boxes. Rahel?
Nada Bashir reporting for us there. Nada, thank you.
This is wild. What is going on in the world? This is why the title of the stream for today is, Are You Prepared for What's Coming? Okay, check this out. Check this out. So this is a plane crash that happened in Azerbaijan, if that's the way to pronounce it, Azerbaijan, on Christmas Day. Guess what? Just right now, another plane crash in South Korea. Just listen.
Local fire officials and aviation experts say some sort of landing gear malfunction was likely. There's also speculation from officials that this may have been caused by a bird strike. The pilot also made a Mayday call shortly after the control tower warned about birds in.
What? Birds? That was the same thing they just said for this Azerbaijan situation. Like, they just said it was birds. Okay. Now, the same thing in South Korea, they're saying it's birds. Oh, I see.
Speculation from officials that this may have been caused by a bird strike. The pilot also made a Mayday call shortly after the control tower warned about birds in the area. According to FlightAware, the Jeju airliner was listed as a Boeing 737 traveling from Bangkok, Thailand, before it crash landed at the Muan Airport in South Korea. That's in the southwest part of the country. This is the country's worst air disaster in decades. CNN's Mike Valerio has been following this breaking news story from Seoul. Mike, update us on the investigation and where things stand now.
Well, I would say that probably the most dramatic element, Amra, under the floodlights that are illuminating the crash site here, is just the urgent effort to try to find the 2 sets of remains that are of the passengers who are unaccounted for right now. I'll tell you, we've had such a whiplash, chain of events as we followed this story throughout the day here in South Korea. And there was so much hope, Amra, as you mentioned, after the 2 people were found, the survivors in the back of the plane, the 2 crew members were rescued and made it out with their lives. There was hope from a whole host of emergency responders that perhaps a third or a fourth person could be found alive as well. But that hope quickly diminished after the noon hour here in South Korea. So what's happening right now, the 2 survivors are being moved to hospitals here in Seoul. We don't know their exact conditions as of yet, or if they've been able to speak to investigators. But what they have to say will be critical, because the voice and data recorders that comprise the black boxes of this aircraft have both been found. So when you combine those 2 elements, plus the 2 survivors, that could paint a more accurate picture, because there are elements that are in tension of just what happened here. And what we mean by that is we have a whole slew of people who were involved in the investigation, from government officials that have come from Seoul and also more local leaders like the chief of the fire department who have mentioned that bird strikes, or a bird strike, I should say singular, could have played a role in a cascading series of events that led to the landing gear malfunctioning. But still, you know, from our analysts who we've spoken to over the past couple hours, it's unclear how a potential bird strike would lead to landing gear not coming down, would lead to...
Same thing with the Azerbaijan plane crash we just saw that happened on Christmas Day. They said it was bird interference or whatever. And now it's the same thing.
The flaps on the aircraft wings not coming up to slow down the speed of the aircraft. And it's not clear why exactly this 737-800 landed so far down the runway, very close to the end of the runway, and why there was all of this equipment near the end of the runway, which is what the plane slammed into when it met its cataclysmic end. So there are still so many unanswered questions. But Amra, as you and so many of our viewers have been following, we're coming off a time of martial law, December 3rd into December 4th. We're now on our third person who's holding the powers of the president because of the impeachment saga that has been going on since December 3rd. So to say that this has cast a new pall over the country, I would say is such an understatement, as so many people are in mourning here across South Korea, Amara.
Yeah, just very difficult scenes to watch as this continues to play out. Mike Valerio, thank you very much for your reporting. Let's talk more about this with CNN safety analyst, aviation analyst David Susi. David, you just heard there from Mike that 2 of the black boxes, the data and voice recorder, have been recovered. So obviously we will be learning more in the coming days. But from what we know, also seeing that video where you see the plane landing, you see that the wheels that are used for takeoff and landing are not out when it comes down. And then we've also heard speculation from South Korean officials that this could have been a bird strike playing a factor in this. What is your initial assessment, David?
Well, there were so many different aspects to this and unanswered questions. I don't see any connection between a bird strike and whether the landing gear was able to come up or down or not. I really can't see that those two things are related. However, what can be related is the response to a bird strike. So after you've hit a flock of birds, you may have an engine out, you might have things going on, and that creates a lot of chaos in that cockpit as far as how the aircraft is going to land, where it's going to land on the runway, all of those things. You don't have a lot of options. If you overshoot a runway by a little bit, which it appears this happened here, is that you're going to hit in the middle of the runway as you go traverse down it. So that can cause that overspeed condition at the end. But there's so many different unanswered questions. And yes, flight data recorder will give us those answers.
Also, the fact that there was equipment at the end of this runway. What you see is this plane landing. It's careening on its belly, and then you see that it strikes navigation equipment there on the runway, hits a wall, and then bursts into flames. I mean, why is there equipment there on the runway?
That's my biggest question that I have is airports are supposed to be designed where an aircraft can land without landing gear. And if it veers off the runway to one side or the other into the grass, that there isn't obstructions and barriers of this type that are close to the runway. In this case, I haven't quite been able to determine yet, but there's no answer as to why that lighting facility, which is a large piece of concrete equipment, is located exactly where it is. There's no reason in my mind for it to be there. So that would be my next question does the airport meet the standard design criterion for an international airport? So those things will be looked at very closely by the investigators.
If there was an issue, David, with the landing gear, being deployed, would there have been a warning system in place notifying the pilots so they don't attempt to land?
Yes, there is. It'll say gear up, to make you remind yourself to bring the gear up as you have a proximity warning to the ground. So they would have gotten those notices, but by the time you get that, if you are in this situation And let's say, for example, you come into land, you don't have another engine, you can't make a go around and try it again. So even though you get those warnings, by the time you get the landing gear down in the position that they were in, you wouldn't have time to get them fully extended. So that may be the problem here, is that they didn't have time to make a go around and assure that the gear had been lowered properly.
You know, David, it's remarkable that we're talking about survivors in yet another plane crash here. 2 survivors, we understand they are crew members who were pulled out of this plane. They were apparently found in the tail of the plane. And I want to ask you this because we've been talking about, I think it was the Azerbaijan airline where you had survivors as well, the plane that was apparently shot down out of the skies there. And the survivors from that crash are believed to have been sitting in the rear. Is the rear of the plane the safest part of the aircraft?
Well, it depends on what kind of accident you're in. But in, I think it was 2021, the FAA did a study on this to determine the fatality rates on those accidents that had survivors. They came up with not much difference. There was 39% fatality rate in those people that are in the front of the aircraft versus the middle of the aircraft, which was.
Somebody just asked, somebody said in the chat, they said, who was on the plane? That's what I asked when I saw the Azerbaijan plane crash on Christmas Day. I was asking, like, who was on the plane? They need to check the passenger list and see any, I guess, political freedom fighter or some political figure or whatever, some sort of doctor or some engineer or something. They need to go at check. And that comment in the chat just made me remember what I was saying about the Azerbaijan plane crash that happened on Christmas Day. But this one just happened. Okay, this right here just happened. This happened in South Korea. The other one happened in Azerbaijan, and both of them are pointing towards Putin, in my opinion.
Around 34%, but in the rear it was 32%. So it was a slightly better chance of survivability in the tail of the aircraft, but it's not a significant number, although we have witnessed that in the last few days, both miraculously having survivors, yes.
This Jeju Airlines flight is listed as a Boeing 737-800. What do we know about this particular plane, considering that we've talked about Boeing a lot over the past years and its, the hits it has taken to its reputation with other crashes, and also the safety record of this airline? What else do we know about that?
This airline has an impeccable safety record. There's nothing to indicate that there's anything wrong with their maintenance, their facilities, their operations. Everything seems to be in line with this airplane. As far as the 800 goes, it's an NG model. They talk about it as an NG. This airplane is the backbone right now, not only in domestic U.S. where it's manufactured, but around the globe. This aircraft flies, a typical model of this aircraft flies 4 or 5 flights every day. And there are thousands of these airplanes out in the industry. So this is one of the safest airplanes, record-wise, percentage-wise, that is in the air right now. So the fact that this has occurred when everything seems to be in order is very disturbing, and we're really looking forward to seeing what we can learn from this horrific accident.
A horrific accident indeed. Obviously still an active scene there at Muan Airport in South Korea as we try to learn more about the cause of this plane crash. David Susi, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Check this out. Just do the same though, but this just happened right now. I mean, 2 plane crashes in like 4 days. How is that even possible?
A devastating plane crash in South Korea has left at least 177 people dead. The Boeing 737-800 plane, carrying 181 people on board, it skidded off the runway at an airport about 180 miles south of Seoul earlier today.
Cleanup continuing this morning after the aircraft exploded on impact with a concrete wall at Muan. That's the international airport there in South Korea. Video of this crash is graphic. We want to give some of our viewers a warning because you may find this disturbing.
Incredibly, 2 crew members were pulled from the wreckage alive by emergency crews without any life-threatening injuries. Local officials say the control tower issued a bird strike warning shortly afterward. Shortly afterwards, pilots declared Mayday, and then pilots attempted to land.
Reports also saying the Boeing 737-800 jet's landing gear was not deployed during the crash landing. Sad story that played out on many people's social media timeline, and right there for all of us to see this morning as well, how it occurred. Let's bring in Mike Boyd. He's an aviation consultant to shed a little more light on this sad tragedy in South Korea. Mike, when you see that video of the crash, what stands out to you?
Number one, the gear is not extended. The flaps are not extended, which would indicate that there was a major hydraulic failure of some kind there.
Oh, wow.
I understand that even when there's a hydraulic failure, there's a mechanical way of dropping the landing gear. That was not done. I think we're going to be kind of in the dark here till we find the cockpit voice recorder and the black box for this, because it looks like there was a bird strike from some earlier picture of it. They did vector the airplane around to the other end of the runway, so there was control. But landing at this speed or coming down at this speed with the gear not down, and it looks like that airplane suffered some major hydraulic failure of some kind, and we don't know what that will be until we get the black boxes.
Mike, the black boxes have been found, so hopefully some answers will come soon from that. But I'm curious, like, if you could explain for those of us who don't know a lot about this, how can a bird strike, what impact does that have? And also, this hydraulic failure, is that entirely mechanical, or could there be a pilot decision or problem with that as well?
Well, there are a million backups on this airplane. It's extremely safe, and that's what a lot of people are saying. They can't understand why this airplane was landed on that runway at that speed with no flaps, with no gear. There might have been something else involved, but a bird strike on an engine might shut an engine down, but there's so many redundant systems there, it just doesn't make sense. So we're in the dark here, but we know this. The runway is 9,200 feet. It's a very long runway. It did come in hot and high, hot and fast. We don't know why that was. The real issue, that airplane was probably damaged more than we think. And it may not have been just the bird strike. There might have been other things that happened to that airplane. We don't know. But it's very strange to have that airplane land that hot on a runway that's 9,200 feet to the point where it literally was still going pretty strong when it hit that wall.
I still can't wrap my head around the idea that there were 2 people who survived that crash, and especially when you watch the explosion at the end. Are you surprised by that? And
Yes.
how does anybody survive something like that?
I don't know. I'm thrilled by it, actually, for their families. They're both flight attendants. They're probably in the jump seats in the very back of the airplane. And, it makes sense. The airplane absorbed all that, and they really got away with a very lucky position where they were, because they weren't very far from the rest of the passengers on that airplane. So God love them. It's a wonderful thing that they were blessed that way. But these things do happen. And again, how an airplane breaks up when it hits the ground, it's different every time.
Mike, I've always been told, and I'd love for you to tell me if this is accurate or not, that it's actually more risky during takeoff than it is on landing for most air flights. We all feel the jolt when we land and feel a bit of nervousness, but landing is, what I've been told, is one of the more safe aspects of air travel. But I want you to tell me if that's true or not, but I also want to see if I understand what you were telling Rachel correctly. Is it possible to land a plane and get it to stop without its landing gear, belly first, like we saw there, if the runway is long enough to bring it to a stop? Or should perhaps the pilot, if the plane was capable, avoided a landing and tried to stay up until the issues are resolved?
I would suspect the second part they were doing, because I understand they did one go around. That's reported. I don't know. But keep in mind, yes, there are belly landings all the time. I mean, it's not unheard of. But in this case, that airplane didn't have its flaps. That meant it was coming in at a much higher speed to stay in the sky. And that meant, bang, we're going way too fast on that runway. It has to do with the flaps in this case. The landing gear itself, we've had those things happen. But when you're landing at a very, very high speed, because you can't slow down because you'll fall out of the sky, it's a tough thing. And we don't know what the background of the crew was. I would suspect they were very qualified. This airline's been in business almost 20 years. It's almost a new airport. So all those things I don't think will be factors, but we will find out.
Mike, it can't be ignored that this was a Boeing plane. Can you talk to us about that? Because there have been some issues with Boeing as late. In fact, even some issues with airplanes, Boeing airplanes, that very day in other airports. Nothing deadly, but
I wouldn't go there with that. I really wouldn't. I mean, we had a separate set of things that happened, and this Boeing, this 800 is a very safe airplane. There's never been any systemic problems with it. So I would say it's not a Boeing issue. You always want to look at that because you learn something from every crash. You learn something. But the fact of the matter here is we do know that some systems on that airplane were not working, and we knew there was a bird strike right before. That's probably the path they're going to go down right away, although every path is open.
All right, Mike, we appreciate you jumping on with us early this morning and help us understand a little more about this sad tragedy.
This is a sad tragedy for sure. Following the Azerbaijan crash on Christmas Day, this is another one. At least 177 dead after plane crash in South Korea. I mean, in the space of 4 days, it's not. I don't think it's up to 4 days. You've had 2 plane crash. Everybody's going bunkers. Trump is gonna have a lot to deal with when he becomes president. Not like he's gonna deal with stuff like this, but he's gonna have to deal with a lot.
well, yesterday, you guys know we had quite a few discussions on the debate that's raging online right now about H-1B visas. And Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, coming out saying, hey, we need this. Our country needs this. Our companies need this. We need this to have this technological advantage over China and other countries. And other people saying, I'm not so sure. A lot of those H-1B visas are for coding, and they're sort of the grunt work of the tech industry. And there's a lot of Americans who would like those jobs, and we should be working on training them instead of replacing them with foreign workers who presumably will do it for cheaper. So that's the debate that's raging. And in the midst of that, someone has found a quote from Donald Trump where he says he backs H-1B visas. Now, that would be contradictory to what he has said in the past. We'll have to get to the bottom of that. But here's what he said on this. He said, the New York Post reported on Saturday, he said, I've always liked the visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. I've used it many times. It's a great program.
You know, this is I think, as we talked about yesterday, such an important debate. It's happening entirely among Republicans and within Trump world. And obviously, what he is talking about here is the fact that, he's obviously defending the program. But what I also think is sort of interesting is that he put into place in his first term a lot of, restrictions that protected the program, that reformed the program. And, of course, one of the first things Joe Biden did, including opening the border wide open to let lots and lots of unskilled labor into the country that we have no control over, also removed a lot of those reforms to the H-1B visa program so that it was open to widespread abuse.
And in fact, that's what Stephen Miller tweeted back in 2023, talking about the first Trump term and his position on H-1B visas. He said Biden axed Trump admin H-1B reforms, which eliminated its use for cheap labor, raised wages to stop displacement, outlawed substitution, and replaced H-1B lotteries with high-paying offers, which precluded substitutions. Regs were scrapped, and now big tech is replacing Americans. So Trump weighs in yesterday suggesting he supports H-1B visas. Now, in the past, he has looked for reforms to H-1B visas. On the surface, this issue, I don't think, has as deep a divide on the right as one might initially perceive. Meaning, I think a lot of people on the right, including obviously Donald Trump and then Elon Musk, support the idea of bringing in whatever percentage it may be, 0.01%, whatever the number is, of highly, highly skilled people from across the world. The idea of bring your best. But the program can't be abused to box American workers out. That's been the perspective in the past of Donald Trump. And I suspect it will be the position of Donald Trump in the future. But the debate got deeper and it got more contentious on the cultural level. And for example, that's where I took some exception to what I thought Vivek Ramaswamy made a too sweeping indictment of American culture. Elon, by the way, weighed in immediately after Trump.
Pretty soundly, by the way.
Pretty soundly. Well, Elon, this is a quote from Tropic Thunder. He's memeing. Remember Tropic Thunder with
I don't know.
Robert Downey Jr.
Can we actually read the entire?
I don't know if we can do it. Let's try. Let's try.
Okay, where is it?
Let's do it. This is what Elon put on X. He said, "The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B." Go ahead, Charlie. You can quote Tropic Thunder.
You can take a big step back and have fun with yourself in the face.
Yes. So that's what he said. He obviously feels very strongly about it. Listen, I want to get into the cultural stuff, but before that, remember, the context about a lot of people were upset about the H-1B visas were that famous story of Disney. Do you guys remember that? Where Disney was going to lay off these workers. These were some sort of software workers. And then they said, listen, we're going to lay you off and you will not get your severance unless you train the people that come in. These were, foreign workers on this type of visa. And so that really upset a lot of Americans. And I believe that was the context around the conversation about abuses. And lots of people are weighing in on both sides of this. Obviously, Vivek and Elon very strongly on the side of getting more H-1B visas, saying that we won't be competitive. The cultural side, I think, is fascinating, Will and Charlie. I guess Vivek saying he thinks that we need to our culture has a problem with, not prizing enough those who are valedictorians and academically, succeeding versus those who are the prom queens and the quarterbacks, I guess.
What I think they kind of wandered into, and neither Vivek nor Elon Musk, I think, appreciate sort of the nuances and just how what a sore spot this is for a lot of Americans. Because of course it wasn't just Disney. You could go through, in every industry going back 30 years and find examples of where American workers were forced to train their replacements as they unbolt their machinery and send it to China. One thing I have to say, though, that I think is interesting, I've known Steve Miller since back when he was on Capitol Hill working for
Sessions,
for Jeff Sessions, and he's always been one of the smartest people and most devoted to reforming immigration. And there are few people that I know who know more about this and care more about it, which, of course, is why Trump values him so much. Right. And if there's a guy that understands where that line is between valuing the best of the best, the cream of the crop from other places, and finding a way to, use them in America versus just looking.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Welcome. We've been streaming for 5 hours now. Yes, y'all. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for staying. Thank you for conversing with me. Thank you for being in the chat. A lot of people are going crazy in the chat talking about, I see. It's Sunday, so yeah. We are allowed to praise the King of Kings in the chat, okay? It is Sunday, so it is what it is. Let's get it.
For cheap labor,
right?
Because all of it is kind of geared towards looking for cheaper labor,
right?
And
Charlie, nobody's against importing another Elon Musk,
right?
We'll take more of those.
Right.
However, if there are Americans who can do the job, let's have that.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Unfortunately, no Americans that were born here is another Elon Musk. Okay, it's just what it is. All right. Just let it be. Don't try to fight it. Just relax. What is going on here? Double taxation going on. What is the double taxation going on here? Man, y'all, check this out, man. double taxation. We already pay too much tax.
Let's bring in Peter Morici. He's a former U.S. International Trade Commission chief and an economist and business professor at the University of Maryland. Peter, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. Take a look at what the marginal tax rates are going to do if these Trump tax cuts expire up and down the tax income brackets. You've got higher taxes at every level. Do you think Republicans will just extend this, or will there be changes? How does Congress deal with this?
Well, I think they'll be by and large extended and perhaps supplemented in some places because, you know, the president-elect has talked about, for example, exempting tips. There's a terrible double taxation of 35% of most people's Social Security benefits. They pay taxes when they contribute the money, and then they pay taxes again when they get it back, which is absurd. So some of those things may be addressed as well. But let's face it, there's limits with the federal deficit being as large as it is. We have to be careful that we don't raise taxes by letting these benefits lapse, but we don't cut them too much more because of the deficit problem. You know, Elon Musk, I wish him well, but he's not going to be able to find hundreds of billions of dollars in time for large tax cuts in 2026.
I mean, it seems like there are a few options here. You extend the tax cuts, you add some of the other tax provisions like no taxes on tips and all the other things. You either blow up the deficit or you look towards things like entitlements, right?
Absolutely. Entitlements could be cut by quite a bit. Joe Biden, through executive order.
People are saying, do you see the screen right? It says here, Americans to see tax increase without Trump's cuts. Well, fortunately for Americans, Trump is saying he is and he will cut taxes for every group of Americans, whether you make so much money or you're like in the middle or you're like below. So this is just if he doesn't cut taxes, Americans will experience tax increase, according to Peter Morici.
Added hundreds of billions of dollars in entitlements costs by stretching eligibility standards and increasing benefits. Also, there's areas like the electric vehicle tax credit, which is absurd. The thing's exploding out of sight. So there's lots of things that the president could do just by, you know, signing a piece of paper. Of course, what we learned with the doc is that, you know, one president can make something legal, then the next president can try to repeal the order, and you find a progressive judge who thinks, you know, money grows on trees or, you know, can be invented or what have you, and blocks him. So we'll just have to see how that develops. But it's very important that these be extended. Economic recoveries, we've been benefiting from these tax cuts for 8 years. This is what's driven growth at 2.5% a year, as opposed to Barack Obama's less than 2% a year. And if we let them lapse, we probably will go into a recession. And I guess the Democrats would cheer that, you know, because that would help them out in the next election. It's very, very dangerous if these things are not extended.
Some Republicans are looking to do a little bit more. Here's Senator Kevin Cramer.
I love one of the first ideas I read about, of course, is the simplification of the tax code. And therein lies one of our first opportunities with the new Congress through budget reconciliation. The simplification of the tax code could be the greatest gift to the economy and to every taxpayer in this country, and certainly to business.
So, Peter, that was a goal 7 years ago, and then Congress is doing this, and we got the tax system that we have now, albeit with lower rates, but still not exactly the most simple thing on the planet. Is Congress capable of simplifying the tax code?
It's very difficult because the Congress has become accustomed to using the tax code to incentivize particular kinds of behavior. For example, we want companies to undertake more R&D, so we give them an R&D tax credit. Then we have to write eligibility requirements for it and things of that nature. You know, we want to encourage manufacturing, so we'll have accelerated depreciation on equipment and what have you. It's easier said than done. My feeling is that we're in a very good spot when it comes to corporate taxes right now. We have increased the level of investment thanks to the corporate tax cuts we got in 2016. Those are permanent. We are very competitive now vis-a-vis other industrialized countries like Japan, Germany, and so forth. You know, we have very favorable rates. My feeling is that the corporate code is pretty good where it is. There may be some things to correct, but it's pretty good where it is. The primary focus should be on making the personal income taxes as fair as we can be, while still recognizing the financial requirements of the nation. And the best way to do that is to finally go after the 60% of the federal budget, actually 63, that's entitlements swollen out of control, and to start to go after a lot of what has become pretty well graft. And that is we let universities charge whatever they want. Students borrow whatever they need. And then we get a Democratic president that forgives it. We need to encourage vocational education, and we need to look at moving the aid we send to universities into those activities.
Yeah. Peter Morici, as always, thanks very much for joining us.
Yes, sir. Thank you for tuning in. Whew, I was so hungry. Guys. What do we have here? What we got? It's saying that most people say Trump does business with the Chinese, but here is a update on Biden's business with the Chinese.
Now to this, we're seeing newly released photos of then Vice President Biden and Hunter Biden meeting Chinese President Xi Jinping and his son's Chinese business partners during a 2013 trip to Beijing. The photos proving Biden lied about never discussing business with his son.
I did not know he was on the board of that company. I've never discussed my business or their business, my sons or daughters. I never discussed a single thing with my son about anything having to do with Ukraine. I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings. I have never discussed with my son or my brother or anyone else anything having to do with their businesses, period.
Well, he said never. Could this be the reason why the president issued a blanket pardon to his son right before leaving office?
Of course.
Lisa, when these stories started coming out years ago and we heard laptop and everything else that kind of went along with that, all they kept saying was this is Russia interference. This is obviously Russia planting this information. But the only people that seem to be having some interference in our voting process is the Biden family by not being truthful with the American people.
Yeah, I mean, well, also, Joe Biden is a prolific liar. He has always been. He's one of the biggest liars in American history, and he's also going to go down as one of the most corrupt. I mean, how corrupt is it to sell out your fellow Americans to make a dime, to make a buck off of us, right, and the offices that you hold? We know we have these photos because America First Legal through litigation against the National Archives and Records Administration, but we've long known that this is the game of the Biden family. Representative Mike Lawler on CNN made a great line in trying to explain the corruption of the Biden family, talking about how a Chinese company transferred money to a shell company owned by some of the family members. That was then transferred to another shell company owned by some of the Biden family members. And then it went into the personal account of some of those Biden family members who then wrote a check, $40,000 to Joe Biden's personal account. So, there you have it and sort of how this worked. We also know previously that Joe Biden threatened to withhold U.S. money to get the prosecutor general in Ukraine who was investigating Burisma Holdings. We know that this blanket pardon that he issued his son dating back to January of 2014. Oh, guess what? The same year he joined Burisma Holdings. It's like, how much evidence do we need to know what the Biden family was up to, that they're selling us out to make money? The media lied to us, and they've been lying to us. Well, another piece of evidence.
Well, Guy, Lisa just kind of talked about this. It's not like these pictures were just found. In fact, the Biden family knew that they existed. They've been held up in litigation, and it was only until after the election that they finally were released. What kind of Democratic favoritism is this?
Well, it actually reminds me of something that happened a number of years ago. We found out that there was, and bear with me here, there was a photograph of former President Barack Obama, then a U.S. Senator, and Louis Farrakhan, who is a vile, bigot, racist anti-Semite. And big grinning photo of Obama with this hate monger. The journalist who took that photograph on Capitol Hill in 2005 now admits years later that he buried the photo to make sure it would not see the light of day for 12 years. Barack Obama was a rising star in Democratic politics. This guy made sure that the American people didn't see this during his campaign or his presidency. And then after he was out of office, now we see the photo, and here we have something that we were gaslit about. Oh, this isn't true. This Biden family stuff is all a right-wing conspiracy theory. Here's yet another piece of evidence, photographic evidence. And when do we get it? After Joe Biden is already a lame duck.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Tom, do you think there'll be any consequences after this photograph, or just another thing?
No, I don't think so. And it's because we've had other photographs. Remember that famous one of them on the golf course with the Burisma guys? And, and we've had plenty of evidence. And we had Tony Bobulinski on this network talking about his, the big guy. And we have the email chain and everything else. So one more photograph isn't going to make any difference. But, it's almost as if when you look at this and you're like, he was so brazen about the way he did it and kind of sloppy. And I think it's because we tend to look the other way when ex-presidents and vice presidents go off and make a fortune, and we just let them do that. And he thought he was on his way out. He didn't think he was coming back in because everybody thought Hillary was going to win. And then Trump won, and then Joe got back in the business, and then he said, oh, boy, I better cover my tracks. And the mainstream media said, hold my beer.
But see, I feel like a lot of these people make money, they capitalize off of it after they leave political office. He did it while he was in.
Right.
Yeah.
Continue to do.
That's what makes it so bad.
Family. Well, they called him the big guy for a reason.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click.
Oh, my goodness. You can never make this up. This guy's making it too funny. All right. So I know some of you guys here voted for Kamala Harris, and you want her to be back in 2028. But it looks like she may be running for the governor seat in California because Gavin Newsom is definitely going to come back for 2028. But this time he might be running for the presidential election. Actually, he might be running for the presidential seat for primaries for the Democrat Party. In my opinion, I think like the two front runners for both parties in 2028 will be Gavin Newsom for the Democratic Party and Ron DeSantis for 2028. Because if you notice, they already had a debate. Anybody remember? Gavin Newsom, some people say Newsome. Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis already had a debate. It was just a plain debates, exchanging ideas, different parties, Democrat, Republican. Let's share ideas. Let's kind of like debate each other on ideas that I think would be better for the United States people. And they did it. Is that some sort of, would you say, preparation for 2028? Check this out.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is looking to become the new face of Democratic resistance to President-elect Trump's second term. He's calling for another special session to Trump-proof California's policies, asking for $25 million to fund anticipated legal battles against the administration. Critics are saying this isn't about protecting California, but about Newsom's own political ambitions, possibly teeing up a presidential run in 2028. Sacramento-based Democratic strategist Stephen Mavilio telling The Hill, quote, he's been running for president for 2 years. Joining me now, California Republican Chairwoman Jessica Malone Patterson. And Jessica, let's talk about this because Gavin Newsom is trying to push forward these policies for a California electorate that made it very clear in November that it's moving to the right.
We sure did. And not only did President Trump have this decisive win across the country and in every single battleground state, but right here in deep blue California, he shifted every single congressional district, every single legislative district here in California, and even fully flipped to the Trump presidency several key counties around our state. What's happening with Governor Newsom is, is incredible tone deaf to what is going on in what Californians are living every day.
We have a couple of maps, and I want to show you and our viewers this. It really illustrates the story of California and how much it has changed in the last 4 years. And these are the counties that you just mentioned and the shift from blue to red between 2020 and 2024. It is astonishing if you look at this. President Trump performed better in 78% of California counties than he did in 2020. At the same time, Harris underperformed Joe Biden's 2020 results in 57 of 58 counties. What I find astonishing about this, Jessica, is that she was a California senator. She was an attorney general in California. And this is what happened.
It's the ultimate rejection of what California Democrats have championed. We've seen the issues that are most important, not just to Americans, but to Californians. California Democrats have failed them on. When we look at the economy, when less than 15% of Californians can afford the median home price, that is a problem. This past year, we had Proposition 36 on the ballot. This was going back and fixing a championed Democrat policy of decriminalizing crime here in California. Every single county in our state voted in favor of Proposition 36 to fix the Democrats' mistake. You combine that with what we have seen on the spending side and what Governor Newsom is trying to do with his new policies to Trump-proof California. We spent $24 billion on our homeless crisis, and we don't know where any of that money went. On high-speed rail, we spent over $100 billion more than what was approved by California voters in 2008. We went from a nearly $100 billion surplus a couple years ago to a $68 billion deficit here in California. And California Democrats like Kamala Harris, like Gavin Newsom, have championed all of these policies that Californians are saying we are not doing it right.
You know what, Jessica, I lived and worked for 7 years in San Francisco when Gavin Newsom was mayor, and I interviewed him, and I've met him here in New York as well. And I'm just so surprised by the tone deafness of these moves by him. In particular, when you look at how the George Gascon, Los Angeles, DA, gone. Alameda, Oakland, California, Alameda County, the DA, the mayor in Oakland, gone. London Breed, the mayor of San Francisco, gone. All of these people voted out in November, and still these policies. I just had to throw that in because it just shocks me. I want to bring in Joe Pinion into this conversation.
Yeah, Chairwoman, obviously always good to have you here. I mean, I think you highlight all of the things that most of us around the country see, and yet at the same time, we saw President Trump carry all 7 swing states, and yet we're looking at the slimmest House majority since World War II. We see some of that in California, President Trump improving by 78% in the state, and yet at the same time, not being able to carry some of those 3 seats that we lost. So talk to us a little bit about the work you see ahead in California to take some of those Trump voters and turn them into Republican voters and rebuilding that coalition there in California.
Well, I think the most important thing that we've seen over the last 5 years, and, you know, we had picked up 5 seats in the last 2 cycles, but these are incredibly close seats, you know, seats that we won by 300 votes, seats that we won by 500 votes. And this time around, lost by less than 200 votes, lost by less than 600 votes. So we're seeing these seats that move back and forward, but these are incredibly Democrat-heavy districts. And at the same time, we picked up legislative seats. We won a legislative seat here in California that is a Democrat registration advantage of 16 points. Another one that's a Democrat registration advantage of 14.5 points. What we see first is that they'll come with us on the ideas. In 2020, they were with us on the ideas or the statewide ballot initiatives 62% of the time. In 2022, it was 66% of the time. By 2024, California voters were with the California Republican Party's position 89% of the time. So they'll come with us on the ideas first, then they'll vote for our candidates, then you'll see the move in registration, which has been fantastic over the last several years. You know, we have registered over 928,000 new Republicans since I became chair in February of 2019, and we're continuing that movement across our state.
Well, and on a national basis, Jessica, that is what really helped propel Donald Trump, among many other factors, to win in November, was the fact that they were able to register so many new Republicans and basically switch people out of the Democrats or independents into the GOP. Before you go, really quick, immigration. Newsom is also reportedly considering this plan that would shield illegal immigrants from President-elect Trump's deportation efforts. Politico got this draft memo. It's called Immigrant Support Network Concept. They're proposing regional hubs. You connect at-risk individuals, families, communities with systems like legal services, school, labor unions, local governments. I spoke with North Carolina Congressman Greg Murphy about this yesterday. Watch what he told me.
Newsom has created his own little deficit spending debacle of a state. There, I believe there's $68 billion in debt now. And what he wants to do is basically break the law. You know, we saw this long time ago when states didn't want to integrate and they wanted to continue with segregation. These are laws. These are national laws. He doesn't get to pick and choose which one he gets. Yeah, no, we're not going to send in the National Guard, but you know what? They get a lot of federal money. And if they want to have their state dry up even quicker because of his nasty policies, I don't think he'd last long. And this time when the recount comes, he's gone.
Jessica, what do you make of that?
Well, I think that there's going to be a lot of legal battles on this, and he is absolutely right in the way we're watching spending here in California, whether it's the $24 billion that's unaccounted for on the homeless crisis, $36 billion that was spent on EDD fraud, on unemployment fraud here in California, the $100 billion we've spent over budget on high-speed rail. Californians are looking for transparency. They want accountability in their government, and we are not seeing that from Gavin Newsom's plans.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising. Before you go, the mayor of Mendota, California, this is Victor Martinez. He switched parties from Democrat to Republican just last week. He says Sacramento policies and the Democrats are not giving families in his city a shot at any American dream. He has been mayor since 2022, but he said it's time for valley communities like Mendota to get the opportunity and rural representation that they deserve. You wrote an op-ed about Republicans making a comeback in your state. Tell us more.
Well, this is something that we're clearly seeing here in California. I have said for a long time that the road back to sanity in California is through the Latino community, and we are seeing that. When we look at these Central Valley numbers, we see this movement of Latinos that are becoming Republicans. We had Senator Maria Alvarado Gil, who switched from the supermajority Democrat Party to Republican. We saw our former Senate Majority Leader, Gloria Romero, become a Republican. This is happening all over our state, and it is because California Democrats may have shown up in my community and the communities around our state, but what they haven't done is made our lives better. And we are waking up to it, and that's why we are seeing so many Latinos that are moving over.
Jessica Milan Patterson, thank you so much for your time.
Most Democrats are now becoming Republicans. Even independents are now saying, you know what, I'm not independent anymore. I'm becoming a Republican. And most Democrats also voted for the OG, the legendary, the 45th, now the 47th president-elect Donald J. Trump. And it's just facts. Okay? It is just facts. Some people are saying Biden may not be remembered at all. Because if Kamala had won the election, Biden would have been, well, he would have been a legend. Like, he would have been an icon because he would have been the president that ushered in the first woman president of the United States. But he's still the president that ushered in the first woman vice president of the United States. But nobody even thinks about Kamala in that light. Like, she's like the first woman vice president, because she has done absolutely nothing, in my opinion, to actually hold that weight in people's heart and say, that's the first woman vice president of the United States. Wow. Look at that. No, like, nobody even thinks about her like that. It's just wow. And she is actually the first woman vice president. I would assume like she would be probably her name would go down in history or in some museum or some. Nah, just don't be unburdened by what can be, by what has been. That's what we get. Well, that's what we've had for the past 4 years. Check this out.
All right, now this. According to new polling, only 39% of Americans approve of how Joe Biden is handling his presidency. I want to know who the 39% are. 20% believe the government is the biggest problem facing the country today. Behind that is immigration and the economy. John Levine joins me now. John, the question here is, what's the problem with our government? And my answer to that would be, where do I begin? But what say you?
All right, well, that's a very, very big question. I don't know if we have time for it here today. But look, these are not new numbers for Joe Biden. It may be a new poll, but we've been here before. He hasn't had an approval rating above 50% since, I believe, July 2021. So really, this is more of the same. I mean, who even knows if he's aware of the latest polling, to be frank? He's going out with a whisper.
Yeah.
And I think he'll obviously not be remembered as a poor president, but I think really he might not be remembered very much at all. It's just going to go out with a whisper, much like the man himself.
You know what? We spoke to someone earlier who said there's quite a civil war going on within the Democrat Party as to where do they go from here? Who's our leader? I mean, they are in disarray, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, well, anytime there's a major collapse, is what we just experienced, there's going to be soul searching, there's going to be an autopsy. And look, there's going to be different wings of the party and factions that fight for sort of the narrative. What was the lesson we're supposed to learn? Do we go in a more AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib direction? Do we embrace, Hamas and the Palestinians? These are all questions the Democrats are going to have to work out. And someone's going to, win in these fights. So it is very, very important.
It is indeed. But I want to move on to other subjects. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, I know this is one of your favorite. She put the brakes on an MTA plan to basically hike the price of Manhattan's congestion toll by 25%. Look, we saw this happen with the original congestion pricing plan. What's the chances of her sneaking this hike back in at a later date?
I mean, it's high. I mean, obviously, we passed congestion pricing. She was going to do it, and then she put it on hold indefinitely during the midterm elections because she wanted to protect vulnerable Democrats in Westchester and Long Island. After the elections are over, congestion pricing's back on the table. So this is probably just another bait and switch. And part of the problem is it's very fundamental to the Democratic Party in New York to expand government into all reaches of life, and that costs money. And the only way you get it is by taxing people more. Now, they can't really just outright raise income taxes on New Yorkers anymore because it's too crazy. But what they do is they find these other ways to get you. So congestion pricing, or they'll tax alcohol, or maybe they'll tax you for walking on the wrong side of the street. I don't know what the next one will be, but they always find these secondary ways to get you. But look, the census data is very clear. In the last census, we lost one member of Congress. I don't know what the next census will show, but it'll probably be similarly brutal. People are leaving this state. And it's because the cost of living here is too high. And what do you really get for the services? All the subways smell like piss.
I know. I've always wondered, having lived there for quite some time, paying all those taxes.
Oh my goodness. That guy there was no filter. Look, he said it the way it was, or the way it is. Subway system in New York I love New York. I will forever love New York. New York has a special place in my heart. Okay, not just because I schooled there, but I met the mother of my daughter in New York, and she wasn't even from New York. She just came to see me in New York because I was in New York, and it's like New York would always have a special place in my heart. However, it's like the subway, though. Okay, the subway. Look, the subway system needs to be fixed. The rats on the subway needs to be fixed. The rats on the subway track there should be something to make sure those rats are not being attracted to the subway. And also, I ain't gonna cap. I've literally seen people peeing on the subway. You can never make this up, guys. Like literally peeing on the subway. I'm like, Jesus. Yeah.
The roads are terrible. The potholes just, are outrageous. You can always wonder, where the heck does all this money go?
Right. You'd think, I'm paying all this money. It must be like a Singapore-style, corporate municipal Disneyland. No, it's not. It's terrible. There's migrants running around, sleeping on the street, potholes, as you said. The police do nothing. It's not a good situation at all.
Yeah, that guy ain't even having it no more. He said, look, I ain't having it no more. It smells like piss in the subway. Yeah, look at his face. You can tell look, he's taking the smell for years. He must complain at this point. Look, I don't care what anybody says. Smell like piss, bro.
Meanwhile, Bitcoin bulls seem to be home for the holidays as the cryptocurrency down nearly 6% in the last 2 weeks. It could be some profit taking now due to, of course, its record breaking.
Yes. Right now, I am in Georgia. I schooled in New York. So I am a filmmaker. I make videos. I started filmmaking in New York. My school was New York Film Academy, NYFA. It was on Battery Streets in the city. And yeah, I was there for like about a year because, like I said, I wasn't born in the United States. I was born in Nigeria. I moved here about 8 years ago. I studied psychology back home in Nigeria, sort of like guidance and counseling. I majored in guidance and counseling, and yeah, did 4 years. But while I was in school back home, I was already shooting music videos. I was a photographer and a videographer, so I was shooting music videos, getting paid shooting music videos. Then I wanted to come to the United States to study filmmaking, like full scale filmmaking, and then that's why I came to the United States, and I was there for about a year. And funny enough, it's like if you do things with your hands, like if you're like a fashion designer, you're a writer, you're a filmmaker, you're a painter, artist, you could go to school for it. You know, you could go to school to learn more about, like the do's and don'ts, the rules, the ethics of the game. However, it's like if you already are hands on, you really don't have to go to school because while I was in school in NYFA, I did more of scoring films. I would watch films for hours and hours, analyzing scenes by scenes, like the lightning. I would analyze scripts. I would analyze the plot twist. I would analyze log lines. I would just analyze stuff. Okay, it's more of analyzing than actually doing. You know what I mean? It's sort of kind of tricky, but if you are hands on, the only way to be successful is hands on anyway. So if you're hands on, just stay hands on, okay? A lot of like the great filmmakers, like people that inspired me, like Christopher Nolan, the guy that directed Inception, Batman, or The Dark Knights. I know you guys have seen The Dark Knights, which happens to be the greatest Batman movie ever. The Dark Knights, Inception, Interstellar, Oppenheimer. You didn't go to film school, okay? So yeah. Anyway, how did I go from news to film school? But yeah, here we go.
Year as the most valuable token hit a high of just $108,000 just in the past month. It's fallen to just below now $95,000. But will it continue to hit all new highs in 2025? I want to bring in O'Leary Ventures Chairman Kevin O'Leary. Kevin, always great to have you on the program. I keep hearing the first 100,000 is the hardest. How do you see Bitcoin faring next year?
Well, it's already done that. I mean, obviously, what this is about is clarity on regulation, because what allows Bitcoin to advance is it becomes a standard financial asset that institutions and sovereign wealth funds can buy. There's been a lot of confusion about it through all the litigation Gensler brought through the SEC, and there was some confusion, and the U.S. was not leading in this technology. And so with Trump putting a little more emphasis on bringing regulation forward that people can understand, not just Bitcoin, though, but digital payment systems like a USD stablecoin, something that can be used to do transactions around the world. Both of these ideas are advancing their way through Congress, and people now think for the first time they have a chance of passing. And so the prospects for Bitcoin and digital payment systems into the Trump administration is very bright. And I think that's why I'm long Bitcoin. I'm one of many investors that believe this asset class will become a very interesting place to invest capital.
I keep hearing that the AI and crypto czar David Sachs is the real deal. How helpful will he be to this space, particularly in Washington?
Well, we need clarity on regulation. I mean, you know, the truth is that financial institutions where the majority of capital is invested in sovereign wealth and hedge and pension plans, even university funds, they do not put assets into asset classes where their own regulator is litigating. And that's basically been the environment for the last 4 years. And so now we're waiting to see, okay, we get a new leader at the SEC, the CFTC that regulates commodities. Just tell us what the rules are. And once you do that, you're going to see a lot of capital come into this space. And that's really what the excitement's about, is finally getting regulated. Most of us don't want to be litigating our regulator. We're not cowboys. We're just putting money to work. And so we need this clarity.
Outside of Bitcoin, just more broadly speaking about the markets, one thing we love about you is you're an investor. You see new companies, new entrepreneurs, you take bets and you invest in them and on their ideas. What sector is hot right now, particularly as you're thinking about the economic and political landscape in 2025?
AI, and all the derivatives around there, and the number one derivative is power. And so as an investor, what I'm focusing on is figuring out power. Our grid, we talk about the demand for electricity, not just for AI, but to understand something about AI, it takes 100x the power required to the old generation of computers. So
Have you guys seen the Kevin O'Leary's interview? Well, it wasn't like an interview. It was just like a behind the scene where he had like towel. He had like a robe on from his waist down, and he had the suit on, and he was going through the. It's like he had his shorts on or some. Like he probably doesn't have a pants on here.
So we need a gigawatt of power. You can't get that anywhere on the U.S. grid anymore. So we got to figure out power, whether it's geothermal or nuclear. But right now it looks like gas is the winner. And Trump is saying he's going to deregulate gas. And you just did a piece on Danielle Smith up in Alberta. The reason she's talking it up is she's got all the power in North America right up there. We're going to have to work out a deal with her. She's got the lowest cost of energy anywhere in the world right now. So watch how popular she's going to be in Washington over the next few months.
I want to get your take on TikTok as well. I think it was really interesting. I spoke with Frank McCourt Jr. yesterday. He seemed to think that his willingness to purchase TikTok was not about the algorithm. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say.
They're going to have to make a decision. And of course, we hope that decision is to divest of the platform. And we understand they're not going to sell the algorithm. We don't want or need the algorithm. So I think we're in a pretty unique position.
Yes, you do.
Are you still interested in TikTok? And if so, what is it for you?
Yes, I'm very interested in TikTok. And for me, is I know where all the revenue is. Those 7 million small businesses of products and services, guess what? They're all Shark Tankers. The last two generations of young entrepreneurs they're basically all the revenue of TikTok. And of all the syndicates, I'm the only one they know. And so to me, this is bringing them into the deal beside me through equity crowdfunding. I know Frank, he's a great guy. We all know each other. We've all been talking to each other. This syndicate, I don't know what's going to end up, who's going to end up winning this thing, but it'll probably be a combination of syndicates. But I'll tell you the thing that we're all waiting for. It's back in the Supreme Court. I believe they're going to rule before the 19th, before the inauguration. And I think it's going to get thrown back to Congress. This company is in a dreamland thinking they can fight this fight, saying they're fighting for free speech. It's not about free speech. TikTok can be sold and we maintain the platform. This is Chinese spyware, and we're going to have to get rid of it. That's why the algorithm's not going to be part of the deal.
So if they punt it back to Congress, are you speaking with members of Congress come, I don't know, it's up in court, January 10? It's expected to be banned.
This right here is the cost of doing big business in the United States if you're not from the United States, especially if you're not a citizen of the United States that resides in the United States and your primary home is here in the United States. This is what you get. You could build a big company like TikTok, and then basically it will be taken away from you. If you either sell it to an American or you take it back to Singapore. And the guy who actually created this, they're not even from China. I think they're from Singapore or something. The CEO is from Singapore, I guess.
And January 19th. So are you talking with members for when those deadlines come?
From Rubio on down, they know who I am, and yes, I've been talking to them, and I know we're going to need the pen of Donald Trump signing this deal. I get it. I've been working on this thing for over a year. Yep. My site, I mean, look, everybody's on this thing, but I want to make TikTok wonderful again. So my site is wonderfultiktok.com. If you want to learn more about it and want to invest beside me, I really want those people that are revenue to be an investor with me, because we're going to have a very tumultuous period when we rewrite this algorithm. They're going to have to hang in.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He's pitching. Kevin O'Leary is basically pitching on Fox right here. He might be buying TikTok. I doubt it. I doubt it. I don't see Kevin O'Leary buying that. You know what? I don't see it. Now, if Elon Musk says he wants to buy TikTok, I mean, they may not let him buy it because he already has X. But someone like Zuckerberg may be eyeing TikTok as well. But the fact is, if he buys TikTok, what is going to happen to Instagram? So it's like a direct competition for Zuckerberg. So buying TikTok is like probably a waste of resources. He might be tempted. However, it's like he's not going to do it. But Kevin O'Leary, I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't want to turn the lights off on TikTok. I just want to make it wonderful again. And right now, it's dripping with Chinese spyware. We got to get rid of it.
Would you get into a bidding war for TikTok?
No. The syndicates are not going to bid against each other. They're going to figure out what the right combination is. We're not stupid. Yeah. This thing isn't worth $35 billion.
Right.
It's probably five to 10 billion worth of cash, and we all know the same guys who are going to fund.
He's saying this thing isn't worth $35 billion. TikTok is a cash pool. I mean, this is my opinion. Okay, it's not like facts or truth. It is my opinion, and I've seen a lot of businesses go down on TikTok. Like this TikTok shop, it's a lot going down on TikTok. However, is there a lot going on Instagram as well, or Facebook? Absolutely. But TikTok just has that short form interaction that actually engages with audience and keeps the attention span of an audience, of an individual. TikTok started I would say TikTok actually blew up the vertical content space. Of course, YouTube Shorts. Matter of fact, YouTube Shorts started because of TikTok. I mean, maybe I can't remember, but I think YouTube Shorts started because of TikTok. This is my opinion, okay? Shout out to YouTube. I think YouTube Shorts started because of TikTok. And Instagram started the scrolling stuff because of TikTok as well. And now nobody even remembers that TikTok started it. But TikTok really changed the game. And to say they may not be worth $35 billion, you may be capping. They may actually be worth $35 billion. Okay. This is just the facts.
This thing, and we got to get the American shareholders to roll into the deal. I mean, we all know each other. This is not a secret. There's only about 10 guys working on this deal. I'm one of them.
I knew you were going to be too smart to get into a bidding war.
And that's wild. Somebody said my Wi-Fi is scary. Is that until it does? JJ, are you talking about my Wi-Fi or somebody else? Let me know. Individualize. I should have forgot enough. Okay, check this out. Wow, guys, almost 6 hours.
President-elect Trump taking a victory lap to celebrate his gains with young voters, with support from 18 to 29-year-olds going up 11% since 2020. Karine Hajar joins us now. Karine, I guess the obvious question is, why are younger generations of Americans returning to what you could say are traditional family and Christian values?
Well, I think it might be too far to say that they're necessarily returning. There has been a drop in religiosity in the country. In 1998, you had 60% of over 60% of Americans saying that religion was very important to them. Today, it's around 40%, 45%. And then less people are having children too. But what you are seeing is a coherent movement. And at least in my lifetime, this is the first time I've seen the right, just in talking to voters and in the organization of this election, harness the youth vote and sort of give a voice to young Americans who do value traditional values. And I think you saw that in a big way in President Trump's speech at the recent convention with Charlie Kirk. He was talking about not only returning to common sense policies, but also the way that they were harnessing social media and TikTok on the campaign. First time giving a platform to these more traditional conservative values in such a youthful way.
I want to move on to this. Bill Maher, on an episode of his podcast with Jay Leno, slamming the left, calling it intolerant for cutting ties with family members over election results. Listen to this. I'll get your comment.
Remember him hugging Nixon, and then...
So what?
I know, but at the time he was he was seen as a traitor.
That's so funny. Way back when, a guy who crossed lines politically. Ooh, the worst thing you could ever do, be friends with a Republican? Call 911. This is what I hate about the left. Just the idea that, cut your family off for Thanksgiving if they voted for the wrong guy. Well, off, you.
Bill Maher may just be one of the ones, okay? Looking like he might be the next Fetterman. Next Fetterman, it might be Bill Maher.
Well, we know how he thinks, but take a look at this, Karine. New polling shows that 61% of Democrats find spending time with family and friends around the holidays makes them more stressed. What does this say about those who are left-leaning in their politics? They have zero tolerance, which, it's supposed to be free speech, but it's only free if you agree with them.
Exactly. I mean, I think that the left has sort of sold this lie to a lot of the people who buy into this, thinking that to believe their ideology, to vote along their party line is to be a good person. And so people feel this moral imperative to keep the party line, to support these viewpoints. But look, this country was founded on the idea that we can have different viewpoints. We can vote on those viewpoints. We have the freedom to voice those ideas. And this is something that Americans are going to have to deal with going forward. We're going into another Trump presidency. The majority of Americans voted for President-elect Donald Trump. And, I talked to people on the campaign trail the whole year. I was mostly covering Trump voters. And at the end of the day, everyone says they're just voting for what they see as the best choice for their families and their communities. You can disagree with that choice, but you have to respect the fact that Americans are doing what's best for them and their families. I think that anyone could respect that.
Thanks.
How was your holiday meal, Karine? Politics free? Did everyone get along okay?
Never quite politics free, but a lot of disagreement, but a lot of respect, and that's what counts.
That's it. Like when families especially, allowed themselves to be played by saying, I'm a Democrat, you're a Republican, and then they don't sort out the important thing, which is family, then I don't know. Now, this is what I mean by illegal immigration has, if not almost ruined a lot. So H1B or H1B, right? H1B visa is not the issue because those guys are professional, skilled human beings in their fields. They're like assets to the United States because the United States needs them. But these guys are not. This one right here, I'm about to play for you. Like he set a woman ablaze on the subway. That's just
President-elect Trump promising to make mass deportations a key part of his second term. Incoming border czar Tom Homan telling Fox Business Live about the price tag of these plans.
Congress needs to fund this deportation operation. It's going to be expensive, and everybody's focused on how expensive it's going to be. They need to understand, it's going to be expensive in the beginning, but in the long run, it's going to save billions of dollars of taxpayers' money. We are talking about the biggest national security vulnerability this country has. $86 billion is a start. We need at least that to do this operation.
Joining me now is Texas Department of Public Safety Lieutenant Christopher Olivares. Lieutenant, I want to get your reaction to Tom Homan's most recent comments.
Hey, Cheryl, good morning. So, of course, what Tom Homan mentioned, it is going to be very costly, right, to have this massive deportation operation. But I think if we look back the last 4 years, how much money has been spent on illegal immigration, it's been in the billions, and that's on the taxpayer. So I think if we really look at the interests of the country, the safety and security of the country, right now, having this removal operation is really going to be proven to be effective. Now, again, as Tom mentioned, in the long run, it will save taxpayer money because now they won't have to fund the custody and care of illegal immigrants that are in the country right now, especially in some of these states. So I think moving forward, this is something that we do need to really look at. And of course, as you mentioned, Congress does need to get involved and fund this operation and really look at what really outweighs the cost or outweighs the risk is really having and removing criminals that are in the country now or have been convicted of crimes. That should be the priority for anybody right now.
But the question mark on that is the local level officials in these sanctuary cities. In particular, the New York Times points this out this morning. They talk about the fact that many local officials across the country are trying to figure out their role in immigration, and it's to fight back against Tom Homan, fight back against what the voters asked for, which was immigration. But, they talk about San Diego region, and they say that, even though you saw a drop there, but that, the sheriff is vowing he's going to defy protecting migrants. He says that's one side of it, but then you've also got other, officials in Chicago and New York that are trying to figure out ways to protect immigrants. So maybe in San Diego, the sheriff says, I'm going to work with ICE. I'm going to get these criminals out of the country. But in other cities, it's a different story.
This is going to take a unified partnership with everybody. Every elected official should get on board with this. Again, one thing that incoming Border Czar Tom Homan has mentioned and has stressed is that the fact that they're looking at the prioritization of criminals that are in the country right now, criminal gangs, those that have been convicted of crimes, those that have actually seen a judge, an asylum judge, that have been adjudicated. They already received due process, and they have orders of removal. They need to be removed. I don't see how anyone, again, I say this so many times already, how anyone, any elected official, law enforcement official would be against removing any type of public safety threat in their state. So I think everyone that's vowing to defy, to cooperate with the federal government and the new administration's policies moving forward is really putting their states in danger. Look at what happened most recently in New York in the subway. That right there is a census act that should have been prevented, could have been prevented. That was a getaway that was in the country illegally. Think about how many more in the country right now that could possibly commit crimes, and we won't know about it until they actually commit these heinous crimes.
You're talking about the Guatemalan immigrant that set a woman on fire on the New York City subway.
Yes.
And then watched. She was sleeping. He sets her on fire in the subway. But he had been deported under Trump, and
I've seen a lot, heard and seen a lot, but this right here takes the cake. How do you set someone ablaze in the subway in New York? This ain't like some other countries anywhere else in the world. This is the United States. This is New York. This right here is supposed to be considered the Big Apple. And he sets someone ablaze. And then watches them pass away. Listen, or watch.
We are showing that video, folks, and it's graphic, and I know it's early in the morning. But, an ICE spokesperson says that suspect was caught at the Arizona border in 2018, deported, and then sneaks back into the country at an unknown date, and here we go. Sebastian Cepeda now charged, by the way, just to add some context for our viewers, first and second degree murder and first degree arson. He's accused, of course, of lighting her clothes on fire and then sitting her and watching her burn. He says he has no memory, by the way, Lieutenant.
Who set someone on fire and then sit there? These guys are like a lot. Mental health facility needs to be recommissioned, opened up, and then the world has to be able to go anytime they want, because sometimes life is hard. I'm not even gonna cap, but oh man, try to stay away from just this is crazy. This is just wild.
He apparently was using K2 every day and then drinking and was going nuts about it. But pivoting back.
K2? What the heck is that? Anyway, what I wanted to say was, look, so many people are going through a lot. Life is hard, I get it. But this right here is just mental health right here. This is definitely mental health. He needs help, okay? But then again, he needs to be sent back to his country. But he needs help.
To
mentally.
And I'm glad you mentioned this, the horrific incident here. But pivoting back to my point about San Diego, just one example is because the Board of Supervisors in San Diego says that they're figuring out how to protect the migrants, and the sheriff is saying, I'm going to defy those orders. Are we going to get more stories like that of hero officers, whether it's a sheriff or a police sergeant, that's going to say, you know what, I am going to work with ICE because I'm tired of dealing with these illegal criminals in my city, in my state?
Oh, I do believe so. I think you're going to have more law enforcement now actually being outspoken about this issue. The fact that, we're starting to see some of this crime that's taking place throughout the country, some of these horrific crimes that have been perpetrated by illegal immigrants that should not be in the country. We're not talking about your everyday person that's been here for years, that's trying to make a living for their families. We're talking about criminals that have committed crimes, criminals that have snuck into the country, that have criminal backgrounds, that have been through the jail process, that have already been received due process. That's what we're talking about. We want to prioritize those threats to public safety. And I think, as you mentioned, we're going to see more law enforcement, local, county, state, and federal law enforcement speaking out and actually wanting to become an ally with this new administration, working together to remove these threats from their states. That is priority number one. I don't see how anybody, again, and I keep repeating this, how anybody could be against that. So many horrific crimes, not just one, of course, that took place in the suburb. We've seen so many others, Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nongare, and many more that have taken place, many more victims that have taken place throughout this country that have been victimized by criminal legal immigrants and should not be in the country at all.
We had another incident in New York City yesterday morning, by the way. Ashley Davis has a question for you.
Hi, Lieutenant. Actually, Homeland Security is near and dear to my heart. I did this under George W. Bush and think the border security is one of the major issues facing our country right now. And thank you for your service and everything that you're doing. My question is, do you think because of the cost, which I think that shouldn't even matter because of this is such an issue, but do you think that the president-elect does start putting these in phases in regards to, from what I understand, there's about 1 million illegal immigrants here that have either committed a crime or have exhausted the appeal process. And so you go after those 1 million first, and then you go to the second stage, and then, do you think that that's how they're going to handle it, or what are you hearing on the ground?
Well, obviously, I can't speak for the administration, but I would, speaking from a law enforcement perspective, I would think that'd be the most strategic ways. You actually have this operation in phases, as you mentioned. Focus on the 1.4, 1.5 million that already have orders of removal that have received due process. Focus on locating gotaways. Focus on locating criminal gangs such as Tren de Aragua and other criminal threats. So working in phases strategically would actually be the better way, more effective way to actually handle this operation. But again, I can't speak for the administration, but I could see how we would handle that type of operation in Texas. And that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're focusing on those threats to public safety, focusing on human traffickers, criminal smugglers, and also locating criminal gangs. So I think, working with local law enforcement, county law enforcement, that'd be the best way moving forward, is in a strategic matter to have it in phases and focus on those threats to public safety.
Lieutenant Christopher Oliveras, thank you so much, of course, for your work on this issue, and thank you for joining us. Merry Christmas.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, sir. We are here, marathon. We've been streaming for 6 hours. Yes, 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back today. But first, I just want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in, for being a part of the live stream, for chatting, for commenting, for interacting, for conversing with it, just being a part of it. Okay, so I just set up a membership. Okay, I just set up the YouTube membership. It is $4.99 if you want to be a part of the YouTube membership. God bless you guys. Thank you for being a part of it. And instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and believe in God, okay? It's never too late. No matter what you're going through, it is never too late to change direction. You can make a U-turn right now and change your life, okay? It is never too late, all right? Keep grinding. Life is hard. I know it's hard. I know for a fact. You know, you got to work hard to pay your bills, to pay your rent, and whatever. But stay strong. Never quit. Keep going. And then you may see a light at the end of the tunnel. And even if you don't see a light at the end of the tunnel, you would have built momentum that would cause the light to be seen in some way, shape, or form somewhere else. Okay. So I love you guys, man. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. All right. Happy Sunday. If you're going to church, if you're going to church today, make sure you say a prayer for your boy Genesis and your loved ones in your family. And don't forget, the membership for the channel is up. It is $4.99. You can show your boy some love and subscribe, join as a member, and support the channel and keep the light on. God bless you. It is your boy Genesis. And thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the military personnel in the chat. Thank you for your service. And yes, I am signing out. Let's get it.